Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Fighting the Ruins Again. August 26th. After adjusting his condition, Shiyu finally decided to fight the ruins again on this day. Their goal is to break through the 5th and 6th levels in a row. After informing President Feng, Shiyu came to the outskirts of the valley by himself. Please show your ID name. After Shiyu arrived, the soldiers at the outermost blockade line raised their eyebrows. Good guy. It's the monster rookie who broke through 4 levels in a row, mastered the combination skills during the apprenticeship stage, and doubled their training volume. After missing for half a month, preparing for half a month, is he finally coming to challenge the ruins again? However, although the soldiers knew Shiyu, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. After passing through many security checks, Shiyu entered the valley. The environment here still feels the same as the last time, but there are a lot more camps. Obviously, the previous batch of Beastmasters who came with Shiyu chose to stay here to prepare for the battle. Although this way, there is less freedom and it is necessary to accept core-style training, but at least there is food and accommodation, there are professional Beastmaster sergeants to guide, and there are many peers to communicate with, which is still very cost-effective. When Shiyu came here, he found a strange phenomenon. There was a young man with a white face and a few freckles, who was using his wind-enhanced talent on the roadside to train his wind blade skills of the wind crystal butterfly. He was not yet at the professional level. Due to the limited physical strength of the Beastmaster, this enhanced talent was difficult to use in combat, and it could only be used to assist the pet beast in training wind skills on a daily basis. However, even so, the consumption will still consume the physical strength of the Beastmaster, and it is not small. In order to conquer the ruins, it is understandable to train so hard. After all, Shiyu himself is also very hard-working, and he has used the skill illustrations to help the pet beast add points. However, what Shiyu found most difficult to understand was that at this time, the Beastmaster who is training here, after training for a while, actually took out a medicine he was very familiar with, the Mingshan capsule, and stuffed one directly into his mouth, and then continued to train. Shiyu, are you working so hard? Medicines are poisonous. Moderation. Isn't it good to have a normal rest? After having money, Shiyu no longer eats the broken stuff like Mingshan capsules, but eats those pure natural supplements. Who brought up this evil trend? It's Shiyu. Shiyu is here. Although Shiyu came here very low-key, he is now also a celebrity in the ruins. After all, apart from him, there is no Beastmaster who can conquer the 4th level. As for the 3rd level, 2 people have completed the strategy in the past half-month. Shiyu. He is finally here again, somewhere in the camp. Chen Guang and the Moonflame Beast beside him walked out. In addition, Chen Kai, one of the culprits who caused the supplement trend, Dr. Qiao Liang and others were also shocked and came out to see Shiyu. Shiyu has been missing for half a month, and they thought Shiyu had given up conquering the ruins. Don't make a fuss. When a group of people wanted to surround Shiyu, the boss here came. Helioku shocked everyone and came to Shiyu's side with a big smile. Are you here? Old Feng told me. Do you need to prepare a little more? It may take a while for him to get here. I'll go in first, Shiyu said to Captain He. He is not a person who likes to wait. He has been preparing for so long, and he can't wait to see the 6th level of the ruins. Of course, what he wants to see is not what kind of boss is in the 6th level, but what kind of reward is in the 6th level. Okay, then go over, old He said. Come on, you must take down the 5th level this time. When the time comes, I'll let the whole regiment sing folk songs to celebrate for you, beast taming corps soldier. Is it appropriate? Shiyu was silent too. This is not necessary. What's good about a group of big men singing at the top of their lungs? You beast taming corps don't have any literary female soldiers, so don't make a fool of yourself. Well, then I'll go over first. Shiyu looked in the direction of the stone statues in the ruins. There were still the familiar 6 stone statues, 4 of which were slightly bright and 2 were dim. He didn't hesitate anymore and walked decisively in the direction of the teleportation array. The soldier in charge of the blockade didn't register Shiyu this time and let Shiyu pass directly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Shiyu, and they were curious whether Shiyu could pass the 5th level of the ruins after half a month. 1 versus 100, that's... Next, under the gaze of everyone, Shiyu quickly disappeared from the outside world. Inside the ruins, the 5th level. This ruins is archived. Shiyu stood on the familiar snow mountain peak, quietly watching the blizzard blowing below and the fierce beasts gathering. Snow wolf, ice tooth pig, ice armor beast, ice scale snake, snow ape, frost stone giant, ice jade scorpion, ice crystal butterfly, ice elemental elf, ice ridge rock. A total of 10 kinds of ice beasts of various extraordinary races, with growth levels ranging from 8 to 10 levels, and the total number is 100. Normally, this is not playable at all. If an apprentice beastmaster can resist such a beast tied in 1 versus 100, can he still be called an apprentice beastmaster? Before, Shiyu and 11 were discouraged by this scene in front of them, but that was in the past. Although Shiyu didn't know how the dog planner of this relic expected players to attack this relic, the dog planner certainly didn't expect that there would be a pet that could master the deterrence skill during the awakening period, and it was a master-level deterrence. 11. Shiyu gave an order, and 11 walked out of the beast control space. It stood on the snowy mountain, and looked down with Shiyu at the beasts below that had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. 11. Ao. The time for revenge has come. The last level that made it surrender without a fight is about to become a stepping stone for it to enter the 6th level. Boom. Ao. With another howl from 11, the air around it suddenly shook. Under its feet, the wind and snow blew, as if an invisible deterrence wave spread out from its body, starting from the snowy mountain peak and sweeping around. Ao. 11's roar almost instantly attracted the attention of all the beasts, but before they could react, a transparent wave swept across like a storm, hitting every beast. Buzz! After a roar in the ears of all the beasts, it seemed as if the world was quiet. Then, there was an extremely shocking scene. Bang! Following the sound of the first fall, there were sounds one after another, and the wind and snow could not cover it. Bang! 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 After a total of 100 sounds, in the snowy mountain environment, 100 beasts all fell to the ground and turned into ice elements and disappeared. Shiyu looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was filled with pride, and he had a domineering aura that no one else could do it. That's it? Bing! However, before Shiyu could get excited for too long, 11's weak voice came from the side. Bang! 11 also sat down on the ground, rubbing his head and feeling tired. It couldn't help but knock on its head. It hurts. Bing! The consumption is a bit high, and it feels that these guys are much harder to kill than the sky-sweeping wing. The number is indeed a bit large, which is actually better than I expected, Shiyu said. Originally, he thought that if he couldn't kill them in the first round, he would take a break, and then solve them one by one. But now it seems that after the growth level has been upgraded twice, and after being baptized by the evolution Holy Spring, 11's condition is better than expected. 1 versus 100, instant kill. This wave is invincible. You take a break first, I'll go downstairs to see if there are any equipment dropped. Shiyu really did it like going to a dungeon. Ying, at Shiyu's suggestion, 11 nodded immediately, and then began to shrink on the spot. Smaller, smaller, smaller. In the next second, it shrank to a dozen centimeters. Shiyu bent down, picked up the furry 11, and put it in his deep pocket, leaving only the upper body and head of 11 exposed. You can sleep for a while, this level should be considered passed, there is no danger. Shiyu looked at the teleportation map array that lit up in the distance and said. Ying, 11 shook his head, no sleep. Don't think of hiding it from it and going to the prize draw alone. It also wants to see what treasures are dropped in this level. It's not too late to rest after watching. Okay. Shiyu couldn't do anything about 11, so he took it to look down. After a while, standing next to the teleportation map, Shiyu looked at the 5 pieces of empty spirit stones he had picked up from running all over the map, and fell into deep thought. Should he be happy or disappointed? No new treasures were released, and it was still the common space resource of the space system. There was 1 piece in the 3rd level, 3 pieces in the 4th level, and 5 pieces in the 5th level. Now, he had a total of 9 pieces of empty spirit stones, and it felt that there was no problem to share some with the worms. Of course, how the green cotton worm digested the stone seemed to be a problem. This thing didn't seem to be suitable for the green cotton worm. Should it be ground into powder and soaked in water to drink? At this time, Seeing that it was all empty spirit stones, 11 had no interest and closed his eyes and fell asleep. The mastery level of absolute sleep combined with the energy crystals and recovery fruits in Shiyu's backpack, its physical recovery speed was still very fast. It was estimated that it would be fully recovered in a short while. After all, the physical limit of the awakening pet beast was there, and there was not much at all. At that time, it will be time for them to enter the 6th level. At the same time, outside, as Shiyu had just entered the ruins for less than a few minutes, the stone statue of the 5th level lit up, and everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck, didn't they say that there were 100 beasts in the 5th level? What's going on? What happened? Countless people stared with their eyes wide open, their heads a little confused. President Fen came late. He listened to everyone's discussion in silence, and looked at the direction of the stone statue with mixed feelings. You know shit, that's a master-level deterrence. Under the aura of the king, opponents of the same level who are slightly weaker are simply chickens and pottery dogs. At the moment, I don't know if Shiyu and his team have entered the 6th level. What will this final level be? Regarding the 6th level, many people have actually made guesses. Some people speculate that it is a more powerful creature of the ruling race, such as a high-level creature of the 10th level. Some people speculate that it is a creature of the ruling race with a bunch of beasts, which is equivalent to the 3rd level and the 5th level merged. Some people also speculated that it was a creature with a growth level of extraordinary level. Some people even said that the final level was guarded by a young creature of the king race. No matter which one it was very difficult for the trainee beastmasters. As for this, Shiyu, who entered the 6th level, could only say that it was too small. You all have small minds. He and 11 silently looked at the frost dragon formed by countless ice and snow in front of them, and fell into a big thought about life. This was too exciting. Nima, it's an ice dragon. Chapter 77 The Strongest Creature. Shiyu looked at the creature in front of him, feeling very subtle. The strong body of this creature in front of him seemed to be made of ice and stone, with ice blue and dark purple interweaving, as if representing extreme cold. Not only the body, but also its neck, head, long tail, sharp claws, fangs, 4 powerful legs, and a pair of wings, all have the texture of ice and stone, and the scales reveal the coldness, with wind and snow lingering, worthy of the name of ice dragon. Roar! In the distance, the newly formed ice dragon roared and flapped its wings. During the roar, the ice dragon glanced over with deep eyes, and the few ice blue whiskers fluttered in the wind, majestic. But the problem is, it's so small. Shiyu looked at this giant dragon that was just over 2 meters tall, and felt that he had mistakenly entered the Pokemon studio next door. You say you are a dragon, no matter how loud the title is, no matter how domineering the appearance is, if the body size can't keep up, it will seem a little bit lacking. The king of beasts, the tiger, is fierce, right? But what is the difference between a small axe and a cat? After careful observation, Shiyu judged by its size that it was obviously a shrunken ice dragon. Because there are almost no orthodox dragons that are less than 10 meters tall, and their size is quite spectacular. They can kill many creatures with their physical strength without any skills. They are called the strongest race for a reason. This guy is still an illusion. In just a moment, Shiyu made a judgment that this ice dragon is not a real life, because his telepathy is useless. Like the creatures in the previous 5 levels, they are all illusions formed by the energy of ice elements. No, there are still some differences. Although this ice dragon is not alive, it feels very real to Shiyu, and there is a strange feeling that cannot be described. No matter what it is, there is no time for Shiyu to judge at this time, because the guardian of the 6th level seems to be this guy. At this time, the ice dragon has released a strong dragon power to 11. The dragon power, like the cold wind, is not weaker than the deterrence skill at all. It is a deterrence ability exclusive to the dragon race. Roar! With the dragon's roar, the ice dragon emitted an astonishing momentum fluctuation, and the materialized momentum seemed to turn into ice and snow, freezing the air. Shiyu's heart was pounding. While he felt dangerous, he couldn't bear to look away from this beautiful creature. At this time, facing this terrifying dragon power, 11 stood in front of Shiyu, and the mastery of deterrence burst out with all his strength, facing the dragon power of the ice dragon head-on. With a boom, the two momentums seemed to make the space collide with each other, wrapping the entire ice field in the impact of this momentum. Kaka! 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 Under the collision of the two momentums, it was very surprising that the variant ability of the deterrence skill, the dragon power, was actually inferior to the deterrence of the Panda King, and there was a trend of being suppressed. Can fight. At this time, Shiyu shouted. Although it is a dragon, but like the previous ones, the strength of this phantom ice dragon is limited to a certain extent. Facing the outrageous skill attributes of 11, it may not have much advantage. Name: Ice Dragon. Phantom attributes: Dragon. Ice, racial level, growth level, awakening level 10, skills. So, this relic is to use the phantom of the ice dragon on the snow mountain to test the tribesmen? Know how to play. Shiyu's eyes became excited. Feeling Shiyu's heart, Xiaoshi Iron Beast 11 also looked at his opponent excitedly and fiercely. Ah, this is a dragon. In nature, it is known as the strongest creature. Any slightly orthodox dragon has a racial level not lower than the king level. It is basically a dominant race. Dragons are also the most legendary among mythical creatures. Even for sub-dragon species, it is not uncommon to have a racial level above the king. You can imagine how superior this race is. At this time, 11's blood boiled and he had the idea of tearing the dragon apart with his hands. If he can't bully the real dragon, can't he bully the phantom to satisfy his desire? At this moment, 11's momentum fluctuations completely overwhelmed the ice dragon. The momentum was suppressed, causing the ice dragon to roar and fly over with wings. Roar. As the ice dragon flew over, it raised its claws, which were surrounded by frost and cold air. It used the most basic ice-related skill, the ice crack claw. Ouch! 11 also rushed over at this time, with his arms bent backwards. Metallic substances first filled his palms, and then thunderous blue-white lightning wrapped around them, forming the sharpest lightning spear. Zizzy. Shiyu and his team spent half a month to complete the super combination of perfect hardening and mastery level Thunder Palm, which was only one stage away from the ultimate realm. It penetrated the dragon scales of the ice dragon, but only a trace of threat appeared that could not be more subtle. The ice dragon seemed to be fine and directly relied on its body to resist. At this time, Shiai himself also felt that his perfect hardening was disintegrating, as if his perfect hardening skills were not as strong as the pure physical strength of the ice dragon. In addition, the lightning that should have spread all over the ice dragon was instantly frozen by the cold air flowing through the cracked dragon scales the moment it hit the ice dragon. The cold air spread and even began to corrode Shiai's arms. Shiai, W. Shiai, who had always been fighting smoothly, had never seen such a posture before and was instantly scared. WDNMD, as a beast master, Shiyu was also dumbfounded at this time. He had never expected such a situation. This is unscientific. Usually, others would give Shiyu and Shiyi a comment, but this time, Shiyu wanted to say it himself. Is this the 10th level of awakening? Boom. The previous confrontation, as well as the psychological activities of Shiyi and Shiyu, happened in an instant. Although Shiyu relied on supervision to dodge an ice-cracked claw from the ice dragon phantom, Shiyi, whose arm was frozen and whose reaction speed was slowed by the cold air, could not dodge the second attack at all. However, although he could not dodge the attack, in a very thrilling situation, he still managed to rely on the high-speed flow of Harden to quickly cover his whole body with Harden to meet the next attack of the ice dragon. The ice dragon's tail swept along with the situation. It was not a skill, but a sweep with physical strength alone, and directly slapped the hardened Shiyi, who was all over the body, and slapped it more than 10 meters away. During the backward flight, due to the huge impact force, Shiyu was forced to exit the hardened state and was directly beaten back to normal. He was slapped to the ground and rolled for a long time before stopping. At this moment, although the specific race level of the ice dragon is still unknown, Shiyu finally understood why dragons are called the strongest creatures. In the case of being almost at the same level, this ice dragon seemed to be able to suppress 11 with its terrifying physical fitness without using any skills. Ying, ying, ying. At this time, although 11 was suppressed, he was not that weak. The hardening still successfully helped to resolve this attack, but it was a pity that there was not enough time for 11 to concentrate all the hardening substances on the hit part, otherwise it might not have been injured in the face of this attack. At this moment, 11 hurriedly got up, and the minor injuries were instantly recovered under the high-speed healing state. It looked at the ice dragon fiercely again. Unconvinced. 11 was extremely unconvinced in his heart. Not to mention it, Shiyu was also very unhappy now. The Panda King that he had worked hard to cultivate over time was actually directly blown up by an ice dragon. Oh no, The ice dragon phantom without using any skills? It was clear that the deterrence against the dragons might add a slight advantage just now. Even a level 10 overlord creature cub would not be so fierce. As for whether the ice dragon is a mythical creature, there is no need to think about it. It is impossible. In that period of history, mythical creatures had already hidden. 11. Under normal circumstances, we seem to be unable to defeat it. We can only gamble everything and fight hard. If we still can't defeat it, we can only escape. We will come back in a month. Faced with this situation, Shiyu immediately judged that he could not use the normal fighting method. And 11 seemed to understand the meaning of the Beastmaster and nodded heavily. Roar! The next second, the ice dragon turned his head, locked his eyes on 11, and condensed a terrifying cold breath in his mouth. Another basic skill of the ice system. As the strongest biological dragon, the ice dragon cannot have mastered high-level and super-level skills. However, at present, it has only used low-level and mid-level skills. It has given Shiyu and others a huge sense of oppression, which makes them headache. I'm sorry, Ice Dragon Dad, I shouldn't have laughed at your small size just now. This is all concentrated essence. But, swish. The cold breath condensed like ice light penetrated towards 11. After everything passed by was frozen, 11 quickly rolled and ran to avoid it, aiming to get close to the ice dragon. With the help of supervision, it was easy for it to dodge skills, and soon it came near the ice dragon. At this time, the ice dragon also cancelled the cold breath, flapped its wings, and waved its ice crack claws at 11 again. On the ground, 11 looked at the ice dragon fiercely, and with a hum, its body quickly expanded to 8 or 9 meters high. At the same time, there was a more amazing deterrence. This change directly shocked the ice dragon and made it slow down for a while. This hesitation was the key to determining the outcome. The giant iron-eating beast 11 raised the fully concentrated and superimposed hardening, and formed a combination skill with the maximum power of the Thunder Palm, and directly smashed down this blow that consumed all its physical energy. Mastery level deterrence control plus mastery level multiplication amplification output plus perfect level hardening amplification output plus mastery level Thunder Palm output. This attack was the current limit of 11. All the power was gathered in its palm. This smash instantly became a super killer that penetrated everything. Boom. With Shiyu and 11's hearts reaching their limit, this time, no accident happened. The ice dragon was finally completely broken by 11's attack. The whole body was directly penetrated and cut in half by this huge hardened Thunder Palm combination skill. Really tearing the dragon apart with hands. Plop. After completing this attack, 11 was like leaking air in an instant, and quickly shrank from the giant state to the pendant state of more than 10 centimeters. The pocket-sized 11 sat on the frozen ground, panting and watching the dissipated ice dragon phantom in front of him, and felt it was outrageous. So strong. The dragon is really so strong. 11 couldn't help but clench his little hands. His efforts were not enough. From now on, he would take the dragon as a reference. When the body is trained to be comparable to the dragon without skills, it will be considered preliminary qualified. 11 hadn't finished swearing, and suddenly, it found that something seemed to appear below the dissipated ice dragon phantom. Are you okay, 11? At this time, Shiyu also ran over quickly. He was also panting. His body was still weak. His psychological quality as a beastmaster was not good. The battle just now completely scared him. He was afraid that 11 would lose. This thing was placed in the 6th level of the ruins. Did they really want to let people pass it? If it weren't for 11's rich skills, if he had one less, he would have been slaughtered directly. 11 shook his head to indicate that it was okay. It pointed weakly in front and asked Shiyu to see what it was. I almost forgot. Shiyu remembered at this time that there seemed to be a reward for passing the level. After throwing some restorative food to 11, he immediately walked forward and looked under the dissipated ice dragon phantom, and then fell silent. On the broken ice field, a slender ice blue hair similar to the whiskers of an ice dragon lay quietly there. Is this the hair of an ice dragon? Shiyu was stunned. He took out gloves and some necessary tools for going out for adventure from his backpack, gently picked up the hair, and nothing unusual happened. After observing it for a while, he quietly put away this top-quality material. In addition, there is a shell. Inside the shell, a gray stone bead was placed. Shiyu hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand to the shell. However, this shell seemed like an illusion, directly penetrating the gloves and even Shiyu's hand. The next second, The shell phantom gradually dissipated, and the stone bead fell to the ground. Damn, what happened? Then, Shiyu did not pick up the stone bead, but was slightly stunned on the spot. Because, at the moment when his body did not know whether it touched the shell phantom or not, his skill illustration talent prompted him. After a long time, Shiyu confirmed the inclusion. The 5 pages added after the skill illustration contract 11 are completely full. On the 10th page of the illustration, the image of a shell creature, Overlord level, Dream Shell, appears. Below, there is a bunch of text: skill, virtual and real phantom, skill level, advanced, introduction, a dual attribute ability of the spiritual and spatial systems. It can materialize the phantoms constructed in dreams and illusions, and summon or transform them. The quality of the materialized phantom depends on the authenticity of the constructed phantom, the sacrificial materials, the prerequisite skills, and the user's compatibility. Thanks to the leader of an avatar who saved the little princess. Chapter 78, Lord of the Ruins. Shiyu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He said that there must be a mastermind behind this ruins who is controlling everything. Otherwise, how could the various monster phantoms appear so neatly in different environments and levels? Although Shiyu didn't know what kind of creature the shell in the illustration was, he thought it was not weak. After all, the owner of this beast control space is at least a legendary beastmaster. And a legendary beastmaster is qualified to control overlord-level creatures. I just don't know if the shell itself is also a phantom, or still exists somewhere in the ruins. If it is still alive, it would be amazing, with a lifespan of at least thousands of years. And if the shell is just a phantom, it is a thought body that is protected in the ruins by the Beastmaster's last wish, and has the same program. That is also amazing. It was judged as life by the illustration, and it didn't dissipate until I broke through the ruins just now. It means that this shell has at least practiced a skill just now to the level of perfection, right? Shiyu put his attention back to virtual and real phantom. It was the first time he saw a dual attribute ability. After reading the skill introduction, Shiyu felt that the high-level level was not worthy of this skill. When he understood the first half of the part, it can materialize the phantoms constructed in dreams and illusions, and summon or transform them. Such a powerful ability is considered high-level? The materialized beasts and even the ice dragon made Shiyu feel overwhelmed. He said that at least it was a super level or even a god level. After all, materializing a few mythical beasts does not make you invincible directly. It was not until he understood the second half that Shiyu understood why this skill was considered high level. This skill requires too many prerequisites. It is not about materializing whatever you want. It is not about creating things out of thin air. The basic principle of this skill is equivalent exchange. Users can imagine boldly, but if they want to materialize their fantasies almost perfectly, they have to pay an equal or even higher price. For example, even the shell cannot be transformed into an ice dragon directly, but a real ice dragon whisker must be used as a medium. Moreover, even so, it did not materialize the complete form of the ice dragon. At least, the ice dragon that can only use ice crack claws and cold breath is too bad. Although 11 still almost failed to defeat it. In short, compared with the skills of the same level, the threshold for using this skill is many times higher, and it is also difficult to practice, but it is more flexible and changeable. This skill seems to be very suitable for the green cotton worm. Shiyu chose to copy it for this reason. When filling out the application form, the green cotton worm selected a total of 3 choices: spirit, space, and dragon. Originally, Shiyu planned to find 1 or 2 to be admitted. However, this skill seems to perfectly match all the wishes and personality of the green cotton worm. Doesn't it love to dream and like to appear in various postures in dreams? After learning the virtual and real phantom, it can even make it materialize the imagination in the dream into reality. Fantasy becomes reality, which happens to be the power of space attribute. And the dragon. The shell just now perfectly demonstrated how to disguise a shell into a dragon. Although he didn't become a real dragon, and couldn't even simulate the superclass skills of the dragon race, with a skill and some special materials, he might be able to temporarily borrow a giant dragon vest to wear. All 3 wishes were met at once. Spirit and space are the foundation, and dragons are imagined with this skill. Perfect, just like tailor-made, this is a skill with great growth potential. Shiyu thinks that if he reaches the superb level, he will definitely be able to surprise himself. After all, no matter what, it has half of the space attribute. If this skill is the core and the spirit and space attributes are the direction of evolution, then what will the green cotton worm evolve into? A branch of dream butterflies with materialization ability? Shiyu really couldn't think of whether there are similar pets in nature. Maybe because Shiyu was distracted for too long, the iron-eating beast next to him couldn't wait any longer. Why is he always staring at the dissipated phantom? There's still a stone bead there. Yes, stone bead. Shiyu came back to his senses and looked at the stone bead in the shell just now. Could this be the pearl from the shell or something? Maybe it can be ground up and fed? He picked up the stone bead, and then something unexpected happened. The moment he picked up the stone bead, Shiyu's brain buzzed, and his perspective seemed to overlook the entire ruin space. Ruins, other spaces. A soldier beastmaster in camouflage uniform looked at the ice armor giant disappearing in front of him blankly, very puzzled. He and his pet looked at each other. Where's the monster? They were just fighting with the ice armor giant. How come the monster suddenly disappeared from their sight? It was as if they had defeated the monster, but the reality was that there was no teleportation diagram for the next level. This situation also happened to other beastmasters who were trying to break through the levels. They all saw the phantom of the monster suddenly disappear in front of them, and they had no idea what was going on. At this moment, Shiyu seemed to be standing from a god's perspective, seeing all the situations in the ruins. This change shocked Shiyu's heart. It was as if he, holding the stone bead, could control the changes in the ruins. At this time, he seemed to know everything in the ruins. For example, at this time, except for these trainee beastmasters, there were no other creatures in the ruins. There was no trace of the shell at all, as if it had just completely turned into a phantom and dissipated. In addition, Shiyu also found a large number of ice energy crystals and ethereal stones in some locations, so many that he was confused. What's going on? After clearing all the levels, did I become the master of the ruins and gain control of the ruins? At this time, it was not only inside the ruin space. Outside. Under the stunned expressions of everyone, the sixth stone statue lit up. Light up, light up, light up. The sixth stone statue is lit up. It must be Shiyu who passed the sixth level. Captain, he shouted outside. It must be him. Next to him, President Feng was at a loss for a moment, and then instantly ecstatic. Damn, it really passed the level. Although I don't know what happened inside, anyway, Shiyu is awesome. At that moment, the stone statue lit up, which was almost equivalent to shouting to everyone outside, Shiyu killed through all 6 levels and cracked the ruins. Damn, seeing this scene, the trainee beastmasters outside seemed to have countless iron-eating beasts rolling in their hearts. They were not as ecstatic as President Feng, but instead felt endless loss and envy in their hearts. Why wasn't it me? Shiyu was so powerful to begin with, and what benefits should he have gained in the 6th level this time? When everyone thought of this, they felt even more jealous. Just as everyone outside was eating lemons, the 6 stone statues cracked one after another, and figures were teleported out one after another. These were all challengers who entered before Shiyu challenged the 5th level. As for after Shiyu entered, no one entered again, and they were all waiting outside to see Shiyu's performance. At this time, this group of people and their pets were suddenly teleported out, and they were still a little confused. What happened? Why was I teleported out all of a sudden? Where's the giant? Such a big ice armor giant, why can it come out without taking back the pet? The few people looked at each other, and then they found a group of people surrounding outside, and 6 stone statues that lit up but cracked, and their eyes widened. You come down first, Lao, he called them. Tell me, what's going on? Why did you come out together? I was fighting with a beast, and then the beast suddenly disappeared, and then I seemed to be excluded. Me too. It's the same for me. The people who were teleported out spoke one after another. Captain, what's going on? Some of them asked Captain He about the situation in front of them. Why are the stone statues all lit up, and they are also broken? Captain He was silent for a while, and said, Shiyu entered the ruins after you're in past the 5th level. Now, maybe he has passed the 6th level. Anyway, let's wait and see the situation and see when he comes out. After he finished speaking, the soldiers opened their mouths. The entire outside world was silent, and they all looked at the teleportation array. Inside the ruins. After finding out that he could really force others to be teleported out, Shiyu, who was holding the stone bead, was stunned. This thing is indeed the controller of this relic space. It was in the hands of the shell phantom before, but now, as he cleared the level, The shell phantom dissipated, and the stone bead became his? So, what does this have to do with the historical truth of Penguin City? What do those historical traces want me to know through this relic? Or, is there any connection between this stone bead and the ice dragon ruins on the snowy mountain? Shiyu pondered for a moment, but soon he shook his head and thought, forget it, go out and rest for a while before thinking about it. 11, come to my pocket, Shiyu called out to the bewildered 11, and 11 immediately crawled into Shiyu's pocket. Alice, I'm too lazy to take 11 back. It's better for 11 to stay outside as a pendant in the future. It's pretty cute. He's not afraid of others asking why your iron-eating beast has doubled. Don't ask, the question is that the ancient bloodline was activated in the evolution holy spring and the new race skills were awakened. If you want to cultivate the same, go to the holy spring and try it yourself. Thanks to Yinshin Shanayan for being the silver leader. Thanks to Kyusi Hongai and Suyuin for being the leaders. Chapter 79, Farming is a good method. In the valley, outside the ruins, everyone was waiting for Shiyu to appear. After an unknown amount of time, a figure finally appeared. As the familiar figure appeared, many people held their breath. So many people, the newly appeared figure spoke first, and this person was undoubtedly Shiyu. He came out after studying the stone bead that could control the ruins. He figured out that this stone bead was actually the body of the ruins. It was like a space device, with a huge ruin space inside. This ruins was quite special. There were obviously many ice fields and snowy mountain environments that appeared before, but the real situation inside was actually empty and desolate. It was not an ice space in essence, but an ordinary space with extremely high plasticity. Everything they saw when they entered should have been materialized by the spirit of the instrument shell using phantoms. However, the pile of ice energy crystals and ethereal stones were real. After all, without these, the spirit of the instrument shell would probably not be able to support hundreds of people to attack the ruins so easily. Shiyu, have you passed the 6th level? After Shiyu came out, Old Fang looked at the summoning array that disappeared under his feet and asked nervously. I lived up to everyone's expectations, Shiyu nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Captain he shouted, all of them are here. Go do what you need to do. Don't gather here. Go back to your camp. His shout scared the trainee beastmasters around. Obviously, it is not suitable to have too many idle people waiting next. After a while, Shiyu was warmly invited to the combat center by President Feng and Captain He. There were only 3 of them left here. President Feng looked at Shiyu with a smile on his face. He didn't expect Shiyu to be so awesome. This time, the Beastmaster associations in other districts and counties must be dumbfounded. How about it? I don't give you a chance to challenge. I will directly crack the ruins here. Shiyu, after you pass the 6th level, did you get something like the core of the ruins that can control the entire ruins? Based on the changes just now, the two came to this conclusion, and President Feng asked expectantly. All other resources in the ruins belong to you, but the ruins themselves may not belong to you. The most valuable thing in the ruins is the ruins themselves. After all, the predecessor was a legendary beast controlling space. After development, whether it is cultivating pets or spiritual plants, they are all top-level equipment. The value of a ruin is not inferior to that holy spring of evolution, or even higher. I know this, Shiyu nodded. This is also what everyone signed in advance in the contract before entering the ruins. After cracking the ruins, the things obtained in the ruins belong to the explorer, but the ruins themselves do not belong to them. Even the ownership of this ruins does not belong to the Pingchang Beastmaster Association. The relevant laws of this country are actually similar to those of Shiyu's previous country. The ownership of ruins unearthed within the country belongs to the country. Unless it is passed down by ancestors, it can belong to individuals. However, although it belongs to the country, as a ruin unearthed in Pingchang and cracked by Pingchang Beastmasters, Pingchang still has priority to use the development rights. After the country sends special personnel to investigate the ruins and confirm the historical information represented by the ruins, if the ruins have no other value and do not need to be handed over, it is actually no different from returning to the Pingchang Association. This is also the reason why President Feng hopes that someone in Pingchang can crack the ruins. After obtaining the right to develop the ruin space, if this is used to farm, Pingchang is expected to harvest a large number of high-level resources. It is used to cultivate new people and pets, and the effect is definitely first class. Pingchang is about to usher in a rapid development stage. Is it this? Shiyu took out a stone bead. At this time, seeing this stone bead, President Feng and Captain He's eyes lit up. That's it. Next, this may need to be handed over to the Archaeological Association for research, Old He said. Old Feng, will you notify the higher-ups? Maybe these guys can really investigate something. It would be great if they can find out the truth about the beast tide. Captain He looked at President Feng and said, let the group of archaeologists finish their research quickly. The sooner they study, the easier it will be. It's a good thing to find something out, and it's also a good thing if they can't find out. Okay. I'll notify the higher-ups to send someone to study it. President Feng nodded. Actually, there's no need to notify them. Shiyu smiled and put away the stone bead. Just keep it in my hands for now. I'll give it to Ping Chang after I finish studying it, when it's no longer useful. 2 people? After Shiyu finished speaking, President Feng and Captain He looked at Shiyu. Huh? Is Shiyu crazy? Even the Ping Chang Association dare not deduct this kind of relics. They have to wait for the state to allocate it. Does Shiyu think that he can obtain the ownership of the relics after he cracked them? President Feng was about to explain the seriousness of the matter when Shiyu took out his ID. Alice, this broken ID may only be useful at this time. The first page of the ID showed Shiyu's handsome headshot and his ID National Land Relics Strategic Survey and Support Guarantee Bureau, Reserve Member, Shiyu. At the bottom of the ID, there is a seal from the highest person in charge of the Donghuang Ancient Kingdom Beastmaster Association headquarters that no one can forge. According to the regulations, I have a higher right to investigate the unearthed relics than the Archaeological Association. I have other tasks at the moment, and I may need this relic bead, so I'll keep it here for now. Next, when exploring the Ice Dragon ruins, this thing will be needed. Shiyu plans to keep it in his hands and study it for a while. He asked Lu Qingyi before attacking the ruins. The power of the 11th Bureau is greater than Shiyu imagined. Lu Qingyi said that if Shiyu can attack the ruins, he can just show the 11th Bureau's certificate to President Feng. President Feng rose strongly during the beast tide 10 years ago and saved countless lives. He has been fighting with Captain He and others on the front line of the beast tide to cover the people's retreat. Although his strength is not strong, his character is beyond reproach. When Shiyu wants to investigate the Ice Dragon ruins in the future, he can also ask President Feng and Captain He to be his bodyguards. The two have clean identities. Over the years, they have been trying to solve the beast tide from the root and restore the historical truth of Bingin City. Anyway, when the time comes, after showing the certificate of the 11th Bureau, this relic will belong to Shiyu. He can use it anytime, and when he doesn't need it anymore, Shiyu can deal with it at will. After asking this news, Shiyu secretly sighed that it was not in vain to join this 11th Bureau. It is great to have an official legal identity. If he can hold such a relic space during the apprenticeship stage, the benefits can be imagined. It can help him grow up quickly. Lu Qingyi also meant that Shiyu should use this relic reasonably first. Grass, a kind of plant. At this time, President Feng and Captain He were still a little dazed. They looked at the certificate that Shiyu placed on the table, and their heads were dizzy. Although they didn't know much about the National Land Relics Strategic Investigation and Support Guarantee Bureau, they were stunned when they saw the big stamp in the code name of the 11th Bureau below. In the ancient country of Donghuang, there are 13 special organizations, representing various fields, and gathering the most elite people in this field. They are called the 1st to the 13th Bureaus, and are directly responsible to the highest person in charge of the Beastmaster Association headquarters, with great power. Although they didn't recognize the long and ugly name, when they saw the logo and stamp of Bureau 11, President Feng and Captain He opened their mouths slightly. Especially President Feng, he looked at Shiyu in disbelief. Shiyu, this guy, turned out to be from Bureau 11? He remembered Shiyu's evaluation of him before, just a beastmaster who likes archaeology out of interest. So liking archaeology means that he is an archaeologist? At this moment, President Feng finally understood why Shiyu cracked this relic so quickly. He also finally understood why Shiyu, who was previously unknown, suddenly rose so quickly. If Shiyu was absorbed by such an organization, his starting point would definitely not be comparable to the beastmasters of the same period in Pingcheng or even Bingin City. I knew that your origin is not simple. Looking at the certificate, President Feng said blankly. This relic may be related to the Ice Dragon ruins on the Snow Mountain, which is the key factor in solving the beast tide, so I want to study it for a while. Of course, no problem. President Feng nodded heavily. After being shocked, Captain He also said, "It would be a good thing if we can fundamentally solve the beast tide. Have you found out anything?" Seeing that Shiyu was sure that this relic must be related to the beast tide or even the ice dragon relic, President Feng asked. Shiyu took back the certificate, nodded and said, "The 6th level of the relic is an ice dragon." What? After Shiyu finished speaking, the two widened their eyes and looked at Shiyu in disbelief, wondering if they had heard it wrong. "It's just an awakened level 10 ice dragon phantom, it's not that scary." The two opened their mouths slightly, believing you. If it is an ice dragon, the lowest racial level is the king level, or even the overlord. With such a racial value, even if the growth level is relatively low, only level 10, it may not be difficult to kill extraordinary creatures. Shiyu's iron-eating beast can defeat a dragon of the same level? Doesn't this mean that Shiyu's iron-eating beast has the entry qualification to compete for the strongest creature? Although the two knew Shiyu's previous record in the competition for the evolution Holy Spring, at this time, they still looked at Shiyu with eyes like looking at a monster. Defeating a dragon of the same level. This is something that ordinary beastmasters dare not even think about. The dragon tamers, who are known as the strongest branch of beastmasters, mostly train sub-dragon species. The image of the dragon is still very invincible. However, when they think of Shiyu's identity as the 11th Bureau, they can only accept the outrageous degree of Shiyu's strength. After all, they don't know how this organization has trained Shiyu. In this case, the relic bead will be placed here with you. However, the news to the outside world may need to be adjusted, President Feng said after a silence. Although Shiyu's identity is powerful, his strength is too weak. If such a treasure is placed in Shiyu's hands, it will be bad if it attracts covetousness. Therefore, it is natural that the relic bead cannot be said to be in Shiyu's hands. I'll leave this to President Feng, okay? President Feng smiled bitterly. Shiyu really gave him a big problem. But it seems that Shiyu may have more potential than he imagined. The previous investment was a good investment. I really have a good eye for pearls JPG. With Shiyu in charge of Pingcheng, this relic may just be the beginning. The ice dragon relic that has not been cracked for thousands of years in the entire Bingayan city may also be cracked by Shiyu in the future. The truth hidden in the relic is the most critical to Bingayan city. Then, Shiyu was escorted back to his residence by President Feng. During this process, Shiyu also informed Lu Qingyi of his mission progress, wondering if there would be any additional rewards. After that, he began to take the relic bead and summarize his gains this time. At present, there are more than 1,000 first-level ice energy crystals and more than 300 second-level ice energy crystals in the relic bead. In addition, there are 45 ethereal stones. If these resources are converted into money, energy crystals are still okay, but if ethereal stones are included, there may be more than hundreds of millions. Getting rich overnight, that's what it means. However, the biggest gains may still be the virtual and real phantom skills, the ice dragon whiskers, and the ruins themselves. The virtual and real phantoms determine the cultivation route of the green wool worm. The ice dragon whiskers may be used to strengthen the silk of the green wool worm to increase the potential of the next green wool worm. The dragon whiskers are the strongest and sharpest threads in the world, and are completely different from the silk threads. Shiyu was wondering if there was any way to extract the essence of the dragon whiskers. Then there is the final ruins itself. In addition to being the key to cracking the ice dragon ruins, it is actually equivalent to space equipment, and a space equipment that can hold living things. Moreover, although the growth environment inside has been greatly reduced due to the erosion of time, it is still a holy place for most low-level pets and spiritual plants. The Pingcheng Beast Tamer Association should want to use the ruins for farming. With the help of the ruins environment, many high-quality spiritual plants can be cultivated quickly. With enough resources, the city's economy and the field of beast control can be developed. This idea is actually not bad. Maybe I can also use this ruins to plant fields. When the time comes, I can carry a farming space with me, and let a plant pet be a gardener to take care of the spiritual plants. In the future, I can easily get the cultivation resources, food, and supplements. It seems that I still have to contract a plant pet to teach plant control. Farming is a good method. What's more, there's ready-made land now. If there are empty spirit stones, his beast control space should be able to reach the second or even third level soon. Contracting the second and third pets may not be very far away from me. Maybe I can reach the standard within a year. Or maybe, I can repeat the current cultivation model for the green cotton worm? Don't contract a new pet first. Just take care of it outside and communicate with it telepathically. When he reaches a certain level and the feelings between the two sides are in place, it won't be too late to contract again. This also gave him and his new pet a period of adjustment. Shi Yu quickly sent Miss Lu a message. Do you remember the pet cubs I mentioned last time? Are there any plant pet cubs that have a high racial level, a low growth level, a gentle and obedient personality, and can farm and are professional gardeners? Chapter 80. It's time to cultivate the bugs. Donghuang is an ancient country with thousands of years of history, and its civilization was formed much earlier than other countries. In ancient times, Donghuang had several dynasties, but they all perished for different reasons. These dynasties have a common feature, that is, they like to build their capitals in the same place. It was not until the modern era that the Beastmaster Association finally moved the capital, and the political centers of the dynasties are now called ancient capitals. The ancient capital has always been a battleground for military strategists. Countless wars have taken place here over the past 1,000 years. Therefore, there are several places with the heaviest yin energy in Donghuang, gathering a large number of undead creatures. A first-level city, outside the ancient capital, in an ancient battlefield plain. The clouds are lingering, the skies dark, there are countless bones on the ground, and a large number of skeleton soldiers are wandering. In addition, countless undead are interspersed among them, between reality and fantasy. The desolate land is lifeless and is completely a paradise for undead. However, in such a place, some people shuttle through the sky without caring. Chirp, this is a giant bird with a sky blue body, beautiful blue feathers, bright colors, and a light body. Its wings are as green as the morning sky, and the soft light it emits dispels all the negative energy wherever it passes, causing the undead below to stop involuntarily and dare not move. If there is a Beastmaster with good knowledge, he will definitely recognize that this is a blue spirit winged with phoenix blood. Moreover, it is at least a blue spirit winged with a growth level of the king level. On the blue giant bird, a woman with short brown hair and a white research suit casually stood on it, silently reading the information on her mobile phone. Plants, gardener, it seems that the ruins have been successfully cracked, much faster than I thought, but unfortunately, she took a look at the surrounding environment. There were no plant pets that could farm, but there were a lot of skeleton soldiers. Facing Shi Yu, who did not treat her as an outsider at all, she really wanted to send a skeleton soldier over to help Shi Yu farm. At this time, she rubbed her temple with her slender fingers. This trip to the ruins was more energy-consuming than she had imagined. Let's talk about Shi Yu later. Wait until you pass the professional assessment, she replied. There is no place to catch plant pets in this place. You have to wait. In Pingcheng District, Bingyuan City, in the training villa, Shi Yu looked at the incoming message on his mobile phone and stretched out of boredom. He asked Lu Qingyi about plant pets, and thought that the other party would directly throw out a few options for him to choose. But the professional assessment is coming soon. There should be 4 months left. By then, his beast control space should be able to reach the 2nd level, and at the same time, 11 is estimated to be almost extraordinary. At this time, after returning home, 11 immediately ran to training. This battle with the ice dragon made it extremely frustrated. At that time, if it was a real ice dragon cub, not an illusion, 11 felt that he would kneel down. He still has to work harder. Chi, the green cottonworm, surrounded Shi Yu, wanting to continue filling out a few volunteers. And they were addicted to filling out. No, for this kind of thing, you have to rely on your first impression, you can't just change it if you want to. Shi Yu put away his phone, shooed the green cottonworm away, and told the green cottonworm his experience in answering multiple choice questions in the exam. For this kind of thing, the more you change it, the more mistakes you make. And, my goodness, the skills and materials are almost ready. If the green cottonworm suddenly says that it wants to evolve into something else, it will be a hassle. Shi Yu thought it was very good to take the dream butterfly route of dream materialization. Chi, the green cottonworm looked regretful, then fell silent for a moment and looked at the back of 11 leaving. After a moment, it also crawled over, wanting to train with 11. Shi Yu explained to it clearly that all the volunteers were for evolution, to evolve into a stronger race. If it was before, the green cottonworm might not understand what it meant, but now that its intelligence has been slightly opened, it understands what it means. Evolution means the opportunity to change its destiny. As a small insect that can be seen everywhere, it is at the bottom of the food chain. From escaping to Shi Yu's house to avoid natural enemies, You can see how humble it is. However, the fact that the blue worm likes to dream in dreams of flying in the sky in different postures also shows that it is not satisfied with the status quo. It wants to change its fate, but because it had no wisdom before, only instinct, it didn't know what to do. Or, even if it knew, it might not be able to do it and change anything. Although the conditions for the blue worm to evolve are very simple, that is for the blue worms under the Beastmaster contract. The probability of evolution of wild blue worms may be less than 1 in 10,000. But that was in the past. Now the little blue worm with a little wisdom also knows what to do to change its fate. Work hard to train and change your fate. To be honest, this is not the concept that Shiyu conveyed to the blue worm that had just opened its spiritual wisdom. The first person to convey this concept was 11. This training maniac and self-disciplined Dashang told the blue worm the benefits of training when it was very weak. This is the only way to change fate, but the blue worm didn't understand it at all at that time and was forced to train. But now, the green cotton worm finally understood what it meant to become stronger, and was influenced by 11 and the temptation of evolution mentioned by Shiyu, and decided to take the initiative to train with 11. This was something that the green cotton worm, who only wanted to eat and sleep before, could never do. Shiji, in a blink of an eye, the green cotton worm disappeared. Shiyu watched and fell into deep thought. The worm has grown up and become sensible. But it seems that I forgot to tell the worm that the evolutionary route I prepared for you is similar to the dream butterfly. You can become stronger by dreaming and sleeping. Why do you run to 11 to suffer that? If you have that time, you might as well sleep more. Learn how to control dreams and have lucid dreams and clear dreams. Lucid dreams are not skills, but a physiological phenomenon of staying awake while dreaming. In this state, the dreamer can stay conscious in the sleep state and even change the dream. Even an ordinary person can learn it as long as he receives training. Before Shiyu traveled through time, he tried to do something similar, but he didn't seem to have that talent, and he only succeeded once or twice after a long time. That was on Earth, where there were no supernatural powers. In this world, lucid dreams are very common. After all, there are dream beasts. Generally speaking, dream beasts can easily control dreams, control their own dreams, and control the dreams of other creatures. They are natural lucid dreamers, and Shiyu hopes that the green cotton worm can do similar things, which is very important for constructing illusions in dreams in the future. Forget it, let it train with 11 for a while, and it's not bad to take 11 as an example. When you are tired from training, you will sleep better. Today is a day worth celebrating. Shiyu is going to give himself a day off and not add points. Occasionally, you have to combine work and rest. To be precise, he plans to study this relic bead and how to make the ethereal stone into an evolution material. As for the dragon whisker, Shiyu thought about it and decided to forget it for now and keep it for the time being. What if this is an important prop to activate the ice dragon ruins? It would be bad if you lost it. Moreover, the current green cotton worm can't use this material to strengthen the silk. After all, its silk is not yet at the superb level. This is Shiyu's next stage goal. In the next period of time, Shiyu plans to focus on training the green cotton worm, and 11 can put aside the points for the time being, and plan to let it work on its combo skills. Combination skills, even if there is a guaranteed skill proficiency, still require one to train and coordinate, and this cannot be completely relied on the illustrations. It is said that professional level battles are all about combo skills. Master level battles are all about the strength of the pet's ultimate skills. The creation of combo skills and ultimate skills tests the imagination and wisdom of the Beastmaster. This kind of thing is more difficult to train than a single skill, and pets often require more effort than training a single skill. It belongs to the coordination and sublimation of basic skills. What Shiyu can do is to help 11 lay a good foundation, and then they will slowly study all kinds of strange combination skills and ultimate skills together. It's time to focus on the worm. And Shiyu is also very curious about how many times the perfect level skills need to be added to reach the superb level. The current week period of the worm silk is less than 8 hours, which is nothing to Shiyu, and it is just right for experimentation. After the silk reaches the superb level, it will usher in a qualitative change. That is the change in properties. Depending on the food eaten in a period of time, the green cotton worm can use the superb silk with different attribute effects. If it eats thunder resources for a period of time, the silk will be upgraded to silk with electric current, which has a little paralysis effect. If it eats ice resources for a period of time, the silk will change into silk with frost properties, which can freeze the enemy after winding. It looks strong, but it is still fancy. After all, the silk at this time is at most comparable to the low-level skills of the mastery level. In short, it is precisely because of this property that Shiyu thought about what the dragon beard can strengthen its silk into. Or in other words, what the ethereal stone can strengthen the silk into. Cut the boundary line of the space? Shiyu felt like he was thinking about eating peaches. Beads, beads, can you hear me? Shiyu finally looked at the relic beads in his hand and activated his telepathic talent, hoping to hear the traces of history. Chapter 81, Superb Silk. Pearl, bead, can you hear me? Shiyu looked at the relic bead in his hand and activated his telepathic talent, hoping to hear the voice of history. However, it was useless. The relic bead didn't want to pay attention to him. Shiyu, Lu Chengyu was right. This talent of listening to the voice of history really depends on luck. After studying the relic bead for about an hour, Shiyu felt that it was meaningless without any discovery. He shook his head, patted his butt and went to the backyard. Let's go and see the training of 11 and the green cottonworm. In the training ground, 11 is training the combination of thunder palm and hardening. There is no problem with this. The problem is, didn't the green cottonworm come to train with him just now? Where is the worm? Shiyu looked at the green cottonworm that fell in the corner of the training ground and seemed to be dead, and fell into deep thought. Bing! 11 saw Shiyu coming and immediately explained. This guy imitated its training intensity and fell asleep in a daze. Willpower is still not enough. In short, it is recommended to teach it an absolute sleep skill to help it recover its physical strength. In this way, although it cannot be guaranteed that it can complete the training, at least it will not waste too much time sleeping. Good guy, you are more cruel than me. Shiyu looked at 11. Chi, maybe it was because the chat just now woke up the green wool worm, and the green wool worm on the ground staggered and got up. Chi, it looked at Shiyu dizzy and wanted to cry. The training is too difficult, too difficult. As he spoke, he felt very aggrieved. To be honest, it can make me faint from training. Compared with the green wool worm race, the intensity of its training just now is probably not less than 11. Well, it's just that the green wool worm's physique is too weak and not suitable for normal training. Shiyu covered his head helplessly. With the physique of the green wool worm, it is actually suitable for growing by eating, not fighting and training. After the evolution of the life level, they are easy to accept high-intensity training and fighting. Forget it, don't train for now. Shiyu originally wanted to rest for a day, but now it seems that it's a bit despicable for only me to rest. Anyway, there are supplements, so I'd better continue to add some. Shiyu looked at the green cottonworm. In fact, he really wanted to let the green cottonworm learn and train useful skills. For example, virtual and real illusion. But unfortunately, reality does not allow him to do so. Skill, virtual and real illusion, skill level, advanced, status, unteachable. Not only the green cottonworm, but also 11's virtual and real illusion is also in an unteachable state. If it can be taught, maybe when he comes back, Shiyu will immediately teach this skill to the green cottonworm. But Shiyu is not panicked about this. The skill cannot be taught, mostly because of the compatibility problem. After all, it is just a high-level skill. It can't be because his physique is not good enough to teach. If it is a compatibility problem, it is actually very easy to solve. This virtual and real illusion is divided into two processes, the mental system and the spatial system. Whether the user constructs an illusion in a dream or directly constructs an illusion, he must use mental power. So in this process, the power of the mental system determines everything. Later, when it is materialized, the power of space is needed. The green cottonworm in 11 must have some mental talents. Which creature does not have some mental power? If not, they would not be able to show that they can learn absolute sleep and deterrence. The problem may be in the aspect of spatial talent. Shiyu also has a way to deal with this. Shiyu prepared the skill of virtual and real phantom for the green cottonworm, and he would not care about 11 for now. Then it seems that if you want the green cottonworm to learn this skill, it needs to have a certain degree of fit with the space system. In fact, it can be cultivated from two directions. First, let it evolve into a butterfly of the space system, and then teach it the virtual and real phantom skill. Second, use the properties of the superb silk and let its silk have the power of space attribute and advance by eating space-related food. In this way, It may be able to fit the virtual and real phantom in advance. Shiyu chose the latter because it was closer to him. Isn't it just superb silk? Without bragging, Shiyu felt that as long as he wanted, he could finish it in one day. Chong Chong, come here. Because he didn't do anything, Shiyu was in a good state at this time. He wanted to rest, just to be lazy. Then, the green cotton worm crawled over blankly. Wait for me. Shiyu obediently let it wait, then turned and entered the villa, and began to take out his three-piece set of supplements. God beans. Happy water. Ginseng baby's whiskers. After using supplements for so long, Shiyu has also studied how to use them most cost-effectively. For example, a god bean can reduce the weak period by 120 hours. If you don't eat it in an extremely weak state, you will directly oversupplement. This is obviously not suitable for teaching silkworms, which will hurt the body more. However, if you beat it into powder and eat it, it will be completely fine. He asked the customer service. Although the nutrients in the god beans will slowly lose because the structure of the god beans is destroyed after they are destroyed, this loss will take a certain amount of time. In other words, as long as Shiyu teaches skills fast enough and eats the powder fast enough, even if some nutrients are wasted, it will not be much, which is completely within an acceptable range. The same is true for ginseng baby's whiskers. As for happy water, it is easy to control the amount. In theory, if you don't want to waste it, Shiyu just needs to drink it all the time. But the problem is that it really takes up a lot of space. And the taste is also quite irritating. If Shiyu drinks too much in one go, he will not only have to go to the toilet several times a day, but also feel a little nauseous. I am not poor now, should I consider trying some new types of supplements? Shiyu fell into deep thought. Then, he quickly shook his head. Expensive supplements will only work better and are not suitable for me now. Cheaper ones, although they can be more suitable for low-level skills, will have some impact on the body. In fact, the most natural and harmless to the body is this magic bean. So Shiyu would rather spend more money and eat a supplement that is harmless to the body. Gee, the green cotton worm made it cry, and at this time, Shiyu had already pressed his big handful of light on the green cotton worm. Name: Green cotton worm, growth level, awakening level 10, racial skills, worm silk, perfect +1. After completing a point addition, Shiyu looked at the illustration, cooling time. 8 hours next. Shiyu immediately crushed the magic bean as if he didn't see these 8 hours at all, and fed it into his mouth with a super small spoon. Customized spoon, 8 hours, just right. He has customized spoons of various quantities, and he has learned everything about taking supplements. Racial skills: silkworm, perfect +2, silkworm, perfect +3, silkworm, perfect +4. The green cotton worm's body kept glowing, and it was dumbfounded. This was the first time it was taught a skill after it had a little intelligence. At this time, feeling its body getting stronger, the green cotton worm was at a loss. Chi, what's going on? Ying, 11, who was training next to him, was also frightened by the scene. Ying, Chi, the two peps kept exclaiming, and 11 was exclaiming, how dare you do that? With this teaching frequency, aren't you afraid of sudden death? The green cotton worm was exclaiming at the speed of the body's strengthening. After all, every improvement in racial skills will drive the pet's own growth. Don't talk nonsense. In order not to waste the effect of the magic bean powder, Shiyu dare not stop. After eating all the powder of a magic bean in one breath, the grand series of teaching finally stopped. Name: Green cotton worm, growth level, awakening level 10, racial skill, silkworm, perfect +12. After a few minutes, Shiyu let out a long breath. However, looking at the green cotton worm, the silkworm didn't seem to have undergone any qualitative changes. 12 times is not enough? Then continue teaching. Anyway, 12 times of silkworms, when stacked together, is only less than 96 hours of weakness. Shiyu has taught the high-level skills of 168 hours of weakness so many times, so why should he care about this? To be precise, Shiyu was addicted at the moment. Because the teaching of silkworms really didn't have much pressure, after clicking it, he had an urge to click it all. It was like a player in the game who couldn't draw a card and clicked randomly because he was too addicted. He continued teaching. At this time, 11 stopped training and played a new round with a green cotton worm. Ying, Ji. At this time, with each silkworm teaching, the blue worm seemed to be getting smarter and smarter. It gradually understood what was going on. As a beast master, Shiyu was using his ability to help himself become stronger. Blue worm. The blue worm suddenly became excited and directly learned a sentence that 11 had only understood for a long time. Beastmaster, let me see where your limit is. This time, Shiyu consumed a total of 4 magic beans. Name, blue worm, growth level, awakening level 10, racial skills, silkworm, perfect plus 47. Shiyu, I'm so meow. At this time, although Shiyu could still bear and feel relaxed when teaching the blue worm silkworm skills. But in his heart, he was extremely pessimistic. From the perfect level to the superb level, it took more than 40 times of teaching. He could squander the levelless skills like this, but if he changed to high-level skills, it would cost him his life. 11 was shocked, as if he saw Shiyu's limit for the first time. The green cotton worm was also shocked, and felt that it was getting stronger and stronger, as if it had been reborn. Next, Shiyu conducted the 48th teaching, and at the same time, he also solved the last bit of the magic bean powder. At this time, the green cotton worm holding Shiyu's hand suddenly made a chi sound, and its body shuddered. Name, green cotton worm, growth level, awakening level 10, racial skills, insect silk, superb. As Shiyu taught the green cotton worm 48 times of insect silk on the basis of the perfect level, its insect silk skill finally reached the superb level 1, 2, 4, 16, 64. Chi. The green cotton worm made a call to remind. At this time, although Shiyu felt that his condition was not bad, he also sat on the ground with a sigh of relief 48 times. It's outrageous. But it doesn't seem unacceptable? Even if it is a high-level skill, as long as I endure it, with my current physique, it seems that I can reach the superb level in 2 months. Compared to other pets who have been training hard for a lifetime and still find it difficult to reach the level of perfection, this speed can be called amazing speed. Shiyu looked at the green cotton worm again. At this time, what Shiyu did not expect the most was that the silk of the green cotton worm had reached the level of perfection, and its growth level had not reached the extraordinary level. This is also normal. Although the green cotton worm race level is classified as low-level extraordinary, it seems that there has never been a precedent for the green cotton worm to reach the extraordinary level without evolving. That gap is difficult for other pets to cross, let alone the green cotton worm. But Shiyu was also very curious. What would it be like if the green cotton worm was cultivated to the extraordinary level and then evolved? Chong Chong, show me the power of the silk of perfection. Shiyu pointed to an ordinary rock in the training ground and said, green cotton worm, so, Greek letter sigma. The green cotton worm nodded very confidently. All of a sudden, Shiyu and 11 focused their attention on it. The next second, the green cotton worm spit out a strand of silk, only one strand, very thin, just like the thread used to sew clothes. However, although this strand of silk is thin, the flight process is very straight, and it looks very powerful and has a very strong texture. Swish! The silk thread approaches the rock, and the green cotton worm swung its body, and the silk thread passed through the rock with great force. The next second, the entire rock was neatly cut in half. The superb silk thread can change its properties according to the food that the green cotton worm has eaten recently. The green cotton worm has eaten the most recently is the dragonbeard grass, which can enhance the strength and sharpness of the silk thread. At this time, seeing the performance of the green cotton worm, 11 was obviously stunned. Is this still a worm? With its power, I am afraid that even the entry-level hardening may not be able to withstand it. After training the worm for so long, 11 was very relieved that the worm finally stood up, but it seemed that it was the credit of the Beastmaster's bonus points, and it had nothing to do with it. It's really good. Shiyu also nodded heavily. No matter what, this silkworm has at least begun to show its power. In a place like Xianmeng Mountain, it should be no problem to deal with a wild boar. In the case of a sneak attack, even an ordinary iron-eating beast without hardening will be severely damaged by the green cotton worm. Greek letter Omega. At this moment, the green cotton worm saw its masterpiece and jumped happily. But Shiyu knew, this is just the beginning. Next, feed the green cotton worm food with special attributes to help it temporarily change the silkworm to the special system, and then teach it to be virtual and real. This is the most important thing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Thought Leaders I. Space Resources. However, the question arises again. Can the green cotton worm eat the ethereal stone? The answer is obvious, it certainly cannot be eaten directly. Even with 11's teeth, it is estimated that it will not be able to chew it well. Do I need to soak the ethereal stone in water? Or grind the ethereal stone into powder? Shiyu fell into a long period of thinking, and felt that it was unreliable. Beside him, the green cotton worm had already run with 11 to experiment with the magical use of the superb silk. When cutting with a single line, the silk is strong and sharp. Although it has not reached the extraordinary level, after adding dozens of points, the green cotton worm is not small in strength. With a strand of silk, ordinary rocks and trees can be easily cut. With multiple strands of silk, the power of the silk ray exceeds that of arrows, and it can easily penetrate and break a large stone. In terms of cutting power, the attack coverage will become larger after multiple strands are entangled, but it will also consume more physical energy. Even now, with the current proficiency of the green cotton worm in silk, it can instantly weave a huge and complex insect net to trap the enemy, and has become more flexible than human hands and feet. Unfortunately, judging from the current properties, it is only tough and sharp, without any extraordinary features, and is still in the range of the insect system. If you want to increase the power, you have to use the properties of the superb silk to absorb the attribute energy in the food. Shiyu couldn't find out whether the empty spirit stone can be eaten. Just when he wanted to ask Lu Chengyi and President Feng if there was any way, he suddenly slapped his head. Shiyu, you are really poor and confused. Why don't you just buy space plants as food, but always think about stones? Shiyu didn't change his mindset at all. He didn't realize that he was already a rich man after harvesting a relic. There seems to be nothing wrong with selling a piece of empty spirit stone for money and then buying a suitable space plant. Even if there are middlemen who make a profit from the price difference, he won't lose much, which is better than letting the insect eat stones. If a worm stone is eaten and a golden elixir is formed in the body, the green cotton worm can directly ascend to heaven, and it will die. After thinking it through, Shiyu opened the Universal Shopping website and searched for the space resource interface that he had closed after taking a quick look before. Ethereal stone, it can assist the Beast Master in strengthening the beast control space level. Out of stock. Wow, not only is it out of stock, but it has no price tag yet. It looks like a rare item. But it's normal. This thing is a universal resource like energy crystals. Energy crystals can be used for any pet with corresponding attributes. Although the conditions for the birth of energy crystals with common attributes are quite harsh, they are not as difficult as ascending to heaven. But the ethereal stone is different. It can only be born in special places such as secret ruin space. Moreover, the demand for ethereal stone is much greater than that of ordinary attribute materials. Just because it is a resource for improving the level of the beast control space, it means that any beast master needs it. And, it is the kind of thing that you can get as much as you want. After all, no matter how powerful the pet is, it is not as powerful as yourself. Once the level of the beast control space is upgraded, the beast master can suppress powerful extraordinary creatures by himself even if he does not control the pet. First of all, every time a beast master's level is upgraded, his physical fitness will undergo a qualitative change. This qualitative change is more terrifying than the effect of the pet's feeding back and Shiyu's point increase. The former's improvement is still within the scope of normal people, and the gap is at most the gap between ordinary people and national athletes. But the latter will become the gap between ordinary people and extraordinary people. Shiyu estimated that at that time, he would dare to click on super-level skills. At the same time, the weakness time of teaching low-level to high-level skills will also be significantly reduced. Unlike now, when the state is very good, it is only less than 10 minutes, and it is still the same time after rounding off. But this is not the most important thing. After all, even if the body is strong, no beastmaster will be stupid enough to fight against a pet's flesh. This is at most to ensure the resistance of the beastmaster in extreme environments. No matter how strong the human body is, it is difficult to compare with a pet. The most significant and key point of the Beastmaster's level improvement is actually the strength of the Beastmaster space. High-level beast control space, just like the magic weapons used to lock monsters in fairy tales, the Master Ball in Pokemon, and the sealing technique used to seal the tailed beasts in Naruto, can directly suppress extraordinary creatures. A powerful beastmaster can control powerful pets with a beast control space alone. Of course, this is not the main means of killing after all, it can only play a supporting role. But even so, it can be seen that the most important foundation for a beastmaster is not the pet, but the beast control space. For some beastmasters who pursue the strength of the beast control space, ties and training are not important at all. As long as the level of the beast control space is raised to a high enough level, powerful extraordinary creatures in the wild can be directly controlled to fight for themselves. Empty crystal fruit, a first-level space resource, a fruit containing weak space power, produced in the secret space. Price? 500,000 per piece. Cough cough cough, Shiyu was choked directly. This price is more than 100 times that of other resources of the same level. Moreover, one fruit may not be enough for the green cotton worm to eat a meal. However, maybe one meal can last for several days? That was still very expensive. After all, it only cost Shiyu 400,000 to quickly build the silk of the green cotton worm to the superb level. I bought it. Shiyu was ruthless. Space resources were a bit expensive, but the effect brought by cultivating them was also stronger than other attributes. Nowadays, consumption is all about investment. Moreover, one ethereal stone could be exchanged for many ethereal crystal fruits. He was currently worth dozens of ethereal stones, so there was no need to care about this little money. Shiyu directly bought 2 first. After the order was completed, Shiyu even felt that he could fight again. He looked at the green cotton worm again. At this time, the green cotton worm was trying to use the superb silk to penetrate the hardening of 11. However, it despaired that even though it had become so much stronger, it still couldn't beat 11. 11 looked down at the green cotton worm, indicating that its efforts were not enough. Far from enough, it was still far from enough. You can't rely on the points added by the Beastmaster, you must also learn to work hard on your own. Only in this way can you get the same strength as it. The green cotton worm looked at 11 with admiration, his eyes full of stars. Suddenly, he felt that 11's image was so tall. Of course, due to the language barrier, the two of them were just gesturing blindly. It was difficult for them to communicate smoothly. I don't even need to do ideological work for the new pets. Shiyu looked at the two beasts communicating. 11 played a good leading role. In the future, it will be the ideological committee of the team. The core idea to be conveyed is that we cannot rely on the points added by the Beastmaster, but we must work hard. However, Shiyu always felt that just saying this would not deepen the impression of the pets. There must be some incentive policies. Otherwise, when there are more contracted pets in the future, we will make a hard work ranking list. Whoever has a larger amount of training every day will be given more points on that day, then have an internal meeting in the team, let a bunch of pets fight, and then reward points according to the strength ranking. Isn't this rolling up? After becoming a Master Beastmaster, if you contract a new pet at each level, you will have at least 5 or 6 pets by then. It's okay now, but with so many pets in the future, I won't be able to add points by myself, so it is necessary to have active competition rules within the team. Shiyu felt that he was a genius. Come here, Chong Chong, I will teach you the absolute sleep skill. After learning this skill, your mental strength should be improved. Then you can try to control dreams. After that, Shiyu called the green cotton worm who was listening to 11's teaching. The green cotton worm crawled over silently, facing Shiyu's temptation, shook his head, indicating that it didn't need to add points for the time being, it had to rely on its own efforts. It's not a big problem. The relationship between adding points and hard work can be like getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later. If you don't believe me, ask 11. After Shiyu finished speaking, the green cotton worm looked at 11 blankly. The little iron beast nodded shyly at this time. There was nothing he could do about it. Beasts are in the rivers and lakes, and they have no choice. Green Cotton Worm. Chapter 83, The Dreaming Bug. After improving the silk of the green cotton worm to the level of perfection, Shiyu also taught it absolute sleep. Name, Green Cotton Worm, Growth Level, Awakening Level 10, Skills, Silk, Perfect, Absolute Sleep, Beginner. The attribute panel of the green cotton worm may have suddenly become like this. At this time, although the green cotton worm is still very weak, its potential has reached a very high level. Even for those evolution researchers, even the 11th one who has mastered a bunch of exaggerated skills is not as valuable as the current green cotton worm. After all, The plasticity of the silk of the perfection level is too strong, representing infinite possibilities. In fact, Shiyu wanted to add a little more and try to see if there is any way to improve the silk of the perfection level. But at present, he really has no energy. Mainly because he doesn't want to face the fact that there may be a higher level of skill proficiency for the time being. After learning absolute sleep, the green cottonworm was slightly surprised. How could there be such a convenient skill? Absolute sleep can help pets fall asleep instantly, and it is also a super deep sleep that recovers physical energy very quickly, which is exactly what it likes. Finally, I can stay away from insomnia. Don't think about insomnia for now. Do you feel better mentally and energetic? Absolute sleep belongs to the spiritual skill. The completion of the teaching will enhance the spiritual power of the green cottonworm. After Shiyu finished speaking, the green cottonworm raised his head in confusion, looked at Shiyu, and then nodded. Big, probably. Why did Shiyu have the illusion that he was a teacher, asking students questions, and the students were ambiguous and couldn't answer? Then your next training task is to practice lucid dreaming. Have you ever had the experience of having repeated dreams several times, and then realizing that you were dreaming in the dream? Shiyu asked. The green cottonworm nodded. Yes, it has dreamed of being eaten by birds more than once. Damn, it remembered this grudge. Then after realizing it, did you struggle strongly and wake yourself up? Shiyu asked again. The green cottonworm felt magical. How could Shiyu know everything? Shiyu laughed. Everyone who has repeated nightmares is like this. Before going to bed, concentrate on your imagination and hypnotize yourself to review the dreams you often have. This is the beginning of lucid dreaming. If you encounter a similar dream again and realize that you are dreaming, you have already succeeded halfway. At this time, you must be calm and concentrate. Don't think about breaking free, but start to imagine, this is your own dream. If there is no external interference, everything in it is actually controlled by you. As long as your subconscious mind is strong enough, the nightmare scene may disappear from your eyes at any time. What you want to see and what you want to become in your dream, you can do it easily at this time. When teaching skills, Shiyu may have to rely on the skill illustrations, but he understands this. Once he was troubled by a nightmare, Shiyu successfully killed the female ghost with this trick, but it was a pity that it was only that time. At this time, the green cottonworm understood it vaguely, and beside him, 11 was eavesdropping while training. Oh, isn't it just daydreaming? It's too virtual. Not suitable for it, and boring. At the same time, it also thinks that the worm can't grasp it, so it's better to sweat. 11 chose to continue to work hard in training. At present, Shiyu's skill atlas is full again. He can only increase the number of pages by contracting a pet, so he can't copy any dream control skills. He can only let the green cottonworm practice lucid dreaming by itself. He also wants to contract the green cottonworm immediately, but the level of the beast control space is not enough. However, before the green cottonworm cocoons, Shiyu must complete the contract. There are two advantages. First, if the green cottonworm becomes his pet first and fails to cocoon, Shiyu can use the beast control space to keep it alive. The pet contract is a wonderful power. Unless it is absolutely wiped out, otherwise, even if one of the beast masters and pets falls into an endangered state, as long as one of them is in good condition, the endangered party will not die directly, which is equivalent to completing the bloodlock by relying on the contract with the other party. Second, if the green cottonworm completes its evolution under the contract state, Shiyu, as a beast master, may also gain some benefits in the process of its racial evolution, just like the increase in the growth level of the pet can bring some benefits to the beastmaster. Then, Shiyu told Qingmi and Chong some key points of dream control, not only what he understood, but also the relevant information he searched on the internet in this world. This dream control culture in the extraordinary world seems to be much more popular than on Earth. After a moment, Qingmi and Chong thoroughly remembered this knowledge and immediately planned to train. Hey, wait a minute, Shiyu yawned first, then called Qingmi and Chong. I haven't finished yet, don't dream randomly, have a plan. He took out his mobile phone, clicked on a picture, and showed it to Qingmi and Chong. Picture, name, Frost Dragon, racial level, medium overlord. Didn't you dream of turning into a dragon before? Take a look, is it this kind of creature? Shiyu searched for a picture of an ice dragon on the internet. To be honest, the one they encountered in the ruins was different from this one. The scales of the one they encountered had a stronger texture, and only the dragon whiskers were hair, while the ice dragon in the picture had ice blue hair all over its body, half and half with scales. But the temperament is the same, very majestic and domineering. Gigi, seeing Shiyu take out his phone, the green cotton worm took a curious look at the picture, then shook his head. It dreamed that it turned into a green, wingless dragon that was similar to its body shape, not this one with wings. Green dragon? No wonder, Shiyu almost knew why the green cotton worm dreamed that it turned into a dragon. Most likely, it had seen a picture of a green dragon somewhere, and then it had an impression. The green dragon is a fictional creature in ancient mythology. Many places outside like to use its statues and pictures to protect their homes. This is probably how the green cotton worm saw it. Don't think about it, look at this first. Shiyu pointed to the frost dragon in the picture. It's this guy. It may also be its same clan. It beat 11 in the ruins last time. Look at it carefully a few times and try to dream it out. When the time comes, I will teach you the skills to materialize dreams, and you will have a chance to defeat 11. Gigi, really? Green cotton worm, Greek letter omega. It looked at 11 in training. 11 is its spiritual leader. It sounds so fulfilling to defeat 11. 11 felt that someone was blackmailing him during training. He turned around and saw Shiyu and Qing Mianchong looking at him with ill intentions. 11? What happened to him? Is it a sin to train hard? Shiyu put his phone on the ground with a smile and let Qing Mianchong observe the ice dragon to his heart's content. I'll print out a photo when I have time, otherwise it will be too troublesome. That's right, Shiyu planned to let Qing Mianchong play big from the beginning. He directly took the frost dragon as the object of dream materialization. Of course, the effect would definitely be very poor at the beginning. Maybe the combat power of the materialized thing is not as good as that of the first level awakened ice lizard, but the skill of virtual illusion is to be cultivated slowly. I can't bear it anymore. At the same time, Shiyu's eyelids became heavier. After adding 48 times of worm silk in a row, plus 1 absolute sleep, and eating 5 magic beans and some other supplements, Shiyu just felt that he wanted to sleep very much. Even with supplements, his condition has reached the limit. The next day, Shiyu was not woken up by Qing Mianchong or 11, but by a phone call. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Wait a minute. After hearing the voice, Shiyu got up vaguely and walked out of the training villa wearing cat slippers. Originally, Shiyu was still quite fuzzy when he just got up, but after seeing the familiar courier in front of him, Shiyu suddenly woke up. The courier from the sky-swept wings looked at Shiyu, then at the big villa behind, and suddenly understood something, showing an envious expression. After a while, Shiyu collected the 2 empty crystal fruits that arrived and walked into the villa. After a night, Shiyu looked out the window and 11 seemed to be still training. Its training method is very simple: multiplication, thunder palm, hardening, supervision. 4 skills are turned on at the same time to exercise coordination ability. This is what Shiyu taught. After all, it is really meaningless to practice a single skill. It is better to go directly to the combination skills. This method can exercise 4 skills at the same time, and can also exercise the most important coordination ability for developing combination skills in the future, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After I finish the evolution of the bugs, I will help 11 perfect the secret of the thunder armor. I just don't know how long it will take for the electromagnetic cannonball. The former is a combination of perfect hardening and thunder palm, and the latter Shiyu estimated that at least it must be a combination of superb hardening and thunder palm. After going downstairs and saying hello to 11, Shiyu quickly found the green cotton worm. At this time, the green cotton worm was sleeping in a potted plant in the training ground. Wake up, Shiyu called it with telepathy. The entry-level absolute sleeper cannot perceive the dynamics of the outside world well when it falls asleep. However, Shiyu has telepathy, so he will definitely wake up as soon as he calls, which is better than any alarm clock. The green cotton worm opened its eyes in a daze and saw Shiyu. The next second, to take credit. The green cotton worm, is a genius. You said that your dream control is not bad? You can already outline the image of the ice dragon. Hearing the green cotton worm say this, Shiyu was obviously stunned. This talent is good. Even ordinary people can practice this ability, but the green cotton worm is a worm after all. It must have a corresponding talent to be able to approach the requirements of lucid dreaming overnight. But this is just the beginning, because in this dream, The image of the ice dragon that the green cotton worm dreamed of must be very vague. The quality of the materialized phantom is also related to the reality of the phantom. If the green cotton worm wants to perfectly materialize the ice dragon, it must at least dream of every hair of the ice dragon clearly. It is equivalent to asking you to dream of a cat, and requiring you to clearly count how many hairs the cat has in the dream, which is considered successful. This is undoubtedly very demanding, especially for pets without dream talent, but in order to complete the virtual and real phantom, this step must be practiced. Let's see if it can be copied to related skills later. Eat something first. Shiyu took out a transparent empty crystal fruit that looked like a glass product and handed it to the green cotton worm. Although the green cotton worm didn't know what it was and didn't smell the fragrance, since it was given by Shiyu, it must be a good thing. The green cotton worm cried, crawled to the side, poked its head out and took a small bite. Gurgle. After swallowing the fruit flesh, the green cotton worm did not feel any taste, nor did it feel anything in its body. Let's finish eating first, Shiyu said. In this way, the green cotton worm began to work hard to eat the empty crystal fruit in front of it. The academic leader who researched the ice phoenix moth and cultivated a green cotton worm with superb skills published a public paper on silk. Although the superb silk of the green cotton worm can change its own properties through food, the change of this property does not last long. If you want to keep a property, you must eat the same food every day. If you change the food one day, the old property of the silk may be covered by the new property. From this, it can be seen that the superb silk of the green cotton worm perfectly inherits the characteristics of the green cotton worm itself, that it can also have different evolutionary directions with different evolutionary materials. It's just a pity that this leader did not specifically announce the properties of all attribute materials, but only gave 2 examples. Before, the green cotton worm ate the first-level resource dragon beard grass, which is a resource used to enhance the sharpness and toughness of silk thread skills. Now, as it ate a space crystal fruit, although the green cotton worm did not feel any changes in the silk thread, soon, the skill illustration in front of Shiyu changed. Skill, virtual and real illusion, skill level, advanced, status, teachable Shiyu, it really works. The matching standard of the skill illustration can be changed the day after tomorrow. At this time, looking at Shiyu who suddenly showed a surprised expression, the green cotton worm didn't even know what was going on. Forget it. You first experiment with the nature of the current silk thread. The green cotton worm nodded immediately, and then condensed the silk thread into a white arrow and shot it towards the ground in the distance. Whoosh! In the eyes of the green cotton worm, there was no difference from before. Finally, with a bang, the silk thread arrow penetrated into the ground, and the field cracked, and the process was still mediocre. It's not accurate to say that. The sharpness of the silk seems to have increased. After all, the field here is specially made for training, and the silk before can't reach this power. The green cotton worm was at a loss. It seemed to be a little stronger, but it didn't feel particularly strong. It looked at Shiyu, and Shiyu at this time was looking at the cracks in the training ground, and remained silent. Did you just condense the silk into arrows and shoot them? The green cotton worm nodded. Yes. Shiyu, he rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he was blind. Try it again. A moment later, there was another crack in the training ground. Put it on the ground. Then, Shiyu asked the green cotton worm to spit out another silk on the ground. Shiyu squatted down, touched it lightly with his hand, and finally confirmed it. The nature of the space-type silk, in addition to being sharper, the core nature may be invisibility. This kind of thing can actually be done by the dead spirit system, the spirit system, and the light system. These can deceive people's spatial perception in different ways. As for this ability, Shiyu was silent for a moment. He just didn't know whether the spatial system's method of deceiving spatial perception was easy to crack compared to other attribute deception methods. If it was not easy to crack, it would be okay. If it was easy to crack, it would be too bad. After all, if he wanted to keep this kind of warm silk, he couldn't stop buying 50 empty crystal fruits. Sure enough, it was far from the breaking line that he imagined could cut through space. Alice, after all, it was just a level 10 green cotton worm plus an empty crystal fruit containing weak spatial power. He shouldn't have too high expectations. The key point is not the worm silk, but this is the main thing. Shiyu stretched out his hand and prepared to teach the green cotton worm the virtual and real phantom skill. Letting the worm silk temporarily have special properties is not to strengthen the worm silk, but to enhance the compatibility of the green cotton worm in the special system. Illustration, teaching. Before the green cotton worm could react, Shiyu pressed his finger on its head. The green cotton worm lowered its head slightly. At the same time, a large amount of white light gathered into its body, changing its physique. In a short moment, countless experiences and knowledge about illusions emerged in the mind of the green cotton worm, giving it a splitting headache. After a moment, the green cotton worm received and comprehended this super complex skill with a look of astonishment. It looked at Shiyu, who was stuffing the magic beans with one hand and drinking an unknown liquid with the other hand. When it was still a little at a loss, Shiyu's voice entered its mind. Absolute sleep, dream quickly, and materialize the ice dragon for me. From today on, you are not a green cotton worm, but a fantasy worm, the fantasy worm that can summon a giant dragon to fight by daydreaming. The Beastmaster ordered, and the green cotton worm's blood boiled, and fell asleep confidently. After all, it practiced all night yesterday. It had great confidence in success. Then, Shiyu stood there and waited for about 5 minutes. Nothing happened, and the green cotton worm seemed to sleep soundly. Stupid worm, if this was in a battle, you would have died 100 times. Who gave you 5 minutes to chant the skill? Shiyu was speechless, but thinking that it was essentially a green cotton worm, not a dream beast, and that its skills had just been learned, he waited patiently. Another 5 minutes passed. In front of Shiyu, the space around the green cotton worm's body seemed to be distorted, and the image of the sleeping green cotton worm gradually disappeared. Instead, a thing that looked like a frost dragon. It didn't look like one at all. In fact, it was only about 2 meters in size and looked like a blue lizard. It exhaled cold air, flapped its wings, and its eyes revealed an extremely domineering meaning. This was not a traditional phantom, but a physical phantom. This was a creature in the green cotton worm's dream. It projected itself onto itself with the help of the power of space and successfully materialized. Frost giant lizard, come on. Shiyu was speechless. It seemed that he still had to practice. Otherwise, let alone strength, even its appearance could not be 100% replicated, and the insect fake dragon could not scare people. The frost dragon roared. At this moment, it felt that it was invincible. It was indeed much stronger than when it was a green worm. Well, you are invincible. Go ahead. 11 is over there. Go challenge it. After Shiyu finished speaking, the frost giant lizard suddenly looked at the Panda King 11 in training and rushed over. Thanks to the Silver Alliance leader of the boss who is still okay to read books. Chapter 84 Gudo University. In the training ground, 11 was training well, but suddenly he felt a cold hostility around him. 11. Without even turning his head, he used his supervision to see the situation in the distance. The sleeping green cotton worm inexplicably turned into an ice lizard, and then inexplicably rushed towards it. Because it was a materialized phantom, it was no different from a real entity, so even the master-level supervision could not see anything. The ice lizard roared, let's fight it out, leader. Ying, is this a green cotton worm? 11 was confused. Be gentle, Shiyu said silently. 11 was confused, and then, an ice lizard twice as tall as 11 rushed over, sweeping its huge tail towards 11. Although the ice dragon in the 6th level of the ruins can only deter, ice crack claws, and cold breath, it still has some skills. If the green cotton worm transformed into this pseudo-ice dragon, it would probably only be able to fight in close combat. But even so, it made the green cotton worm swell up. After all, the illusion is a high-level skill. Even if it is an entry-level skill, the feeling of using it is completely different from that of the silkworm. After transforming into the ice dragon illusion, the green wool worm felt that its physical strength had indeed increased a lot, which was a feeling it had never had when using the silkworm. However, bang! Next, the swollen green wool worm only felt that its huge tail swept across a huge iron lump, and then its tail was hugged by someone, and its whole body was swung up and thrown directly more than 10 meters away, hitting the wall of the training ground. 11 sighed on the spot. Green wool worm, at the huge impact force made the phantom of the green wool worm disappear directly, and instead it stuck to the wall and then slowly slid down. The Beastmaster Lydon could not be defeated at all. Although 11 didn't know what happened, he still encouraged the green wool worm. It's not bad actually. Not bad, You have become a little stronger. Maybe you can punch the country rats, and make trouble in the wild boar forest alone. You are no longer the weak bug. It's just an empty shell. Reporting the green cotton bug is just sending you to death, Shiyu. In fact, he doesn't have too many requirements for the green cotton bug at present. He doesn't require strength. It's good enough to be able to 100% replicate the appearance of the ice dragon. When the time comes, he will teach the green cotton bug a deterrent skill, a giant dragon appearance and dragon power. Isn't that it? It can completely remove the insect and fake dragon power. By the way, he can also cause an invincible dragon trainer. Gee, the green cotton bug slowly climbed up, and his heart was hit hard. In order to prevent the green cotton bug from losing confidence, Shiyu also knows how to play. He said, 11, you turn into the smallest form and practice with a green cotton bug. 11's smallest form is only a dozen centimeters, which is not as big as the 20-centimeter green cotton bug at this time. At the same time, its strength will also decrease a lot. Facing the blue cotton worm with superb invisible silk, what will the outcome of the battle be? It is really worth exploring. 11 didn't understand the purpose of this order. However, facing the order of the Beastmaster, 11 naturally executed it perfectly. After a moment, it became a posture of more than 10 centimeters, standing short on the huge training ground. Far away from it, the blue cotton worm regained consciousness and stared at 11, who was smaller than itself, with a big puzzle in its small body. Next, the two pets started the second round of battle. It's really unexpected that Shiyu didn't expect that in this battle, the blue cotton worm actually had the upper hand. 11, who has mastery level supervision and can see through illusions, can't see through the traces of invisible silk. Obviously, the spatial deception effect brought by the superb space silk of the space system completely suppressed the mastery level supervision. At the same time, in the reduced state, most of 11's power was sealed, and the perfect level hardening could not completely defend against the superb space silk. Although it can defend against most of the power, 11's body will still be scarred by a cut, and it needs to cooperate with high-speed healing to barely resist. Gigi, looking at the pocket leader who was cautiously dodging under his pursuit, the blue cotton worm felt that his insect life had reached its peak. At the same time, 11's desire to win was also aroused, and he planned to defeat the worm in front of him with his smallest form. This seems to be effective. Looking at the two evenly matched little guys, Shiyu fell into deep thought. Forget it, no matter what, I'm so sleepy, I'll go back to sleep. I just taught a virtual and real phantom, and now he wants to rest again. You guys continue, I'll go back to sleep. There is enough food and recovery products in the training ground. 11. If the blue cotton worm is injured, you can help it heal it, Ying. Gigi. After giving the order, Shiyu turned around and went back to rest, while Ying Ying Bear and Gigi Worm seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Especially 11, who usually feels invincible and lonely, but now, in the shrunk state, he can't even suppress a bug perfectly, which makes 11 find a new way to train himself. Use the power of shrinking and sealing yourself to fight the enemy. Experience the fun of fighting. Give yourself pressure. Who can please it, and then burst out with all your strength? It hopes that the ice dragon transformed by the bug can be as strong as the ice dragon in the ruins soon. That's interesting. At the same time, the confidence of the bug has returned. It plans to defeat the leader bit by bit, starting with the pocket version. Sleep. Shiyu opened the curtains and lay on the bed. This place can directly see the situation of the training ground below through the glass. Seeing that 11 and the bug are working hard, he feels that he has a good education. Just when Shiyu was about to lie down and make up for his sleep, his mobile phone rang again. Call request, Lu Qingyi. Shiyu was slightly startled and chose to answer the call. Then, he waited quietly for the other side to speak. I was outside before. Shiyu felt that he needed to do reading comprehension to communicate with this guy. Previously, Shiyu had told Lu Qingyi the good news of clearing the ruins, and also asked about the plant-type pets. However, Lu Qingyi only replied briefly, perfunctorily, and then there was no news. So what she meant was that because she was outside, it was easier to reply. Shiyu expressed his understanding. After all, when he went to explore the deep mountains and old forests in his previous life, even if there was still a signal, he often delayed replying to other people's messages. First of all, congratulations on cracking that small ruin, it's faster than I thought. I heard that the trial ruins are not easy. It seems that your talent for listening to the sound of history has helped a lot. Lu Chengyi was relieved that Shiyu's talent was really good. This is a trial-type ruins. Even if Shiyu had 10 million starting funds, she didn't think Shiyu could pass it quickly. After all, the iron-eating beast was still very weak at that time. So Lu Chengyi judged that Shiyu probably relied on his special talent to find clues to gain control of the ruins. Shiyu was a little embarrassed. He only observed the first level carefully, and then he simply relied on adding points to kill to the end. Well, it's okay, Shiyu said modestly. How was the harvest? Lu Chengyi pointed to the harvest in the ruins. Shiyu said, the pets grew very fast because of some special resources in the ruins, and now they are very strong. For example, the iron-eating beast is not only about to reach level 10, but also learned new rare skills. He directly attributed the reason why 11 and the green cotton worm are so strong to the ruins. It is reasonable that the pets get huge opportunities after successfully cracking the ruins. Although some of the resources of the worms are indeed due to this ruins. Well, then it seems that you have a greater chance of passing this year's professional assessment. This time, I am looking for you for what will happen later. I would like to invite you to study in the Department of Archaeology of Gudo University after the professional assessment. This is also the school I studied before. What do you think? Are you interested? Although Shiyu has a talent for listening to the voice of history, this talent is too random. As a member of the 11th Bureau, Shiyu should still have some basic or even advanced archaeological knowledge. This will also be more conducive to Shiyu's investigation of the history of Bingin City, and at the same time, it will also be beneficial for Shiyu to become her assistant in the future. Go to school. Shiyu was stunned, and then his face was tangled. Oh my god, another senior sister is here? Do you hate going to school? That's not the case, it's just that I went to college twice, and it feels a bit strange, although the university in this world may be different from that in the previous life. It is a top-level institution that only beastmasters above the professional level can go to for further study, and the college entrance examination is a professional assessment. The enrollment day of Gudo University is after the professional assessment, which is still 4 months away. Shiyu asked. Well, but at present, the beastmasters of various departments of ordinary colleges and universities have basically graduated, so next, the whole month of September is the open day of Gudo University. If you are interested, you can go and have a look in advance and get in touch with the beastmasters in big cities. Otherwise, if you don't have any preparation, I'm really worried that you won't be able to pass the professional assessment of Gudo City. Go and have a look. And then you can decide whether to take the professional assessment in a first-level city or stay in Bingin City to take the professional assessment. After all, the field of beastmasters in Pingcheng and even Bingin City is too backward. Although, with Shiyu's talent, he can directly transfer to the university through connections, but Lu Chengyi still hopes that Shiyu's own strength is not too bad. If he can rely on the normal process to enter the ancient capital university, that would be the best. That's why she recommended Shiyu to go to the first-level city for professional assessment. Okay. September, right? I'll go and have a look when I'm free. That means there are still 2 or 3 days? Well, as for the plant-type pet you mentioned before, I'm looking for it. Lu Chengyi looked for an encyclopedia of pets next to her, and pointed to open the illustrations. It's not urgent, Shiyu said, we can talk about it after the professional assessment. The biggest and most convenient function of the ruined space is the space equipment. With this, Shiyu can carry many things with him, such as before the contract of the green cotton worm, he can put the green cotton worm here. When he goes to the wild and encounters danger, he can also hide in the ruins by himself. If he doesn't encounter an enemy who is proficient in the space system, he is invincible. At the same time, living in it is always safer than outside. In addition, several months of food can be carried with you, and you don't need to carry a lot of bags wherever you go. On the contrary, farming only adds an additional value to the ruins, and it is indeed not a very urgent project. Okay, then I won't bother you for now. Lu Chengyi hung up the phone and completed her notification. At the same time, Shiyu put down the phone and lay on the bed looking at the ceiling. The ancient capital. One of the 9 first-level cities in Donghuang, and the first-level city closest to Bingin City. There are legendary beastmasters and guardian-level creatures sitting inside. It is a super metropolis, and there are many ancient ruins. It is an archaeological holy land. Ruins? Archaeological holy land? Forget it, it's nothing to go and take a look in a few days. He hasn't been out of Bingin City yet, So just treat it as a trip. Thanks to Yikai and Momo for being the leader. Chapter 85 Chong Chong stands up. After hanging up the phone, Shiyu slept until 4:30 in the afternoon. He found that after taking more supplements, his daily routine became a little disordered. Gurgle. As a sound came out, Shiyu touched his stomach with empty eyes again. I'm so hungry. Until now, he still ate a meal he had last night, and didn't eat breakfast or lunch today. Duang. 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 Shiyu, who was hungry, knocked on the window and shouted to Eleven and the green cottonworm who were still fighting below. Stop! Eleven and the green cottonworm raised their heads while pecking at each other. Oh, Shiyu finally woke up. We are going on a long trip next month. You two, go to the warehouse and divide the food you need in advance, at least a week's worth. No, half a month's worth. Chi, the two pets were startled when they heard about traveling, and then nodded quickly. They didn't know what traveling was, nor did they know what moving was, but they knew what preparing food meant, and that was enough. Shiyu took out a relic bead. He had cleaned it up some time ago and had done some preliminary research. The space inside was very huge, but apart from a pile of ethereal stones and a pile of ice energy crystals, it was barren. Since they were going to travel far away, Shiyu and his friend's luggage must be placed here. Even after arriving in the ancient capital, he didn't even need to look for a hotel. He could just find a deserted place and get into the relic bead. But in this case, he must build a house or something inside. Shiyu chose to buy a portable house before leaving. Apart from that, the rest of the place would be barren for now. At that time, he would not take 11 back to the beast control space. He would directly let it and the green cottonworm train in the relic bead. Although it has been half abandoned because of the long time, it was the beast control space of the legendary Beastmaster anyway. There are many benefits to training pets in it. Go make yourself something to eat first. Shiyu turned over and successfully got out of bed, then went into the kitchen. Not long after, he left the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. After a few seconds of silence, he closed the refrigerator and said to himself, reward myself by going out for a meal tonight. No, it doesn't matter whether I eat or not. The main thing is to help King Mianchong print out photos of the frost dragon from various angles. It's better to see if there are any toy stores that sell ice dragon models. If he remembered correctly, because of the legend of Bingin City, there are quite a lot of ice dragon figures here. Alice, it's you, Shiyu. You have to go out so late for your pet. It's really hard for you. Shiyu put on the mask to take credit. After deciding to go out for dinner, Shiyu ran to see the progress of 11's work. They were efficient and finished everything quickly. In the villa's fresh-keeping warehouse, 11 packed large bags of bamboo, iron heart wood, and energy crystals, and King Mianchong also prepared a sack of dragonbeard grass for himself. Shiyu was silent. Yes, the two pets knew what they were, and they prepared a lot of food. Are there any other things you need to bring? 11 shook his head. Gee, King Mianchong also shook his head. Then pack this amount when we set out. Well, it saves us from buying food later. Then you guys continue. Shiyu took out a relic bead and said, go and continue fighting here. I'm going out to eat. 11 and King Mianchong were confused. At this time, Shiyu didn't know whether the relic bead in his hand was like a broken pot held by a traveler or a pokeball. August 28th, night. Shiyu walked out of the huge villa area and took a taxi to the prosperous commercial street. The neon lights of the city are bright at night, and countless glowworms are flying in the sky, making the night here beautiful. Name, glowworm. Racial level, low level extraordinary. Racial skills, luminescence. Introduction, extraordinary creatures active at night, like to use their abilities to light up other creatures at night. This is a fairly harmless creature, and it has basically no natural enemies. The weaker ones are really similar to light bulbs. The stronger ones emit strong light that has a damaging effect. However, luminescence is a skill without a level. If you want to use it in battle, you must at least be at the perfect level. It is precisely because of their harmlessness that glowworms can appear freely in some places in the city. This kind of thing appears in commercial streets, squares, and parks, and is always more popular than mosquitoes and flying insects. After Shiyu spent 288 yuan to eat a bowl of ramen made with spiritual plants as raw materials, he began to walk in this commercial street, looking for the store he needed. He first found a store specializing in extraordinary biological models and spent 1,500 yuan to buy an exquisite scale model of the frost dragon. Afterwards, He was going to find a store that could print photos and print out a few pictures he had found. But at this moment, Shiyu was attracted by a boy sitting on the street, under the street lights and countless glowworms. A teenager in school uniform, who looked like a high school student, sat on the roadside with a paintbrush, quietly immersed in his own world and painting in the noisy crowd. On the drawing board in front of him, there was a scene of groups of glowworms flying in the sky. Shiyu passed by and took a glance. It was really beautiful. The glowworms in the painting flickered and were lifelike, just like they were alive. Next to the student who was painting, there was a plant pet, the colorful light mushroom, with a colorful mushroom cap on top. The boy seemed to regard the various colors of its big mushroom cap as dyes, and he would dip his paintbrush anytime and anywhere. Name: colorful light mushroom. Racial level: low level supernatural. Racial skills: luminescence, colored spores. Introduction: a plant that can emit many lights. Spores of different colors have different effects. At the same time, it has a magical substance that can be used as a top-level fluorescent dye. Facing the more common supernatural creatures, Shiyu didn't even need to scan it with his mobile phone. He also knew its specific information. Maybe it was because Shiyu stood and observed for too long. The student raised his head and looked at Shiyu. Shiyu pointed to the painting box next to him, on which were 4 big words: paid painting, price 101,000 yuan per piece. Can you help me draw a few paintings? What do you want to draw? The student asked naively. 4 pictures of frost dragons from different angles. Shiyu originally planned to print them directly, but he changed his mind. This student's painting skills are good, better than those formal painters in the studio. This painting looks like the real thing, or it may be the magic of the colorful mushroom. Anyway, it looks more real than the photo. It's better to ask someone to draw a few ice dragons and send them to King Mianchong for observation. The paintings have special effects. It's not too much to ask King Mianchong to materialize the ice dragon with some wind and snow special effects. Ice dragon? I can draw it, but it may take some time. How long will it take? 3 days. 3 days will be enough. Okay, do you have a mobile phone? Shiyu said. The student shook his head. Shiyu, as poor as he was before. It seems that Chen Kai and his people are still quite rich, otherwise it would be impossible to set off a tonic craze in Pingcheng. Then I'll give you the money first, and I'll come here to pick up the painting in 3 days, Shiyu said. No, it doesn't matter, I'll paint first, the student said. After the painting is finished, you can decide the price. Let me decide. Shiyu smiled. It seems that the other party is very confident in his painting. The little painter also smiled slightly and nodded. Then, Shiyu chatted for a few more words and understood the other party's identity. The other party studied a painting-related major, and it seemed that his grades were not bad. His dream was to become a great painter, so he contracted the colorful mushroom as a pet and planned to use it to assist himself in painting. Not every beast master contracts a pet for fighting. In this world, pets have long been integrated into all walks of life. Shiyu decided to place an order, but in the end, because the other party did not have a mobile phone at all, Shiyu could only run to print out pictures for the other party to observe, and at the same time, he forcibly paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan to the other party. It is not easy for a young classmate to be self-reliant at such a young age. He deserves support. If he had not met the rich Lady Lu, he might be the same as her now. However, she makes money by selling paintings, while he makes money by selling silk. After commissioning 4 ice dragon paintings, Shiyu felt sleepy. I am tired again. I slept all day and did nothing. Why am I tired again? Shiyu thought it was outrageous. Well, go home and don't hang around. After Shiyu returned home, 11 and the green cotton worm and the relic bead were still very energetic. Shiyu envied them. With nutritious food, plus the blessing of the relic space, and the rapid recovery of absolute sleep, even if they were exhausted, they could quickly recover after a short nap. It was really enviable. It would be great if the skill atlas could also be used for me. High-speed healing, absolute sleep, don't these have to be arranged? Shiyu knew that the talent of beast control would be upgraded as the level of the beast control master increased, and even the abilities of some special talents would undergo qualitative changes. Shiyu was very curious, in addition to increasing the number of pages, whether there was any possibility of changes in other aspects of the skill atlas. Logically speaking, since there are talents like sharing and combination, humans should still have some unknown potential. However, Some people speculate that humans with a strange and special talent may be hybrids of humans and other extraordinary creatures. When I take the professional exam, I should be able to see all kinds of beast-controlling talents. I wonder if I can meet a beast-eared girl. Shiyu still couldn't forget it, and was full of curiosity about unknown things. However, the most urgent task was to continue to train these two guys, 11 and Green Cotton Worm, name, Iron-Eating Beast, growth level, awakening level 9, skills, hardening, perfect, thunder palm, mastered, high-speed healing, mastered, supervision, mastered, deterrence, mastered, absolute sleep, mastered, multiplication, mastered, name, Green Cotton Worm, growth level, awakening level 10, skills, silk, superb, absolute sleep, beginner, virtual and real phantom, beginner. 11's various skills are enough for the time being, and the proficiency is basically qualified, so Shiyu plans to ignore it for the time being, let it run in, and then use a lot of food and training to improve its growth level. As for the Green Cotton Worm, considering that it is working hard now, Shiyu plans to first upgrade its absolute sleep to the mastery level to increase its training efficiency. At the same time, I also upgrade virtual and real phantom to the mastery level. In this way, I feel that the Green Cotton Worm's combat effectiveness can be initially formed. It may be difficult to fight against a level 10 leader race pet, but it feels that it can fight against opponents of the same level of the extraordinary race. In addition, the foundation of evolution has been laid. At that time, after the cocoon is formed, the Green Cotton Worm is basically in a sleeping state. Other Green Cotton Worms are in ordinary deep sleep at this time, but it is in absolute sleep, and it will definitely get more benefits, because it can absorb more nutrients. Then when the cocoon is broken, the Green Cotton Worm with virtual and real phantoms only needs to project the phantoms in the dream onto itself, and the cocoon can be broken as it wants. Whether it wants to imagine metamorphosis into a butterfly, or leaping over the dragon gate, or imagining the Phoenix Nirvana, it is up to it. Of course, to be on the safe side, Shiyu will definitely teach it a few more skills before it cocoons, such as high-speed healing, deterrence, multiplication, etc. In fact, you can teach it. And whether the superb level silk can be upgraded depends on when Shiyu has the energy. If you decide to go to the ancient capital next month, Shiyu will temporarily only set a small goal to give the bug the absolute sleep and virtual and real phantoms to the mastery level before departure, and other plans will be discussed later. Bug, this is for you. In the relic space, 11 and the Green Cotton Worm who were training suddenly found Shiyu coming in. Shiyu came slowly with a nice dragon model and a photo bag. 11 looked carefully and found that it was not a real ice dragon, and he was bored. As for the Green Cotton Worm, his eyes lit up. Gee, so cool. It looked at the exquisite ice dragon model and recalled the thing in its dream. After comparing, it suddenly felt what it had shaped in its dream. Watch it carefully and imagine it quietly. It will accompany you to sleep tonight, Shiyu laughed. The reason why he let the worm use the ice dragon as the first transformation template was mainly because he had a lot of ice energy crystals and an ice dragon whisker with unknown function. These things can be very good props to increase the quality of the phantom in the future. And this, Shiyu also gave the printed photo to the Green Cotton Worm. He printed 2 copies, one for the little painter to use as a reference for painting, and one for the worm to look at first. This is cheap, only a few yuan. And your own. In addition, Shiyu took out another stack of photos. This time, the images in the photos were 11 in training and King Mianchong sleeping. Shiyu divided the photos between 11 and King Mianchong. King Mianchong was fine, just an ordinary surprise, but 11 was stunned when he saw his own photo. Huh? I took it secretly when you were training, just as a souvenir? Shiyu smiled. Huh? 11 looked at the photos and was moved by himself, and even recognized himself. So, can I still record the scene of my hard training? I have to keep it as a treasure JPG. 11 wanted to put the photos away, but unfortunately there was no pocket, so he could only clamp it between his furry arms and body. At this moment, 11 suddenly looked at Shiyu. Since the scene of hard training can be recorded, what about the heroic appearance and battle? Panda 11 stared at Shiyu with eager eyes and looked at him seriously. Can I take a photo? At that time, it must have been very handsome and cool. The moment of victory should be recorded more than the moment of training. One represents the process, the other represents the result. 11 thinks this photo is really a good thing. With this record, I feel that the harvest of hard work has doubled. Every time after training and fighting, 11 always feels that something is missing. Now he finally found it, he lacks a recorder. Shiyu, damn, I just take a casual photo to record my life. You let me take photos during the battle? Other Beastmasters are desperately commanding, and even their talents are enhanced. Is it appropriate for me to take a video or a photo with my mobile phone? I am afraid I will be beaten to death. Shiyu felt that he was going to be in trouble. Influenced by himself, this panda seemed to have a narcissistic tendency. I don't know, I don't understand, I'm going to sleep. Shiyu decisively perfunctory, ran to sleep, leaving the little panda with a confused face. August 29th. Adhering to the good principle of 1 high-level skill a day for good health, Shiyu plans to upgrade the 2 high-level skills of the green cotton worm to the mastery level in 6 days. In the remaining time, he also has to take some time to meditate and study. With a large number of ethereal stones, it should be no problem to upgrade the beast space within 4 months. Now Shiyu should be anxious about the written test and the professional assessment. The professional assessment is divided into 4 parts: basic test, written test, wilderness survival, and ranking battle. The basic test is to test whether the level of the Beastmaster has reached the standard and whether the level of the pet has reached the standard. It is tested by machine and is relatively easy, so it is placed first. Next is the written test that all candidates hate. Professional Beastmasters are by no means reckless men who only know how to fight. They require very high professional qualities. Not only must they remember the appearance, skills, and races of thousands of common pets, but they must at least match more than 95% to be qualified. In addition, there are some common pets' habits, weaknesses assessments and comprehensive combat questions. Often, this level can directly eliminate a lot of people. In order not to overturn in this assessment, Shiyu seemed to return to his high school career. Fortunately, he felt that this thing was much easier to memorize than English words. The most important thing was that he was interested in it, and his mental power and memory were much stronger than in his previous life. In this state, learning efficiency is definitely high, provided that you add less points, otherwise learning efficiency will soon drop. Moderation. Moderation. While shouting moderation, Shiyu raised the absolute sleep of the green cotton worm to the proficient level. With the increase in the absolute sleep level, the green cotton worm's mental strength and sleep state have been improved. In addition, after staring at the photo and model of the ice dragon for a long time, the ice dragon it materialized is a little more like the ice dragon than yesterday. August 30th. Shiyu began to click on the virtual and real phantom. The entry-level virtual and real phantom logo can simply materialize the phantom in your dream. The proficient virtual and real phantom logo, in addition to improving the quality of the materialized phantom, can already materialize more complex phantoms, such as summoning the phantoms of dozens of creatures like in the 4th and 5th levels of the ruins. However, this number of materializations is not very meaningful to the green cotton worm. After all, Shiyu intends to let it take the elite route, and the things that are materialized require strength and quality. As for the skills of the green cotton worm, they are still developing steadily. What really changes the quality of the green cotton worm is the mastery level of virtual and real phantom. Shiyu has investigated the skill of virtual and real phantom. There are very few creatures that master this racial skill, and their origins are very impressive. The most popular ones are the nine-tailed dream foxes of the monarch race, and others are like the dream shells of the overlord race and the nightmare lord, which ordinary people can't touch at all. Shiyu estimated that the shell phantom in the ruins is the dream shell, which is an ultra-rare creature that has not even exceeded 10 times in the records of various countries. Because there are very few creatures that master this skill, it is also difficult to find relevant information. Shiyu still found it in a paid paper, and the subscription fee cost a lot. Mastery level of virtual and real phantom. Reaching this proficiency, the pet can use external forces, such as props, to improve the quality of the phantom. At that time, if it transforms into an ice dragon again, those ice energy crystals may be useful. Even more outrageous, the ice dragon whisker may also be used. At the same time, on this day, the balance of victory between Zai and the green cotton worm completely tilted towards the green cotton worm. Virtual and real phantom, to put it bluntly, is the ability to strengthen reality through spirit and space. As long as the mental ability and spatial attainments are strong enough, there is hope to rewrite reality. After reaching the proficiency level of absolute sleep and proficiency level of virtual and real phantom, Shiyu developed a dream mode for the green cotton worm. That is, the combination of absolute sleep and virtual and real phantom. First enter the sleep state, then dream about yourself, project your own phantom onto yourself, and perform nesting dolls. In this way, the worm is equivalent to wearing a layer of green cotton worm phantom. Due to the influence of mental and spatial forces, in this dream mode, the power of the green cotton worm's transparent silk and its own physical strength will be greatly improved. At the same time, because it has been in an absolute sleeping state, its physical recovery speed in this state can be said to be very fast. In the relic bead, the bug was showing its might in chasing 11. The bug finally stood up, suppressing and shrinking 11 without any pressure. 11 was furious, and didn't understand why he couldn't even beat a bug. Facing the fantasy bug in the dream mode, the pocket-sized 11 was miserable and felt a lot of pressure. So, he could only become a little bigger and kill the green cotton worm in seconds. Green cotton worm, GCAC? 11, to punish myself, I will double the amount of training today. Chapter 86 Before Departure. After spending a few days adding points to the blue cotton worm, Shiyu felt that the effect was not bad. Although he might not be able to beat the Uian beast of Changong, the pet of the new representatives of various districts and counties in Bingayan City, it should not be difficult to defeat Chen Kai casually. This is already a very good result for the blue cotton worm, which is weak and can only rise after evolution. Time came to the night of September 1st. It was still the old place on the commercial street. Shiyu got the 4 ice dragon paintings he requested. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can modify it. Students are like humble Party B as the father of Party A. Shiyu looked at the painting. Although he had a few ideas for changes, he thought about it and gave up. He was afraid that he would still be dissatisfied and want to return to the original version. No, let's do it. Shiyu looked at the painting carefully. The ice dragon's demeanor, dragon power, and even the supreme ice power that was enough to cause a blizzard, were completely lifelike under the magical power of the colorful mushroom dye. The ice dragon seemed to have really come alive in the painting. This has initially exceeded Shiyu's expectations. In the past life, it would have been a pipe dream to buy these paintings for a few thousand yuan, but here, the price is really worth it, and it is hard to imagine that they were made by a student. Anyway, with such vivid paintings as reference, and then upgrading the absolute sleep and virtual illusion of the green cotton worm to the mastery level, it should be able to materialize the ice dragon very well. Let's work together again in the future. What's your name? My name is Ma Liang. Then, Shiyu paid the balance and left directly, and couldn't wait to add points. Name, green cotton worm. Skills, insect silk, superb, absolute sleep, proficient, virtual illusion, proficient +1. Shiyu has not started to add points for today. In order to study and meditate normally during the day, he left the time for adding points in the evening. In the ruins bead, the green cotton worm, which was beaten by 11 and doubted his life, was released by Shiyu. It felt that the leader didn't keep his word. It was clearly agreed to train the strength in the shrunken state, but why did it accidentally grow bigger every time and kill it in seconds? Can this world be a little friendlier? Here, this is for you. After releasing the green worm, Shiyu took out 4 very realistic ice dragon portraits. The various special effects seemed to release the coldness in the paintings, which immediately attracted the green worm's attention. Green worm, Greek letter omega. So handsome. It looked at the portrait carefully, hoping to deeply imprint this image in its mind. Shiyu smiled. Nonsense, this is what he spent thousands of dollars to buy, which is more expensive than that model. Speaking of which, why is there no model with special effects made of special materials? Otherwise, it would be completely feasible to buy one. Next, Shiyu did not delay any further and directly completed the points for the green worm today. Skill, virtual and real phantom, mastery. After Shiyu completed this operation, the green worm absorbed and digested it for a long time before reacting, and then endless fighting spirit burst out of its eyes. Inside the relic bead, the peak showdown between the nth round of iron-eating beasts and green worms is about to begin. This time, the green cotton worm changed its previous attitude and did not go into battle lightly. With the help of Shiyu, it brought a prop. Level 1 ice energy crystal. The green cotton worm was on one side of the field, hugging the cold energy crystal and falling asleep peacefully. Opposite it, 11 had already started warm-up training. It had to do it. The green cotton worm took several minutes to prepare and was too slow to transform. If it just stared and waited, it would be a waste of time. After an unknown amount of time, the green cotton worm seemed to have completed the construction of the phantom in the dream. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the light of the phantom enveloped itself in its ice crystal pillow. Then, the surroundings were filled with cold wind, and the power was particularly strong. At this time, Shiyu, who was bored and studying with a textbook in the distance, raised his head with a slightly happy expression. Hey, it feels good this time. Roar. In the snowstorm, the roar of a giant dragon was heard. After Shiyu used his mobile phone to continuously play the evil dragon's roar, the green cotton worm seemed to finally understand that the giant dragon was not just Chi-Chi-Chi, which was a great improvement. Roar. With another roar, Shiyu and 11 saw the full picture of the creature projected by the green cotton worm under the snowstorm. It was about 2 meters tall, with an ice blue hue. It looked like a combination of a dinosaur and a strong bipedal western dragon. Its body was covered with blue hair like ice spikes. It was as domineering as the ice dragon that was materialized by the phantom of the dream shell. And this time, the green cotton worm did a particularly good job in terms of expression. The bright blue pupil color and black sclera of the ice dragon were perfectly restored by it. Although there were still some flaws when looking closely, this time the ice dragon had already begun to look like a dragon. Of course, in terms of size, it was definitely still a little small. In addition, Shiyu didn't know what kind of power this ice dragon could exert. Boo, boo, boo. At this time, seeing that the green cotton worm had transformed so successfully for the first time, 11 was no longer sleepy, and began to rub his hands, ready for a big fight. 11 rushed forward directly, scaring the ice dragon to turn around and fly away. Green cotton worm, you haven't become small yet, can't you afford to play? The green cotton worm quickly exited the ice dragon form and didn't fight with 11. 11? The two pets stared at each other for a while, and both were stunned. Boo, 11 asked what you were doing. Gee. The green cotton worm said that it was okay to fight, but it would become small first. Shiyu, well, neither of the two pets wanted to suffer a loss. Don't worry, King Mianchong, you need to perfect your skills, and then you can practice against each other. Shiyu smiled and stood up and said, I'll find you some videos of ice crack claw and cold breath. These low and mid-level skills, with ice energy crystals as energy sources, should be very well simulated. Although the proficiency will not be high, it is enough for initial combat. The materialized phantom can forget about having high proficiency skills, unless King Mianchong itself has mastered similar skills. For example, if Shiyu taught it to Terrence and it reached a very high level, then King Mianchong can simulate high-quality dragon power. However, it is a bit difficult for the insect to use high-proficiency ice crack claw and cold breath. Pre-skills are also one aspect that determines the quality of the phantom. The pet that uses the virtual and real phantom has mastered how many skills that match the transformation and summoning object, which determines the quality of the phantom. This is also the reason why King Mianchong can exert considerable combat power when projecting King Mianchong phantoms. 11 cried out in boredom, spoiling the fun. It took so long for it to warm up. On September 2nd, Shiyu started to book a flight to the ancient capital 2 days later, which was September 4th. By then, he would have time to upgrade the absolute sleep of the green cotton worm to the mastery level, which would be considered a small goal before he set off for the ancient capital. Shiyu didn't know how long it would take for this trip, but since he was away from home, he didn't plan to add any more time outside, but planned to use his free time to meditate and improve the level of the beast control space. I booked a flight for September 4th, and I should be able to arrive at the ancient capital airport on the same day, because Lu Chengyu said that Shiyu would let her know when he went to the ancient capital. After booking the flight, Shiyu sent his itinerary to her. After a while, Lu Chengyu sent Shiyu a mysterious number back. 872,373,877. When you are ready to visit the ancient capital university, you can call this number. I have found someone on campus to take you on a tour. Of course, if you want to wander around by yourself, you can. Okay. Shiyu saved the phone number and began to look forward to the day after tomorrow. As far as he knew, the planes in this world were all mechanical lifeforms. They were all driven by their beast masters, or mechanics. It was for this reason that the air tickets were very expensive. However, even if the air tickets were expensive, ordinary people had no choice. Apart from this method, There were not many ways for ordinary people to travel from one big city to another. After all, most of the wild areas were still occupied by wild extraordinary creatures, and it was difficult to move without the escort of powerful beastmasters. In fact, the situation in China was relatively good. Even if there were extraordinary creatures in the wild areas between cities, they were all low race, weak creatures, and completely within the control of the country. For example, the wild areas between countries were truly difficult to cross. I am afraid that only legendary beastmasters could safely travel from one country to another. Even master beastmasters could not easily cross the border alone. Because of this, there was little communication between the 7 countries of Blue Star at present. Except for some important trade activities, such as introducing special pets from both countries, or holding some world-class events, they basically played their own games. 7 countries. As for the other 6 countries, Shiyu only knew that the other countries seemed to be different from Donghuang. They did not have the same mythological system. In ancient times, they had different mythological creatures as beliefs. And the active and extraordinary creatures were also different. Creatures like slimes and elves were rare in Donghuang. Even dragons like frost dragons were not local, but migrated from far away. However, like Donghuang, the history of each country had evolved, and the gods were in a state of collective disappearance. There must be a big secret. Shiyu's eyes were bright, but soon dimmed. Hey, Shiyu, be honest, let alone your own country, you haven't figured out the history of this city, why are you thinking about other national myths again? Shiyu patted his face and tried to return to reality. Chapter 87, Beast Tamers in Big Cities. Time is something that can be fast or slow depending on fate. Sometimes it feels very fast, and sometimes it feels very slow. For example, when Shiyu was busy with his extra time, he felt that time was very fast. After a few extra time, reading a book, and taking a nap, Shiyu felt that he had not done anything yet, and in a blink of an eye, it was September 4th. Shiyu got up before dawn that day. After all, he had to catch a morning flight. Pingchang was quite far from the Bingayan City Airport, so he could only sacrifice some sleep time. In the villa, Shiyu yawned and began to pack his luggage. His eyes were sleepy and dazed. When he finished packing, the express car he had booked was waiting for him on the side of the road. After getting on the car, Shiyu squinted his eyes again and took a short rest. Handsome guy, we're here. I don't know how long it took. Shiyu was meditating to counteract his sleepiness, but when he heard the driver calling him, he was no longer sleepy. He saw that the driver had a simple and honest face, and understood that the other party was probably speaking from his heart. We're here. Thank you for your hard work, master. Shiyu paid the fare with a smile, then got off the bus with his luggage and waved goodbye to the driver. It was called luggage, but it was actually just a small backpack, which contained some documents and a bottle of water that he would need later. As for other things, they were thrown into the relic bead. Shiyu glanced at the time. It was 8:30 in the morning. Did he feel like he could still eat something? He looked around and found that the airport was already crowded with people. As for food, Shiyu saw that the only convenient things were egg pancakes, meat sandwiches, grilled sausages, and boiled corn. While it was still early, Shiyu bought a cup of soy milk and a meat bun to deal with it. You guys can solve it yourself, Shiyu said to the 11th green cotton worm in the relic bead hanging around his neck. Then, he began to rush to the airport. Now, before Shiyu boarded the plane, he had a question. If the plane was a mechanical life, whose responsibility would the passengers have if they wanted to go to the toilet? Even if the interior is detachable, any mechanic with a bit of cleanliness may not be able to be a pilot. Half an hour later, Shiyu completed a series of registration procedures and passed the security check smoothly. He was originally worried whether the relic bead would be a prohibited item, but it seems that nothing was detected. Poor safety rating. What if someone puts a bomb in the space equipment and takes it on the plane? Oh, it doesn't seem to be that troublesome. After all, Beastmasters are mobile bombs. The flight to the ancient capital airport is about to take off. In the waiting area, Shiyu heard a broadcast in his ears. He has already taken out his mobile phone and turned on the scan function. Name, M50 Thunder. Attribute, mechanical. Racial level, medium commander. Growth level, racial skills. Introduction, artificial mechanical life, used for combat, transportation, and reconnaissance. Looking at the information of the plane, there are too many points to complain about. Shiyu didn't know how to complain. However, he thought that riding this kind of plane should not encounter bird collisions or anything like that. Even if it is an extraordinary bird, it may be shot down before it can get close to the plane. This illustration does not record the detailed skill information of the plane. But it's normal. The record is too detailed. What if there is a hijacker? Shiyu made up his mind and couldn't get over the plane accident. Well, let's get ready to go. Shiyu got up from his seat, looked out the glass window, touched the relic bead on his neck, took a deep breath and said, "Icefield City, Icefield Airport." Soon, this mechanical life plane named M50 Thunder slowly took off. After boarding, Shiyu still didn't find any difference between it and ordinary planes. Perhaps after encountering danger, it can show its true extraordinariness as a mechanical life. Although Shiyu wanted to personally experience how the mechanics and captains in the cockpit and the plane would deal with bad weather and flying beasts, he couldn't curse the plane to have an accident, because he wasn't some elementary school student who was a god of death, and he didn't have the physique to have an accident wherever he went. The beautiful white plane passed through the blue sky, dividing the sky into two. Until Shiyu heard a reminder that the flight was about to end, everything was still calm. Shiyu came out of meditation and looked out the window. A strange city came into view, and countless buildings quickly grew from small to large. Gudo Airport. After arriving at the destination, Shiyu quickly left the dense crowd. He didn't like crowded environments very much. After leaving quickly, Shiyu took out his mobile phone and began to navigate the route of Gudo University. The total area of the various campuses and training sites of Gudo University is comparable to the size of the entire Pingchang district. It is very large. To be precise, the areas of the 9 major colleges of Donghuang are very large. For this reason, the open days of these schools last for about a month. Otherwise, if the number of days is less, those candidates who come from afar may not be able to visit the whole place. Shiyu didn't plan to finish the first day of the tour. He just wanted to get to know the way today. The battle department of Gudo University is not very good, and the animal husbandry department is not very good either. It seems that the archaeology department is a little bit good, Shiyu muttered in his heart while navigating, recalling the gossip summaries on the internet. However, this is also relative to other top universities. It is normal for each of the 9 top universities to have its own trump card major. Moreover, even if it is an unpopular major, it is not weak. There are elites inside. The students are basically professional beast masters around 20 years old, and the teachers are all masters. Their strength is unquestionable. The nearest one is the North Campus, the territory of the battle department. Let's go there first. After Shiyu determined the location, he planned to stroll over. "Do you want to come out for some fresh air?" At the same time, Shiyu asked 11 and the green cotton worm in the relic bead. Ying, Ji, however, the answer was no. 11 was busy eating because he was very tired after the training, while King Mianchong was staring at the ice dragon portrait intently to deepen his impression. Okay, Shiyu shrugged helplessly and could only go shopping by himself. Shiyu didn't know how long he had been strolling, but he soon reached the gate of the North Campus of Gudo University. Because it was an open day, the number of people gathered here was naturally needless to say. The gates over 100 meters long were lined up in a row, magnificent and elegant. Outside the gate, young beastmasters and their pets looked at the name Gudo University above with longing, and their hearts were surging. This group of beastmasters looked like parents who brought their children to visit the university, and the children were of course pets. Shiyu looked at the beastmasters who were accompanied by pets, and he was alone here, and he suddenly felt bad. In the previous life, when he went out to play with friends, others had girlfriends with him, but he didn't, so it was fine. Now, it is not popular to show off your girlfriend, but it is popular to summon your rare pet and put it beside you to show off. Shiyu also wanted to show off his giant panda, but unfortunately, the giant panda thought that wandering around was a waste of time and refused to come out. He asked to call it when there was a fight. Then go find a fight. Shiyu estimated that there were so many young beastmasters here, and there must be a place for fighting in the university, so he couldn't help but take a step. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something, but before he took 2 steps, a young man in gorgeous clothes holding a selfie stick suddenly shouted, "Is there anyone coming to fight in the campus battlefield? I am invincible, you can do whatever you want." His shout immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, and many people looked at him and talked. Normal young people really don't dare to shout like this, for fear of social death. However, When everyone saw him holding a live broadcast device, they immediately understood why he was so brave. "Hey, Anchor," many people smiled and thought it was a bit interesting. Shiyu also thought it was a bit interesting. But the other party's next sentence made him turn around and leave. Requirements: semi-professional, both pets must be extraordinary, doubles, no one with low level, good guy, goodbye. Shiyu felt a little stomachache. What kind of person is this, with such standards? Is there really anyone who accepts? However, not long after the other party opened his mouth, a young man about the same age as Shiyu said with interest, "I'll do it, Shiyu." Semi-professional means a beastmaster who has left the apprenticeship period but has not passed the professional assessment. Generally speaking, the young people visiting the school here are not professional beastmasters yet. After all, everyone is here to apply for next year's exam. However, there are generally two levels for non-professional beastmasters. One is a new apprentice like Shiyu whose beastmaster space is level 1 and whose pet is in the awakening period. The other is a semi-professional whose beastmaster space has reached level 2 and whose pet has reached extraordinary level but has not yet participated in the assessment. Obviously, among this group of young beastmasters who plan to apply for the ancient capital university, there are already a group of geniuses whose beastmaster space has reached level 2 and who have cultivated 2 extraordinary pets. There are still 4 months, no hurry, no hurry. By then 11 and Chong Chong should also be extraordinary. Shiyu comforted himself. "Classmate, do you want to fight?" As expected, the beastmasters who came to the North Campus to hang out were not idle. After one of them started the fight, someone else came to invite Shiyu to fight. Shiyu glanced at the other person and asked, "What level is your pet?" "Supernormal, just a beginner," the boy answered the question naturally. Shiyu said, "Okay, barely okay." The boy asked back, "What about you, awakened to level 9? The boy, he rolled his eyes, turned around and left, thinking that fighting with Shiyu was a waste of time, leaving Shiyu with a confused look. Hey, who are you looking down on? Supernormal level is amazing. I awakened to level 9 iron-eating beasts and I am not without the power to fight." This, in short, Shiyu looked at the other person's back as he left, speechless for a while. Then, Shiyu analyzed that the iron-eating beast might not be unable to fight against real supernormal creatures. Of course, the premise is that the opponent's skill proficiency is not high, the race level is not high, and the beastmaster is not a strengthening talent. Hey, it seems to be a little unsafe. Forget it, let's not fight, just take a look." Shiyu yawned, just strolled around, and then went back to sleep. There are quite a lot of battle venues in the North Campus of Gudo University. During the open day, the school also supported the young beastmasters who came here to visit to compete. As for the referees, of course, they are the seniors who stayed in school as volunteers. As long as the school gives out some credits, there are still many people willing to stay and play the guest role of NPC. Damn, so fierce. Shiyu was strolling around and came to a battle venue. The venue is larger than the venue where the Evolution Holy Spring was competed that day. It was divided into several venues and was very lively at this time. He just came to the edge of a venue and heard someone next to him exclaiming. Shiyu looked at the venue and saw 2 beastmasters who were probably not much older than him fighting. One of the pets on both sides is a black water alligator turtle, and the other is a ground rock lizard. The growth level of both pets has reached the extraordinary level, so the power of their moves is extremely large. This is because after the pet enters the extraordinary level from the awakening period, the energy level will undergo a qualitative change. If the energy of the awakening pet is like a weak airflow, then the energy of the extraordinary pet is like a trickle, with higher quality. The change in energy brings about a change in the pet's skills, which is the increase in the power of the skills. Boom! On the field, the wind and sand raised by the ground rock lizard formed a sand wall. Although this is a low-level skill, judging from the condensation speed and wall structure, the proficiency has been trained to the mastery level. Roar, however, even with such a sand wall, the water bomb condensed in the mouth of the black water alligator turtle easily penetrated, and successfully bombarded the ground rock lizard with a skill. Intermediate skill, water stream bomb. Judging from the skill proficiency, it has not reached the mastery level, but due to the attribute restrained, it still gave the ground rock lizard a heavy blow. However, unlike the short battles of the training level, the battle here was very long. After being blasted several meters away, the ground rock lizard stood up without any trouble and looked at the opponent with angry eyes. Water flow enhancement talent, element resistance talent. During the confrontation between the two, countless water element fluctuations lingered around the Beastmaster of the Black Water Snapping Turtle. This is a very common water flow enhancement talent, which can be used to enhance the water skills of the Black Water Snapping Turtle. Although it is a skilled water flow shell, after the enhancement, in terms of power, it is probably not inferior to the mastery-level water flow shell without water flow enhancement talent. The talent of the Beastmaster on the ground rock lizard side is even simpler and cruder. It is the element resistance talent that is known as the panacea in the enhancement system. It can make the pet have a certain resistance to any elemental attack. Therefore, even if the ground rock lizard faces a water flow shell that restrains itself, it still directly resists it, and it looks like it can fight for 300 rounds. It is really popular to play with talents in the confrontation between semi-professional and professional levels. Fortunately, I don't have a combat talent. Shiyu smiled in his heart as he watched their fight. After this battle, I'm afraid these two Beastmasters will be weak for a while. I don't know if they have prepared any supplements. His skill atlas is still better. He only needs to add some points in daily life. In battle, he can just give orders casually. He doesn't have to work so hard as other Beastmasters, and he also has to invest a lot of physical strength and energy. However, on the contrary, Shiyu may suffer a little loss when he encounters a Beastmaster with this kind of enhanced talent in the future. The victory or defeat at that time will depend on the effect of his added points on the improvement of the pet beast, and whether it can compare with the effect of others using enhanced talents to increase the combat power of the pet beast. If it's this level, I feel that 11 should be able to fight, but it's probably like the battle against the ice dragon, full of fighting power, and a successful one-shot kill to have hope. Shiyu quickly judged the gap between 11 and the two pets on the field, but this is also because the race level of these two pets is not high, neither of them is the leader race, and the growth level is also the beginning of the extraordinary. Otherwise, if the opponent's attributes are stronger, 11 may not have a chance. Next, Shiyu continued to stroll around. He found that those who dared to show off and fight here, the growth level of the pets they took out was not lower than the extraordinary level. But this is normal. There are still 4 months before the professional assessment, and the pets have not reached the extraordinary level at this time. If the ancient capital university is taken as the goal, the hope is too slim. At the same time, Shiyu also found that this group of extraordinary pets all have at least one mastery level skill, and occasionally you can see 2 simple combination skills, which makes Shiyu sigh that this group of young Beastmasters preparing for the professional assessment are indeed something. His opponents in 4 months seem to be not the ones who competed for the Evolution Holy Spring. Those people, like him, have not yet reached the standard for participating in the professional assessment. If he participates in the professional assessment in the Ancient Capital Association, he may face a group of Beastmasters who have reached the second level of the Beast Control Space and are equipped with 2 extraordinary pets as standard. In fact, since the professional assessment is once a year, some second-generation Beastmasters who can be promoted to the second level in a year may even have 3 pets contracted. As for leading the cubs of the race, it should not be very rare by then. I understand. Although they are all newcomers, this is just like the Chunin exam in Naruto. Who can care about 2 Juriki and a physical monster that can open 5 gates as a Jinan? As we all know, Jinan is the strongest. By the same token, it is not impossible that there are a group of monsters hidden in the professional assessment. No wonder Lu Chengyu said that the professional assessment of the Ancient Capital Association is challenging and asked him to develop quickly with the relic beads. As far as Shiyu knows, there is no unified passing standard for the annual professional assessment, but promotion is based on proportion. Therefore, it is not that reaching the professional level and having an extraordinary pet will definitely pass the assessment. For this reason, the professional assessment in these big cities is more difficult than that in small cities, because if you pass the professional assessment in a big city, you have a greater chance of being noticed by top universities and top companies. This is actually the same on Earth. A Fortune 500 company will never recruit people from an ordinary 3-year college, but graduates from Peking University and Tsinghua University can be snatched up by various companies. The professional assessment is also so realistic. This model actually caused a strange phenomenon. A group of people who could easily pass the professional assessment in small cities did not give up and applied for the exam in big cities for several years without passing. The strength of this kind of people is estimated to be ridiculously strong. After all, there is no age or number limit for professional assessment, and they have obviously accumulated more time. It is even possible to meet an 80-year-old man in the professional assessment. Of course, it is worthy of encouragement for such an old man to participate in the professional assessment, but it is estimated that no university or company will be optimistic about it. Even if the other party won the first place in the class, there is no potential at all. For example, Gudu University has certain restrictions on the age of students applying for the exam. Therefore, strength is important, and the potential and talent shown are also important. It's not a big problem, although Shiyu felt a little pressure. After all, he started much later, but he still felt that it was not a big problem. Just add a little more and it will be done, and there is no need to rush. Anyway, he is not pursuing the first place in the class. Passing the assessment is a victory. This afternoon, Shiyu was watching the battles, mainly to see how the beast masters show their beast talents. He would not admit that he was looking for a beast-ear girl. Unfortunately, after watching for an entire afternoon, he found that these beast masters basically had enhanced talents, and he did not see any special combat talents at all. This made Shiyu very disappointed. As evening approached, Shiyu left the battlefield of the North Campus and went to the 10-star hotel he had booked in advance. Although he could stay in the Relic Pearl, since he had money, it would be nice to enjoy it. That night, Shiyu had a big meal in the hotel. He returned to his room only after he was satisfied with a meal. He lay on the bed and began to meditate with a piece of ethereal stone. After playing for a day, it was time to work hard. After a moment, Shiyu opened his eyes. I didn't add any more today. I feel so cute. One piece seems to be not enough for me. I feel that with my current concentration, maybe 2 pieces can be used at the same time. No, 3 pieces. Wait a minute, there are dozens of pieces in stock. 3 pieces don't seem to be enough. Damn it, if only I could put a spirit gathering array like the spirit stones in the fairy tales. Chapter 88. The Beast-Ear Girl is here. The next day, Shiyu woke up refreshed. This was the most comfortable sleep he had had in the past month. It's no wonder that practicing by yourself is more comfortable than adding some to your pet. Today, after Shiyu finished washing up, he turned on his phone and looked at the number Lu Qingyu gave him. Shiyu thought about it. Since Lu Qingyu had entrusted someone to take him to visit the school, it would be a waste not to use it. If he was left to wander around by himself, he would be really confused. He might end up staying in one place for an entire afternoon like yesterday and gain nothing. 872,373,877, Shiyu dialed the number, intending to find a guide for himself. After a long time, a clear and capable female voice came from the other end. Who is this? Hello, Senior Lu Qingyu called me. Shiyu was about to continue explaining, but the other end immediately understood and said, I see, are you planning to visit Gudu University? Yes. I'll wait for you outside the number 18 battle hall on the North Campus in an hour. Shiyu scratched his head and could only say okay silently. Alice, the other party didn't give him any chance to talk nonsense. Forget it, I'll ask him when we meet. 11, come out and have a rest. When he was about to go out, Shiyu remembered something and called 11 in the relic bead. He didn't give it a chance to refuse. He directly teleported 11 out with his identity as the master of the relic. In the room, 11 looked at Shiyu blankly. Bing, no, if it doesn't work harder, it won't be able to beat the bugs. It's okay, that won't make it work hard. Shiyu summoned the sleeping green cotton worm again and threw it into his backpack. At the same time, he told the green cotton worm, don't materialize randomly, just sleep and dream obediently today. Green cotton worm, 11 was silent, still feeling unreliable, but Shiyu's hand had already grabbed its neck. After being grabbed by the back of Fate's neck, 11 looked bitter and could only be forced to shrink to the extent that he could lie on Shiyu's shoulder and was thrown on his shoulder by Shiyu. Training is important, but it is also important to expand your horizons. Do you know how many exciting battles you missed yesterday? Shiyu taught 11. 11 pricked up his ears and listened. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself can win every battle. Gaining experience is also a way to improve strength. Starting tomorrow, you will take 2 hours of training time to recite the pet encyclopedia with me. 11. Huh? 11 was confused. Isn't it enough for pets to fight? Why do they have to recite books? Isn't that what a beast master should do? You have to develop all round. Adding points saved 11 a lot of training time. It's not too much to ask it to recite the information of thousands of pets. With enough energy, it is definitely not a bad thing to develop all round so that you have no shortcomings. It is more convenient to let the Beastmaster remind the opponent's pet information during the battle than to know it yourself. Anyway, let 11 recite it by the way. Shiyu felt that when he encountered questions he didn't know in the exam, he might ask 11. As expected of himself, this is a training idea that is 80 versions ahead of this era. Just like that, Yingying Bear was hung on Shiyu's shoulder and went out. This was the first time that Shiyu let 11 show up in this manner, but it didn't matter, because he walked along and passers-by didn't show any reaction. In such a big city, there are too many rare pets, including mutant pets, pets with different colors, pets wearing clothes, pets with a layer of makeup by their owners, and a lot of strange pets that are hard to see in Pingcheng. In comparison, many people directly regarded the shrunken 11 on Shiyu's shoulder as a relatively well-developed iron-eating beast cub, that's all. After buying 2 ice creams on the roadside, one for himself and one for 11, Shiyu headed towards the destination he had agreed to meet with others. He arrived here 20 minutes in advance. Like yesterday, although it was early in the morning, there were already quite a few people outside the battle venue of Gudo University. How is it? Do you feel that the pets nearby are very strong, waiting for people to get bored? Shiyu telepathically communicated with 11 on his shoulder. 11 looked around and indeed found that many Beastmasters nearby had strong energy fluctuations on their pets. However, 11 didn't know the specific strength, but perhaps it could be detected by using the master-level deterrence. If you don't want us to be beaten up, you'd better not do this, good man. Using group deterrence in this place, isn't this a provocation? Wait for the concentrated fire. Shiyu took the mobile phone and detected the energy fluctuations around him, but couldn't detect any. This shows that the pets nearby are basically above the extraordinary level, and very few were in the awakening stage. What does this mean? Does it mean that the level of Beastmasters in big cities is very high? No, it means that he should change his mobile phone. Although this mobile phone was bought not long ago, it seems that it is not enough at this time. For the next one, at least it must have a more advanced combat power detector. As for this one, leave it to King Mianchong and 11. Use it to watch the Ice Dragon movie or take selfies, it's up to them. Just when Shiyu was considering whether to change himself to a mobile phone with a 7-digit price, his broken mobile phone rang. I'm under the street light. After Shiyu answered the call, a voice came from the other side. I saw it. Shiyu looked around and immediately saw a girl wearing combat shorts, short sleeves, and knee pads under a nearby street light. She was not tall, had short black hair, fair skin, and a small body. She had a standard fitness body without any extra fat. Is this the person? Shiyu walked over, and the other party also saw Shiyu, and then showed a scrutinizing look. Are you the Shiyu that senior sister Lu introduced? Shiyu nodded and said, hello. The combat girl nodded and said, hello, I am Baizai, a student of the Battle Department of Ancient Capital University. At the same time, I am also a preparatory member of senior sister Lu's archaeological team. Since you promised senior sister Lu, I will take you to visit Ancient Capital University in the next 2 days. After saying that, she looked at 11, who was staring at her with dark circles under his shoulders, and was slightly silent. You seem to be an apprentice beastmaster. Well, is there any problem? No. Do you have any intention of visiting? Baizai said. How about I give you a suggestion? Shiyu was stunned and nodded. Then come with me. Baizai smiled and said, actually, it's not my suggestion, but senior sister Lu's. Huh? She said that if you come to me, I don't need to take you to the archaeology department's territory, but I can help you improve your strength. My strength? Baizai didn't say much, but quickly took Shiyu to a training ground that was not open to the public on the side of the battle venue. Then, she walked away from Shiyu step by step, and at the same time a huge summoning diagram appeared, not far from Baizai and Shiyu. Woo! After a loud cry, a fox-like creature appeared, more than 1 meter tall, covered with white hair, with a pair of blue eyes, a well-proportioned body, noble and elegant, and 6 slender and smooth tails. Name, 6-tailed white fox. Attribute, light. Racial level, high commander. It's not about your ability to command your pets, but your ability to face the threats of your pets. As Baizai finished speaking, a white beam of light condensed from the mouth of the 6-tailed white fox she summoned. With a boom, it blasted towards Baizai, with Shiyu and Shiyu dumbfounded. Intermediate skill, Destruction Ray. In an instant, Baizai's entire body was swallowed by the light, and a violent explosion occurred where he was, and the ground was directly blown apart. A gust of dust and strong wind suddenly rose, forcing Shiyu, who was not far away, to take a step back. Fuck, the six-tailed white fox shook its tail, glanced at Shiyu and the others, and scared Shiyu and Shiyu again. What happened? It's just like this. Facing the attack of extraordinary creatures, as a beast master, do you have enough strength to protect yourself? At this time, Baizai's voice was heard from the smoke and broken ground. She was seen bearing the destructive light of the six-tailed white fox directly in her body. The surroundings were in a mess, but she herself didn't seem to be damaged at all. My talent for taming beasts is fusion, so I can merge with my pets to gain physical fitness that surpasses myself and my pets. It doesn't matter if you don't have such a talent for taming beasts, but no matter what method is used, a beast master must at least master a practical skill of fighting with a pet and ensuring his own safety. In fact, protecting your own safety is only part of the basics. You can also have the strength to fight against your pets. That's the real safety. For example, in my current state, I can tear apart commander-level creatures with my bare hands. Senior Lu said that you should apply for the archaeology department. Then you know that in the process of archaeology, the most important thing is not how professional the archaeological literacy is, but the strength. Various ruins are full of dangers. If archaeologists themselves do not have enough strength, they can't step into the door of this industry even if they have more bodyguards. This profession is not necessarily lower than the traditional professional beastmaster in terms of comprehensive strength requirements. When she finished speaking, Shiyu had already opened his mouth slightly, not because this strange woman really resisted the pet skills, but because of the other party's current appearance. The black short hair completely turned into fluffy white short hair, the eyes turned blue, and there were two more things that looked like cat ears or tiger ears. Special combined beast controlling talent? This is the Beast Ear Girl. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, On the Beast Tamer's Ability to Save Life. Shiyu couldn't look away immediately. After all, it was the first time he saw this kind of beast-controlling talent. It felt very novel. Moreover, Baizai's body was amplified by such a strong explosion just now, so it was fine. But how come his clothes were so strong? Shiyu was just curious. Was there any combat suit that could resist energy? He would also buy 2 sets later. Have you seen enough? At this time, Baizai saw that Shiyu and Xiao Shitaisho had been staring at him. His figure disappeared directly, and he came behind Shiyu, patted Shiyu's shoulder, and lifted 11 up directly. So fast, Shiyu's heart trembled. 11 had been pinched by the other party. 11 subconsciously wanted to resist, but the other party's strength was unexpectedly great, and 11 couldn't break free at all. Bing! 11 immediately felt that he had returned to the days when he was dominated by Big Sister Lin Xiaozu. This guy is even stronger than Big Sister Lin Xiaozu. Sorry, because this is the first time I've encountered this kind of talent. Don't you need to summon a pet to use this talent? Shiyu looked at the six-tailed white fox that was grooming its fur, and then looked at Baizai's transformation features. Although it was also white, it was obviously not a fusion with the six-tailed white fox. No, the fusion talent is quite special. It can directly merge with a pet in the beast control space. The object of my current fusion is another tiger pet. Baizai picked up 11, stared at it carefully, and then returned it to Shiyu. So it's a multiplication skill. At the same time, her own animal characteristics slowly disappeared and returned to her previous appearance. Now you understand what I mean, right? Baizai said. The battles you fought before should have been in a relatively safe situation for the Beastmaster, or at formal competition, or under a high degree of protection. Professional level is actually a threshold. After entering the professional level, the comfortable environment will be greatly reduced. That's why the Beastmaster's first 2 pets basically have one that can perfectly match themselves and be used to protect themselves. Of course, you will definitely think that I have a talent for a fusion and it is easier to do this, but it is not the case. There are countless similar skills. It depends on whether the Beastmaster can dig them out. Xiao Xiaobei, come here. Baizai called the six-tailed white fox, and the fox came over immediately. "Waltz," she said. The next second, the six tails of the six-tailed white fox waved, forming a dazzling light, sweeping towards Baizai. Bang! Shiyu and Shiai were shocked again. This senior Bai is really a tiger. She lets her pet hide her at every turn. Although it is for demonstration to him, it is so scary. This time, Baizai did not transform into a combined body, but the tail of the six-tailed white fox was suspended in midair. Because when it swept towards Baizai, countless water streams gathered out of thin air, forming a water shield to block Baizai. The six-tailed white fox's waltz skill directly hit the water shield and failed to break through. Crash! The water shield dissipated, and Baizai said, "It is another pet of my water elemental beast. It has mastered the skill of water shield and majored in the skill. It has trained the skill to the point where it can sense danger and defend itself. So it can help me resist damage the moment the crisis approaches me. Well, in battle, I actually prefer to transform and let it transform into a high-pressure water jet to fight by itself." Baizai licked his lips. Shiyu and Shiai were embarrassed. Then, Shiai looked down at Shiyu. Why did his Beastmaster retreat as much as possible during the battle? The gap between people is really big. JPG. Okay, it's time to talk about you. Do you have similar ideas? Baizai asked. This, Shiyu thought about it. In the future, the insects may be able to materialize into pets with similar skills, or directly materialize into armor to protect themselves. However, there is no way to explain this to the beast ear girl in front of him. It seems that you have no idea yet. Baizai smiled and said, I'll give you a suggestion. The two master beast masters I know who have iron-eating beasts do this. What? Shiyu was stunned. Iron-eating beasts? Baizai said, the racial skill of the iron-eating beast. One of the signs of superb hardening is application. The hardening material can be applied to other objects, including living things. When the time comes, you will hang it on your shoulders and let it add a layer of hardening to you. You can also resist the skills and tear the pets apart with your hands. Wait until your beast controlling space is upgraded and your physique undergoes an extraordinary transformation. Maybe you can try it. Of course, the premise is that you can practice hardening to the superb level, which is not easy. Shiyu and Shiai looked at the smiling Baizai, and 10,000 green cotton worms crawled through their hearts. Can hardening be played like this? Shiyu and Shiai really didn't think about it. Is this how Cheng knows how to play? Shiyu, can I also play armament haki hardening myself? But this one must be directly possessed. 11 is the trump card. How can he always be hung on his shoulder as a bodyguard? But it's true, it's a train of thought. High-speed healing can be used to heal the Beastmaster, and other skills can be applied to the Beastmaster without any problem. Of course, the above are all off-topic. The purpose is to remind you that in the future pet training direction, remember to focus on yourself as much as possible. After all, you, the Beastmaster, are the most important, Baizai said. These are still far away from you. Senior Sister Lu said that if you find me, I can teach you a special skill that you can use now. Originally, she planned to teach it herself. But she has been busy recently, so she entrusted it to me. Of course, if you didn't come to me, she might teach you later. Shiyu asked, what skill? Baizai hugged his chest and looked at the tool fox. The six-tailed white fox swept over with another waltz. This time, Baizai showed his third life-saving skill. The first one was the combined transformation, which came from the beast taming talent. The second one was the water shield, which came from the skill of the pet. The third one. The six tails swept past, and this time, it was like hitting a phantom, passing directly through Baizai's body, and Shiyu fell into chaos again. This skill is called Void. The beast tamer can use his own will to transfer his body to a different space to avoid damage. Theoretically, the moment I was in that state just now, I was no longer in this space. If you want to hurt me in that state, the conditions are very harsh. Shiyu? Beast tamers master space skills? This is an ability that only legendary beast tamers can master, but, Baizai pointed to the relic bead hanging on Shiyu's neck and said, however, those who master the relics of legendary beast tamers can also use this ability with special space props. Although there are some restrictions, it is enough to save lives for low-level battles. After she finished speaking, Shiyu subconsciously touched the relic bead. Don't be surprised. It was Senior Sister Lu who told me. She said that you successfully cracked a relic, but you probably don't know what the best use of this space prop is yet. The best use is what I just showed you. To let ordinary Beastmasters have the same ability to become virtual in advance as legendary Beastmasters, Baizai waved the beads on her bracelet and said, "Do you want to learn? Most people only know that the secret relic space is the most valuable for the growth of spiritual plants and pets, but they don't know that the space left by legendary Beastmasters can also be used in this way. You are lucky." Shiyu was stunned for a moment and looked at the beads in the other party's hand. This is also a rich woman. Relic beads, also called secret realm beads. Baizai actually has one too. Super second generation Beastmaster? I want to, Shiyu subconsciously said, with a skill. What danger is he afraid of? He thought that the relic beads could only be used to hide in danger, but it turns out that there is such a convenient use. Directly virtualize the body in the outside world? No wonder Miss Lu said that this relic bead was her best plugin before she became a formal member of the 11th Bureau. Space Reserve, training enhancement, life-saving skills, all in one bead. Well, then you can learn from me first, Baizai said. There is a place in the school that specializes in training Beastmasters to have their own life-saving abilities. I'll take you there to have a look. Chapter 90 Shiyu lets himself go. During the open day, the campus of Gudo University was open to the public, but there were only a few training facilities that passers-by could experience. It was estimated that only the battlefield could be fully open to passers-by. As for some training facilities that require energy to open, they were only introduced to visitors at most, which was enough to arouse their yearning. If all of them were really open, Gudo University would probably lose a huge amount of money in a month. However, everything is not absolute, and there are privileged people everywhere. Next, the Beast Ear Girl Baizai brought Shiyu to a huge high-rise building located in the North Campus. Baizai walked in front, and Shiyu and Shiai followed behind her. The other party took out a campus card, and after a simple swipe, they successfully entered. "Grandma, are you there?" After entering, Baizai looked in the direction of the counter. There was a white-haired grandma who was tapping on the computer, as if she was working, and she was very immersed in it. She had no time to pay attention to Baizai and Shiyu, who had just come in. Next, Baizai and Shiyu walked closer and fell silent. "Wait until I finish this game." Immediately, the old lady stared at the game interface, her wrinkles trembling. In the screen, there were continuous sounds of being attacked. Tied, Grandma. After sighing, Shiyu and Baizai watched quietly beside them. After a long time, the old lady angrily smashed the keyboard, and then returned to a kind expression. It's Xiao Baxi. How come you have time to come here, Grandma? Help me get a limited time card, and open a preparation room by the way. There is a junior who has not yet enrolled who wants to experience this facility. The old lady glanced at Shiyu and Xiao Shitaisho, smiled and nodded and said, "How long will it be open?" Gudo University has a hidden policy that all visitors brought by teachers and students on campus have the right to temporarily use some of the training facilities on campus, and they are treated differently from those students who come to visit on their own. Baizai glanced at Shiyu and said, "Half a month, okay," the old lady nodded. Next, Baizai said to the administrator, "Grandma, help us open the most basic level now. I'll take him to prepare first." After Baizai finished speaking, the grandma said she understood, and she began to take Shiyu to the preparation lounge on the first floor. In the lounge, Baizai asked Shiyu to sit down and began to transform into teacher. "You must have mastered the basic ability of how to use the relic beads to store and take out items. At the same time, you must have mastered how to enter the relic beads by yourself. This is the basis for mastering the ability of virtualization, and if you want to use this ability that only legendary Beastmasters can master in advance, the most critical point is to establish a connection between your own beast control space and space props." Next, Baizai began to teach Shiyu a special method of controlling the relic beads. The beast control space really hides too many secrets. Sometimes Shiyu is also very curious about why the evolutionary direction of humans in this world is to control beasts and open up a small world in the body. If it were in another worldview, this would have become a superpower long ago. While explaining, Baizai kept adding, "Using this ability is not without any cost. Every second of virtualization consumes a huge amount of physical energy. In fact, in a sense, it is not a problem to regard this ability as a second life-saving beast-controlling talent that only legendary-level people can awaken." "I understand." Shiyu looked like he had looked down on life. Before, he was still thankful that he didn't have to consume physical energy to command a battle. Just one day had passed, and immediately there came the ability of virtualization that consumed physical energy to activate. This ability seemed to have appeared deliberately to lure him to his own death. Virtualization. This ability is really a double entendre. Next, Shiyu spent about half an hour to initially understand how to use his mind to first establish a connection between his beast controlling space and the relic bead, and then complete the virtualization. Although each virtualization step is a bit cumbersome, it is said that after becoming proficient, it will only take a moment. It is indeed important to have a good teacher to teach, and Baizai explained the whole process to Shiyu very carefully. Try it. As Shiyu finished meditating and opened his eyes, Baizai smiled at him. Yet, Shiyu nodded, concentrating his mind, as if lightning flashed through his brain. Space secret technique, virtualization. In an instant, accompanied by a sound of, Shiyu's figure seemed to become a phantom and disappeared from this world for a second. At the same time, Shiyu's shoulder, Shishai, who was resting with his eyes squinted, suddenly woke up and fell to the ground. Shishai, oh, what's going on? It doesn't hurt, but it's just a panda. What happened just now? Is it really done? Shiyu was virtual for only a second, and he quickly recovered with a look of surprise. Shishai cast a puzzled look. Facing Shishai's doubts, Shiyu naturally explained the virtualization to him with joy. Very good, then let's practice it in actual combat next, Baizai smiled. I've got you a half-month limited time card. You can come here to practice your abilities within half a month. Come with me. Baizai's work style is swift and resolute. Without giving Shiyu a chance to breathe, he immediately left the lounge and came to the old lady administrator. Are you ready? The basic level is already open, you can go in at any time, the old lady said. Baizai looked at Shiyu, motioning Shiyu to come closer and look at the computer screen. On the computer screen, an environment has been displayed, and all kinds of extraordinary creatures are generated around it. Wind crystal butterflies, fear bears, gold-eating rats, poison dart frogs, ice armor beasts, skeleton soldiers. As soon as Shiyu saw the screen, he felt something was wrong and had a bad premonition. These extraordinary creatures are energy bodies generated by machines. Their combat modes, skills, and forms are no different from real creatures. The only difference is that their strength is weakened to the minimum. Even if ordinary people withstand their skills, they will only feel some pain but will not be injured. There are a total of 10 kinds of extraordinary creatures in the basic level. What you need to do next is to persist for 10 minutes while avoiding danger as much as possible. Oh, by the way, you don't need to bring your little iron beast with you. Anyway, the skills you need to hone do not require a pet. You can rely on yourself. After Baizai finished speaking, 11 was stunned and gave Shiyu an encouraging look. Come on, you can do it. Shiyu pointed at himself and said, is it okay? Yeah, Baizai nodded and said, it doesn't matter. This is just one of the most basic levels. It mainly trains the Beastmaster's own reaction ability and ability to deal with danger. If you bring your pet into the room with you, the training effect will be lower. After all, your life-saving skills do not require the assistance of the pet. Okay then, Shiyu nodded, and then nervously went to a room on the second floor under Baizai's guidance. On the second floor, in a huge room, 10 extraordinary creatures were distributed in various corners of the room. After finding that the space was large, Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way he would not be beaten up immediately. However, he was still too naive. Not long after he entered the room, the 10 monsters in the room immediately attacked at the same time. The wind crystal butterfly swung a wind blade directly, and the poison dart frog also shot a poison arrow. In the distance, the skeleton soldiers had raised their bone swords and rushed towards Shiyu to slash. 10 extraordinary creatures attacked almost at the same time, frightening Shiyu so much that he quickly entered the virtual state. With such intensive attacks, it was also thanks to his virtual state. Otherwise, Shiyu felt that even if he brought 11 with him, unless it used deterrence to instantly kill all enemies, it would definitely not be able to help him block all the attacks. Perhaps, only by hardening at the level of perfection and adding a layer of buff to himself, there is hope that he can resist it. Swish. 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 Shiyu completed the virtual state, and all those skills failed. Outside, the old lady administrator, Baizai, and 11 were watching the situation in the level on the computer monitor. It turned out to be virtual. Seeing the life-saving skills used by Shiyu, the old lady immediately looked at Baizai. The origin of this little classmate you brought is not simple. Baizai nodded. How could the newcomer that seen your sister Lu like be simple? He cracked a relic and obtained the relic B during the apprenticeship period. Those top second-generation beast masters are no better than this. He has just mastered the ability of virtualization. With the physique of an apprentice beast master, it is the limit to support the virtual state for about half a minute. If he cannot use the virtualization reasonably, he will soon fall into danger and fail the challenge, Baizai said while looking at Shi Yu in the picture. She looked helpless. What a waste. The virtualization is not a permanent buff. It must be turned on at a critical moment. It is easy to keep it on like Shi Yu. Does physical fitness cost nothing? Does Shi Yu understand the purpose of this training? After all, it's the first time. I have to adapt slowly, the old lady is an experienced person and said very considerately. In the picture, Shi Yu still maintained the virtualization, letting the fierce beasts attack randomly like a headless fly, but they just couldn't attack Shi Yu. Just like this, 30 seconds passed, 40 seconds passed, 45 seconds passed, and the expressions of the old lady and Baizai gradually became strange. How can he stay in the state of virtualization for so long? Baizai didn't understand. She also mastered the ability of virtualization during the apprenticeship period. She knew very clearly the approximate time that the state of virtualization could be maintained at different levels and states. However, when it came to Shi Yu, something seemed to be wrong. At this time, 11 looked at the screen silently, and analyzed the thoughts of the old lady and Baizai through their expressions. 11 looked calm. Don't make a fuss, isn't it just that Shi Yu showed extraordinary physical fitness? 11 wanted to say that, in fact, it was not that Shi Yu's physical fitness exceeded that of the beast masters of the same level, but that he had rich experience in virtualization. Shi Yu, who could remain calm even after falling into a weak period for dozens of hours after adding points, overdrawing his physical fitness and staying in the state of virtualization for a while, it was reasonable. This is unreasonable, Baizai stared at the screen. At this time, in the room, Shi Yu also fell into deep thought. He felt that it was not a good thing to go on like this, and he felt that he could not hold on any longer. This virtualization consumed more physical energy than he imagined. When Shi Yu was thinking about how to crack this level, the skeleton soldier's big bone sword kept whirring in front of Shi Yu's eyes, making Shi Yu upset. Wait a minute, since this level is not as dangerous as imagined, maybe I can take the initiative to fight back. Senior Sister Beast Ears also said that a truly excellent beast master must have the courage to face extraordinary creatures. Shi Yu was startled, and a certain soul hidden in his body that was paired with archaeology suddenly awakened. At this time, he remembered the opportunity to step into the field of archaeology. In fact, the first time Shi Yu came into contact with the word archaeology on Earth was from an animation. The Adventures of Jackie Chan. The story tells about the archaeologist and martial arts expert Jackie Chan exploring various mysterious and suspenseful mysteries around the world. At that time, the young Shi Yu was haunted by the second-year soul and thought Jackie Chan was very handsome. He even had a career of imitating him. Not only did he study archaeology, but he also often practiced boxing and kicking himself, trying to restore Jackie Chan's difficult movements. In the end, Shi Yu got on the ambulance. This made him realize that cartoons are all fake. However, people's dreams will never end. When he grew up, Shi Yu studied a lot of other kung fu. He knows a little bit of various fighting skills and fighting styles. It was this experience that made Shi Yu die a little later. In short, the Earth failed to realize its dream for various reasons. Now, the opportunity has come. Now he has magical abilities and his physical fitness has improved. Shi Yu's courage has increased greatly. With a fierce look in his eyes, he quit the virtual state and kicked the skeleton soldier who was waving the sword in front of him. He kicked it over and the bone sword fell directly to the ground. Shi Yu picked up the bone sword, swung it nervously, and aimed it at the remaining 9 beasts. This is really going to let myself go. Do you feel it can do it? This may be the first step for me to become a super earthling. Chapter 91, Iron-Eating Beast Ruins. With a sword in hand, Shi Yu suddenly felt heroic. He felt that this was the correct way to travel through time. Would being a great swordsman be cooler than being a beast master? Outside, with Shi Yu's sudden action, the administrator grandma, the beast ear girl Baizai, and the panda king Shiai were all stunned. Huh? Greek letter sigma, degree. Shiai looked at the screen in confusion. Shi Yu, what are you doing? Shi Yu, calm down. You are not made for that. It seems that he has realized it. Baizai was silent, and said, "A true Beastmaster must have the courage to face extraordinary creatures. Although I have predicted that he will be miserable next, this will undoubtedly become a very valuable experience for him." While one person and one panda were expressing their opinions, Shiyu's figure had been swallowed up by a group of ferocious beasts, and only a bone sword was left on the spot. "Oh my god, it hurts." Whoever wants to be the great swordsman can be the great swordsman. In the future, he will add some points in the back, and it will be nice to watch the pets fight. After a while, Shiyu was beaten out. When Shiyu came out, the beast-eared girl Baizai was looking at him with a half-smile. 11 covered his face and asked Shiyu if he needed it to go in and help him get revenge. Just now, Shiyu was not handsome for more than 3 seconds. He was beaten by a group of ferocious beasts and couldn't get up. He had to rely on virtual transformation to escape. "I haven't seen such a brave boy for a long time." The administrator grandma also smiled. All the negative emotions of losing the game just now disappeared. She was in a good mood at this time. It can be seen that Shiyu is a Beastmaster who is good at bringing happiness to others. "I feel like it's just a little bit short." Shiyu looked disappointed. The main reason was that there were too many enemies. He was controlled to death before he could use the sword skills of earth science. Although there was no damage, there was still a little pain. Shiyu couldn't say anything. "Alice, when will he be able to have the skills of Uncle Long?" Baizai said, "Don't worry. The most basic levels here are also prepared for Beastmasters above the professional level. It's normal that you can't react in time. If you don't count the virtualization, with the physique of an apprentice Beastmaster, without relying on pets, it's actually a miracle that you can hold on for a few seconds." Shiyu, in other words, he just challenged a higher level? Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it earlier, he would have changed the method to challenge and just survived to the end. With virtualization plus supplements, he can directly survive until the energy of this training facility is exhausted. Of course, this is bragging. Next, Baizai was about to say something else when her phone suddenly rang. She took out her cell phone, answered the call for 2 sentences, then immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be there later." After hanging up the phone, she looked at Shiyu apologetically and said, "Something suddenly happened. I'll take you on a tour another day. My suggestion is that you should use the training facilities here to practice virtualization first. After you become proficient in virtualization, you can do partial virtualization, instant virtualization, and use other beast taming talents in the virtual state to command, summon, and retrieve pets. It can all be done. It's faster and more convenient than hiding in the relic beads when you encounter danger." In battles at the legendary Beastmaster level, the Beastmaster is basically in a virtual state throughout the entire process. Otherwise, the Beastmaster cannot get involved in battles of that level at all. You have the relic beads, so you can experience this power in advance. It won't be a disadvantage to practice early. It's to lay the foundation for becoming a legendary Beastmaster in the future. "Okay," Shiyu nodded and said, "Then senior bye, you go and get busy first." This ability to virtualize really needs to be practiced. It's a complete life-saving skill. Well, that's it. By the way, as for other training facilities, if you want to improve the strength of your pet, I think you can put them aside for the time being. Anyway, you have the relic beads, and the training efficiency of your pet in other training facilities may not be better than in the relic secret space. You are too low level to enter the training facilities with significant effects, and the ones with insignificant effects are not as good as the relic beads. It's a waste of time to go there. Baizai clapped his hands and said, "But it all depends on your wishes." "Well, I'll leave first, and I'll contact you later to take you to the archaeology department." After saying that, Baizai entrusted Shiyu to the administrator, Granny, and left in a hurry. Little Baizai is the vice president of the Battle Club of Ancient Capital University. She may be a little busy preparing for the national competition recently. The administrator Granny looked at Baizai's leaving figure and explained with a smile. "How about it? Do you want to continue the challenge?" Granny didn't ask about Shiyu's identity, and directly regarded him as an ordinary student of Ancient Capital University. "No, Grandma, I plan to go back and study it carefully first. I'll bother you another day." "Thank you for your hard work." Shiyu looked at the administrator Grandma and said, "This Grandma can be an administrator in such a place. I'm afraid she must be at least a Master Beastmaster." "Okay, then you guys go quickly. I'm going to continue playing games," Grandma said. Shiyu, 11? Why did Shiyu suddenly feel that there was no future for Gudo University? Then, Shiyu and 11 left the training facility with a confused look on their faces. After coming out, Shiyu shook his head and sighed. I feel like I have something to do. He took out a limited time experience card sent by Baizai and felt depressed. During the open day, he can use the training facility for half a month to practice virtualization. If he doesn't use it, it seems a bit of a loss. If he uses it, he has to be beaten by extraordinary creatures every day, which is tangled. Forget it, only those who endure hardships can become superior people. Shiyu gritted his teeth and decided to fight. Although I can practice the virtual transformation in private, it is definitely not as effective as the training in a tight but safe environment. Shiyu's shoulder. 11 felt that it made sense, only those who endured hardships could become superior people. 11, so, when can I let it go back to train? Shiyu was thinking about his own efforts, but he didn't let it work hard together. It was too much? Shiyu, this is also a comparison? It seems that 11 will never experience the joy of slacking off in this life. It's noon so soon. At the same time, Shiyu glanced at the time, touched his stomach, and decided to eat and take a nap. The virtual transformation is too tiring. Eat some supplements, wake up, and then decide where to go in the afternoon. This morning, I have made things difficult for myself. In the hotel. After Shiyu had eaten and drunk enough, and let 11 and the green cotton worm fulfill their wishes to enter the ruins beat for special training, he began to hug the pillow and prepare to fall asleep. However, it seemed that God didn't want Shiyu to rest well. The loud ringing of the phone immediately made Shiyu get up. Who is it? Not many people seem to know his phone number. Apart from the courier and the food delivery man, there are only the three rich ladies, Master Lin, President Feng and others. Good man, now that I think about it, the proportion of rich ladies in my address book seems a bit high. Shiyu looked at the caller ID with a guilty conscience, and then unexpectedly found that it was Master Lin. Huh? Master Lin, Shiyu answered the phone. On the other side, Master Lin was silent for a while and said, I heard that you went to the ancient capital. Shiyu, yes, before he went to the ancient capital, he talked with the staff of the martial arts hall and President Feng. As for Master Lin, when he set out, Master Lin seemed to be on an expedition in the snowy mountains. By the way, you have been to the snow mountain recently, right? How is the situation there? Just a group of wild beasts, not worth mentioning. Captain Wang Meng and I have cleared the inner and outer parts of the snow mountain, and the situation is under control, Lin Huangnian said. I heard that you cracked the trial ruins. After I came out, Old Feng told me everything. At the beginning, he did suggest that Shiyu could go there to train, but he never expected that Shiyu could break through the 6th level and grow so fast. When he decided to go on the expedition to the snow mountain, 11 had just started to learn Thunder Palm. However, after he came out of the snow mountain, he heard from President Feng, but it was outrageous information. A combination of mastery-level Thunder Palm and mastery-level hardening? A small iron-eating beast that mastered mastery-level deterrence? The iron-eating beast evolved from the Holy Lake and was suspected to have awakened its ancient bloodline? The 6th level of the ruins is the Ice Dragon Phantom? Shiyu also defeated it? After listening, Lin Hongnian suspected that he was still in the snow mountain and did not come out. Which snow girl in the snow mountain cast an illusion on him? In short, the experience described by President Feng was outrageous. It was as if he had been away for several years. But it didn't matter. After all, Shiyu was introduced by Lu Qingyi, the even more freakish genius who had reached the master level in his early 20s. With the help of Lu Qingyi, it was normal for Shiyu to be a little outrageous. What Lin Hongnian was most concerned about was actually the matter of the Holy Spring of Evolution and the ancient bloodline of the iron-eating beast. He originally wanted to go to Shiyu in person to ask, but Shiyu was not in Pingcheng, so he could only call Shiyu first. I heard that your iron-eating beast gained something from the Holy Spring of Evolution. And it seemed that it had awakened some ancient bloodline, Lin Hongnian asked in a heavy tone. Can you tell me about it? On the other end of the phone, Shiyu was silent for a moment, and said, I think it should be an ancient bloodline, which may be the appearance of the iron-eating beast thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. The form is actually not much different from now, just as if the iron-eating beast is wearing a suit of armor, but it doesn't feel as simple as the superb hardening skill. The sign of superb hardening is that the hardened material is released to form weapons and equipment, and in addition, the hardened material can be attached to other objects. At present, only Master Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast in Binghagan City has reached this level of proficiency. In theory, relying on superb hardening, it is possible to make a suit of armor, but the blood awakening at that time gave Eleven the feeling that it was not as simple as the hardening skill, but it was indeed a brand new life form. Armor. Master Lin Hongnian fell into deep thought. It is possible to form armor by relying on superb hardening, but if you don't think it is it possible that superb hardening is one of the conditions for the evolution of the iron-eating beast? Master Lin guessed. It means that using the superb hardening to form similar weapons, and then through some means, to fix this form, is the evolution method of the iron-eating beast. Shiyu said, isn't it a bit perfunctory? If so, even if the hardening skills can be added to the armor after evolution, double hardening, it doesn't seem to have much future. Commander level at best. It's just a guess. Lin Hongnian also felt that it was too simple, and couldn't help but laugh it off. But anyway, it's an experimental direction. By the way, did your iron-eating beast undergo other changes after awakening the ancient bloodline, except that the physique is better and the development is slower? There are no other changes. A normal iron-eating beast that reaches the 9th level of awakening should be taller than 11, but 11 is a bit short. However, compared with the ancient bloodline, Shiyu thinks it should be because the evolution Holy Spring has enhanced 11's vitality. Is that so? Lin Hongnian was silent. It was a pity that Shiyu's iron-eating beast only awakened a weak ancient bloodline. It would be better if it evolved directly. In this way, perhaps the evolutionary route of the iron-eating beast can be studied more clearly. At this time, Director Lin said again, you went to Gudo this time. You should visit Gudo University. Yes, when are you free? I'll ask Xiaozu to come find you. She is also at Gudo University. Shiyu was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Xiaozu is a student of the Animal Husbandry Department of Gudo University. She has been there for the past month. You will definitely be interested in the topic she is currently researching. What? A site related to the iron-eating beast was discovered in Gudo, and students from the Archaeology Department of Gudo University are currently studying it. Because Xiaozu's main research topic at university is the iron-eating beast, she was invited back by the teacher to be a consultant. Originally, I didn't care about this news. After all, it was just a site related to the iron-eating beast. But after listening to you say that the iron-eating beast has ancient blood, my mind changed. Maybe the ancient iron-eating beast really has something special. I think you need to go there. The site of the iron-eating beast appeared in Gudo, and there were some traces suspected to be ancient iron-eating beasts. Lin Hongnian didn't care at first, but after Shiyu discovered that the evolutionary route of the iron-eating beast was to return to the ancient times, the ancient iron-eating beast data immediately became of reference value. In addition, Shiyu cracked the Pingchang ruins, which was related to the rising star Lu Qingyi in the archaeological world, and his own iron-eating beast awakened the ancient bloodline, so no matter how he looked at it, Master Lin thought that Shiyu had to investigate the iron-eating beast site. Do you have time to go there? I can ask Xiaozu to pick you up there. It's a pity that I have some things to do here, otherwise I would definitely go with you. Lin Hongnian was in a settled mood. For the first time, he felt that he was so close to exploring the evolutionary form of the iron-eating beast. The dream of this father and daughter is to dig out the evolutionary possibilities of the iron-eating beast. Everyone in Pingchang knows this, and Shiyu is also clear about it. It should be no problem, Shiyu nodded, with an unexpected expression. The evolutionary direction of the iron-eating beast? He himself was confused. Now there is a site related to the iron-eating beast, which is indeed worth seeing. Moreover, it happens to be in the ancient capital. How could he miss it? Just now you said that this site is currently under the charge of the Archaeology Department of Gudo University. Shiyu had a strange expression. If he also enrolled in the Archaeology Department of Gudo University, would these people be considered future seniors? Lin Hongnian said, well, they should all be considered Xiaozu's juniors. After all, it is just a small site related to the iron-eating beast, not a relic space, and not many people pay attention to it. Shiyu nodded and said, by the way, senior sister Lin also participated in the professional assessment in the Gudo Association. Master Lin, how was her performance at that time? After coming to Gudo University this time, Shiyu realized how fierce the assessment competition here is. Senior sister Panda was able to pass the professional assessment here at the age of 18 and was admitted to Gudo University. She seems to be very strong. Master Lin said, when she took part in the professional assessment, The Iron Eater was a beginner in the supernatural realm and had mastered the combination of skilled level Thunder Palm and mastery level Hardening. In addition, it has also contracted another supernatural creature with good strength. However, it is meaningless for you to use her as a reference. She took part in the assessment a few years ago, and the difficulty of the professional assessment is increasing every year, but don't worry, you are better than her, and the professional assessment will not be a big problem for you. Shiyu, why does he feel like he's Master Lin's biological son? Master Lin treated Lin Xiaozu with such an attitude, but when it comes to him, he obviously doesn't have a supernatural pet, but this uncle directly appointed him as better than Lin Xiaozu. I feel that Senior Panda will cry after hearing this. Chapter 92 Ancient Inscriptions. HU, in the mountains outside the ancient capital, a woman in black and white expedition clothes sneezed subconsciously, then shook her head vigorously, always feeling that someone was talking about her behind her back. Sister Xiaozu, did you catch a cold? We are enough here, otherwise you should go and rest for a while. Not far from the woman, next to a stone wall of ruins, a short-haired woman in brown archaeological clothes said. How could it be? I skied in the snow-capped mountains in my hometown and it was fine, no problem, Lin Xiaozu replied with a smile. That's right, the short-haired woman patted her head. Everyone is a professional beastmaster. Although it is a bit cold here, it should not affect them at all. This is the site of the iron-eating beast. At present, this site is being investigated by an archaeological team of 8 people. 5 men and 3 women, 7 of whom are students of the archaeology department of the ancient capital university. As for Lin Xiaozu, he is a researcher of the iron-eating beast and was invited to assist in the investigation. The people have been investigating the site for a while. The collection and sorting of some artifacts and stone carvings have been completed, but there are still many special information on the site that cannot be deciphered. The ultimate goal of archaeology is to restore the true history of the time. At present, these people have obviously not investigated the meaning of this site. Lin Xiaozu sighed as she looked at the archaeology students who were investigating and slacking off. The only information known at present is that this is the site of a tribe that worshipped the iron-eating beast in ancient times. There is no more important information to be found. She originally thought that she could find new discoveries about the iron-eating beast, but it seems that she thought too much. Dad, when Lin Xiaozu felt powerless, her cell phone rang suddenly. After seeing the contact, her expression relaxed. Dad is back from the snow mountain? Humph, this old man should have just come back and found that she was still not at home. He missed him too much, so he called as soon as possible. Hello. Lin Xiaozu walked away from the side and answered the phone. The voice of Lin Hongnian came immediately from the other side. Xiaozu, are you still investigating the site of the iron-eating beast with those junior students? Yes, how is the progress? There is no substantial progress, but I heard that the teacher from the archaeology department will come to guide the site in 2 days, and there may be a breakthrough by then. Dad, you don't care much about this relic, why do you suddenly ask about this? Lin Xiaozu curled her lips. When her teacher informed her that the site of the iron-eating beast appeared in the ancient capital and invited her to assist in the research, Lin Hongnian was not happy. He thought that there was nothing to study about a broken site, and it was better to train pets more and pursue new breakthroughs than to live in the past. The ancients' understanding of the iron-eating beast was not necessarily better than that of modern beastmasters. Hey, Lin Hongnian laughed awkwardly. However, he had no idea before that the iron-eating beast actually had the so-called ancient bloodline, and there were traces of the evolution of the iron-eating beast in ancient times. This wave was really slapped in the face. The situation is different now, Xiaozu. Shiyu is also in the ancient capital. I have already contacted him. You should contact him next and ask him to help you investigate the site. Why? Lin Xiaozu was stunned. Shiyu? What does Shiyu have to do with this iron-eating beast site? During the time you were not in Pingcheng, Shiyu has cracked the ruins that appeared in Pingcheng. Because of some opportunities, his iron-eating beast also awakened the ancient bloodline through the holy spring of evolution in Bingayan City and grasped the traces of evolution. That's why I suddenly paid attention to the iron-eating beast site you mentioned before. In short, if you haven't made any progress yet, maybe you can invite Shiyu to give it a try. What? After Lin Hongnian finished speaking, Lin Xiaozu couldn't help but shouted. This shout made the other archaeological team members look blankly. What happened to Senior Panda? Could it be that because they haven't investigated anything new for too long, Senior Panda has completely collapsed? Yeah, I got it. I'll contact him right away. After Lin Huangyan explained clearly, Lin Ziazu's eyes sparkled and her whole body was rejuvenated. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the juniors who were trying to slack off and said, "Everyone, there's new progress. I just got information from my father that there was an evolutionary form of the iron-eating beast in ancient times. Next, we may investigate in this direction first. He has hired someone to assist us in the research and will be here soon." Really? After Lin Ziazu finished speaking, the group of archaeology students were stunned, and then showed joy. They naturally knew who Lin Ziazu's father was. After all, he was a well-known master beastmaster. Since it was the information from Master Lin, there must be a basis for it. "Senior sister, when will the expert you mentioned arrive? Do we need to take him over?" Everyone was looking forward to it. Although this was just a small site and it didn't seem to have any important information, it would be a big gain if they could decipher the ancient evolutionary form of a pet. They estimated that they could earn a lot of credits. "Wait a minute, I'll call him. Besides, I don't know if the other party is an expert." After talking to Director Lin, Shiyu was no longer sleepy. He was thinking about the so-called ancient iron-eating beast ruins and couldn't sleep at all. A moment later, he received a call from Lin Ziazu. "No, tell me the address and I'll take a taxi there." Shiyu couldn't help laughing when he heard the expectant, nervous and anxious tone of the other party. He immediately imagined the image of Senior Panda standing outside the ruins and wandering around, but helpless. "Okay, I'll write down the address." Shiyu quickly confirmed the address of the ancient iron-eating beast ruins with Lin Ziazu, and then began to pack up. At the same time, he didn't forget the most important thing. 11. Shiyu laughed and pulled 11 out of the space. 11. Oh. What are you going to do again? Well, how should I put it? Go dig? No, go see the ruins of your ancestors? Together, 11? 11 was confused, and then Shiyu fooled him onto his shoulder. The location of the ruins is actually not very far away. It took less than 2 hours for Shiyu to reach the mountains outside the suburbs of the ancient capital. After Shiyu arrived at the destination, at the entrance of the mountain, the group of students from the ancient capital university, led by Lin Ziazu, had already come to greet Shiyu. "Here we come." Lin Ziazu was pleasantly surprised when he saw Shiyu, and the group of students from the archaeology department were also looking at Shiyu. Just now, they had learned about Shiyu's general information from Lin Ziazu. He is a fellow villager of Lin Ziazu, has an iron-eating beast that has awakened ancient blood, and has also participated in the deciphering of ruins. However, he is a young beastmaster, not an expert. Such information basically means that we can only see what valuable information Shiyu can provide, and the investigation work still has to be left to them. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Shiyu took a few steps and came to the group of people. He also looked at the others except Senior Panda, and immediately felt very friendly. My goodness, this group of people revealed a sense of being in the same industry from their spirits, without any vitality at all, and felt very old. No, these students from the ancient capital university said one after another. "It's you who have worked hard," Senior Panda said, and then she was stunned. Suddenly noticing the look of despair on Shiyu's shoulder, 11 was stunned for a moment. This, 11 greeted the big sister Ziazu. 11, Lin Ziazu was surprised. "What's going on? Why has 11 become so small? Hey, is that a ferruginous beast?" The others also looked at the super small ferruginous beast on Shiyu's shoulder, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. It doesn't look like a cub, but a doll. What's going on? "Nothing, I taught it the skill of multiplication, and it is currently in a shrunk state," Shiyu said. "Can the iron-eating beast learn to multiply?" As Shiyu spoke, the other archaeologists were surprised. Recently, because of the research on the iron-eating beast ruins, they naturally did a lot of homework on the iron-eating beast. In addition to some basic information about the iron-eating beast, they also learned about the skills of the iron-eating beasts other than the several races that are easier for the iron-eating beasts to learn. For example, the iron-eating beasts of Zhashi Martial Arts School are famous for being able to learn Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. For example, a Master's iron-eating beast is famous for being able to learn Metal Shock, which is a gold-based sound wave skill that can make the body emit metallic noises at all times. In addition, there are some other unconventional cultivation methods. In short, their investigation of the iron-eating beasts should be considered comprehensive, but this is the first time they have heard of an iron-eating beast that can multiply. "Is it because of the awakening of the ancient bloodline?" Lin Ziazu asked. It is indeed possible. The size of the ancient iron-eating beasts was much larger than it is now. Shiyu nodded. 11 closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Wasn't its multiplication taught by Shiyu with a plug in hand? However, Shiyu didn't let it talk nonsense about this matter, so Shiyu shut up and pretended to know nothing. Panda pretending to be stupid JPG. Can you take me to see the ruins first? Shiyu asked. Okay, Lindsay Azu nodded, and the others also nodded. Next, everyone began to walk towards the ruins in the mountain. During this process, Shiyu kept asking them about the information of the ruins. Has the age of the ruins been determined? It is about 4,400 to 4,500 years ago, an archaeologist who was traveling with him said. Shiyu nodded. This time point is very subtle. It is a period when the historical fault of this world is more serious. What are the main objects of the current investigation? There are a number of artifacts, but they are basically daily necessities. This one is from another era, about 2,000 years ago. In addition, a relatively well-preserved metal fragment was found. After preliminary restoration, it is suspected to be a fragment of ancient battle armor. The murals on the stone walls of the site carry the most information, but this symbol is not like any of the ancient characters known so far, and it does not match the popular characters at that time. By the way, there are similar symbols on that metal piece. After the other party finished speaking, Shiyu was slightly startled, and said with a slightly expectant expression. Please take me to see the armor fragment first, okay? Several people looked at Shiyu, who had just arrived. Strangely, this little brother was not polite, and seemed to be more interested in the iron-eating beast site than them. After a while, Shiyu followed them to the archaeological camp built outside the site. As they entered the tent, Shiyu saw the armor fragment they were talking about, which was actually a palm-sized piece of metal. In the glass container, the metal piece lay quietly. There was indeed a strange symbol on the metal piece. This symbol, Shiyu stared at the symbol under the gaze of everyone. Then, as if some memory was triggered, a huge wave of emotions rose in his heart. Shiyu was shocked and dumbfounded. He remembered it completely. Because he had seen this symbol before. When he was on Earth, the unpopular mythology system that he and his teacher studied had a record of the same symbol. Chapter 93 Archaeology Ruined Her Life. The moment he saw this special symbol, Shiyu thought of many things and felt very complicated. At this moment, he even began to doubt that his time travel was not an accident. However, what made Shiyu most complicated at this moment was not other messy things. Rather, no matter in the past or present life, he didn't know what this symbol represented. What a pitfall. Shiyu thought to himself that it was a pitfall. If this symbol could be changed into Chinese, English, or Japanese, this wave would be a sure win, but it was a pity that it was not. So at this moment, Shiyu didn't feel like a fellow villager meeting a fellow villager with tears in his eyes. In addition, whether this symbol originated from the Earth or this world is still unknown. Shiyu tried to use his telepathic talent, listen to the voice of history, to see if he could make any other discoveries. But unfortunately, it seems that the opportunity has not arrived yet. Have you found anything? Lindsay Azu saw Shiyu staring at the metal piece in a daze and asked. Yes, Shiyu looked away and said a hot news. This may be a fragment of an ancient iron-eating beast. What? Everyone was at a loss. Fragments of an ancient iron-eating beast? They all looked at Shiyu in confusion, and they couldn't understand why this armor fragment was related to the iron-eating beast. Because the evolved form of the iron-eating beast may be wearing such a layer of armor. No, not wearing, but the tore one, Shiyu said. He certainly couldn't say that he had seen this symbol. Even if he did, he didn't know what this symbol meant at all, and it didn't make any sense. However, in addition to this discovery, Shiyu also found that the color and material of this metal piece felt similar to the evolutionary traces in the blood of the iron-eating beast. Are you serious? Lindsay Azu looked at Shiyu with a stunned expression. The evolved form of the iron-eating beast is wearing a layer of armor. That should be the case. Shiyu looked at the archaeology students and said, has the composition of this metal piece been tested? Not yet, an archaeology student said. This may require the use of the school's laboratory, and it is more troublesome to test, and it will take a long time. This alloy containing extraordinary metal resources is much more difficult to test than ordinary alloys on Earth, and the current research has not reached this stage. It doesn't matter. Next, please test its specific composition. If we can detect the metal elements it contains, it may be an important part of solving the mystery of the evolution of the iron-eating beast. Shiyu looked at the metal piece. Maybe the iron-eating beast has to eat similar metal materials to complete its evolution? This metal piece is a great discovery. Zio Lin, contact the school. Lin Ziazu looked at the short-haired girl in a brown archaeological suit. Yes, Zio Lin nodded. Lin Ziazu quickly understood what Shiyu meant. After all, she was also an expert in breeding iron-eating beasts. Do you want to use the composition of this metal piece to infer the evolutionary material of the iron-eating beast? She asked. Yes, but it shouldn't be that simple, Shiyu nodded. It feels like evolution cannot be completed by eating alone. What exactly that symbol means is still unclear. At this time, hearing the word eat, 11 woke up in a daze and looked at the metal piece in the glass container with bright eyes. Eat? Not really, Shiyu denied. Please take me to see other ancient relics and the ruins outside, Shiyu continued. Oh, I'll take you there, the archaeologist who first explained the basic information of the ruins to Shiyu said. In a blink of an eye, Shiyu issued a task to everyone and hurried to the next location. Inside the tent, the other archaeology students looked at the metal piece in the glass container and fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, why do I feel that I was led away by the new Shiyu all of a sudden? Shouldn't Shiyu provide the information and they continue to investigate? Why do I feel that Shiyu is more concerned than them? I'll contact the school first, Zio Lin said. Forget it, just follow Shiyu's statement. The metal piece is suspected to be a part of the body of the evolved form of the iron-eating beast, which is indeed a bold guess that they have never imagined before. This iron-eating beast site is actually an underground site, and the integrity is not very high. Shiyu can only make do with the investigation, but it is more convenient that some of the information has been restored and sorted out by this group of people. There are only pictures of ordinary iron-eating beasts on the murals, but no images of iron-eating beasts wearing armor. Shiyu was slightly startled after flipping through the already sorted information. Why is this? Shiyu simply didn't think about the information that could not be confirmed for the time being. Next, he began to browse the special symbols recorded in the ruins. Including the symbols on the metal sheet, all the special symbols added together only have 9 types in total. It's just because of the large number of repetitions that it looks like there are more. Among these 9 symbols, Shiyu felt familiar with 6 of them, and he must have seen them on Earth. As for the other 3, they are a bit unfamiliar, but judging from the style, these 9 symbols must be matching. If that metal sheet is really part of the evolution of the iron-eating beast, is there any special meaning for such symbols to be engraved and branded on the armor? Senior, Shiyu studied it in depth, and even kept trying to use his talent to see if he could see any spoiler pictures. However, he didn't see the picture, but he saw the panda senior in a trance. Lin Ziazu came to Shiyu's side without knowing when. I didn't expect you to care so much about this site. Lin Ziazu couldn't help but smile when he saw Shiyu's concentration. Before, everyone thought that Shiyu was just here to provide information, but who knew that after Shiyu arrived, he was more enthusiastic than these archaeology students in studying the site. Do you also want to figure out the evolutionary route of the iron-eating beast? Asked Senior Panda. Shiyu said, I guess so. He actually didn't have much obsession with the evolution of the iron-eating beast. The reason why he was so concerned now was purely out of curiosity. Curious about what this site represents. Curious about why this world has symbols similar to those in a certain mythological system on Earth. If he doesn't figure this out, Shiyu feels that he won't be able to sleep well. Senior, you also want to know, right? Shiyu asked. One is the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion, and the other is Lin Ziazu. It seems that no one in the entire Pingchang wants to know the evolutionary route of the iron-eating beast more than the 2 of them. Lin Ziazu looked tangled. Indeed, but after hearing you say that the evolved form of the iron-eating beast may be wearing a suit of armor, I feel that if this is the case, I won't be able to sleep in the big panda bed in the future. It's a pity, Shiyu? Good guy, the reason for his entanglement is the same as his. Is this a confidant? Sure enough, different pandas, the same usage. Bing, Shiyu's Phi, 11 roared in protest. It has been several hours since I last trained, and my whole body feels uncomfortable. It has been sleeping for several hours in a row to accumulate physical energy, and now it urgently needs high-intensity training to release it. No, it's better to fight. What's wrong? 11 can't help but want to train again. Lin Ziazu smiled slightly, knowing 11 very well. 11, Kak, I came here to say that it's getting late now. Thanks to the news you brought, everyone has a new research direction. They want to invite you to have a meal together, Lindsay Azure said. Eat? Shiyu glanced at the time. It seemed to be late. It feels like I just finished lunch, but now it's time for dinner. Of course, that's no problem, Shiyu rubbed his stomach. Well, I can't continue my research on an empty stomach, right? Eating is more important. Next, Shiyu paused his thinking and pressed 11. Let's go eat together, and I'll let you go to training after eating. He actually wanted to let 11 go to training a long time ago, but this is the side of the iron-eating beast after all, and he feels that bringing 11 with him may have some kind of wonderful buff bonus. But now it seems that the mask at 11 is a bit weak. 11. Greek letter sigma, and I'll stay with you for a while. Outside, when Shiyu followed Lindsay Azhu out, the other 7 people were already waiting. Everyone was going to the restaurant at the foot of the mountain for dinner, and as for here, they could just leave it to the pet beast to take care of. If the contracted pet beast is not for the convenience of slacking off, it would be meaningless. Pet beast, MMP. Having a meal together is a good way to communicate. Originally, Shiyu and everyone were not familiar with each other, but as soon as they arrived at the dinner table, they started to communicate immediately. What? You plan to apply for the archaeology department of the University of Archaeology in the future? As everyone chatted, they talked about Shiyu, and then everyone finally knew why Shiyu was so focused in the afternoon. It turned out that he was a future junior with a clear goal. This department is a big pit. Archaeology will ruin your life. Have you heard of it? Zheng Yingji, an archaeology boy who often took the initiative to answer questions for Shiyu, said with a sad face. He is the leader of this archaeology team. Other students in the archaeology department also nodded one after another, and Lindsay Azhu wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Ah. So miserable. Why did you apply for this department if you don't like it? Shiyu drank a mouthful of soup to calm down, and wanted to listen to the advice of future seniors. Senior Lin Yuer, who has the same surname as Senior Panda, said, can't think straight for a while. In fact, although the ultimate goal of archaeology is to restore the truth of history, there are few young people who have such a high level of ideological awareness. The reason why archaeology is popular in this world is that ancient relics hide many secrets, even opportunities from mythological times. Because some lucky people got the opportunity from these ruins and rose rapidly, this industry attracted many people who thought they were the sons of destiny. The number of people who really want to restore history to the truth is very small. Most people enter this industry hoping to make some money from ancient ruins. In addition, the archaeology department is indeed the trump card major of Gudo University, and the resource allocation is higher than that of the combat department. Suddenly, many people applied for the exam. However, after studying this major, I realized how hard it is. It is not so easy to find relics with opportunities. Most of the time, they can only stare at a pile of antiques and learn some techniques and knowledge that are useless for combat. Because of this, although there are many applicants for the archaeology department of Gudo University every year, the number of people who change majors later is also very huge. The breeding department is actually very good. It is easy and comfortable. The medical department is also good. There are many young ladies. The combat department is a bit tiring, and you have to train every day, but strength is the capital of a beastmaster. If you can represent the school in the national competition in the future, you will be able to make it. After all, it is a competition that everyone in the country is paying attention to. It is better than the archaeology department that deals with antiques and ancient tombs, a fat senior sighed. Several other people also expressed their opinions, saying that they regretted applying for the archaeology department. Several people who can successfully enter the ace major of Gudo University must be very talented. Each of them is estimated to have become a professional beastmaster before the age of 20. However, such a bunch of geniuses only have regrets in their hearts at this time, extremely regretful. When Shiyu heard this, he was stunned. Wow, they were all guys who were dissatisfied with their majors. Is the archaeology department really that bad? But from my experience, Lindsay Azhu said silently, you are in this state too often. In fact, students who apply for the combat department, animal husbandry department, research department, and medical department also think that their majors are not good. To put it bluntly, it is essentially that they like the new and dislike the old, and they are fickle. Lindsay Azhu complained in his heart, if you were more serious when investigating the ruins, the research progress would not be so slow. During the investigation of the ruins, this group of people must have spent half of their time slacking off and training pets, and the professional quality is not up to standard. Lindsay as you felt that if he were a teacher, he would definitely let them fail. Anyway, if I were given another chance, I would definitely choose the combat department. Zheng Yingji sighed. Let's see if there is a chance to change majors later. Shiyu, archaeology is a hard job. If you don't have a little love, it's normal that you can't stick to it. But I feel that if something is found in this side investigation, maybe this archaeology department is not impossible to stay in. A horse-faced senior analyzed. First follow Shiyu's idea, maybe you can really gain something, senior sister Lin Yur said. Zheng Yingji nodded. If you can really work with senior sister Lin to research the evolution of the iron-eating beast, I feel that the university is stable, and you can use this as your graduation project. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Shiyu suddenly overturned his view of the archaeology department of Gudo University. He named the archaeological team led by Zheng Yingji, 7 archaeological heroes. Anyway, I have to thank Shiyu this time, haha. Zheng Yingji smiled and said, when you come to Gudo University in the future, we will protect you. Without the information about the evolution of the iron-eating beast provided by Shiyu, it would be difficult for them to carry out follow-up research. Thank you. Shiyu felt unreliable. He felt that this group of people, although centered in Gudo City, were the best among dozens of secondary cities around them, and super geniuses. But in Gudo University, they should be typical scumbags. I feel that there is no future in hugging their thighs after entering school. It is better to hug the thighs of the beast-eared senior sister. The vice president of the battle club is a celebrity in the school. Junior brother, when do you plan to apply for the archaeology university? The year after next, the chubby senior said. I heard from senior sister Lin that the iron-eating beast is your initial pet, but I see that its growth level doesn't seem to have reached the extraordinary level yet. No, I plan to take the professional assessment this year. There are still 4 months, so it should be in time. Although its growth level is slightly lower, its combat effectiveness is still okay, Shiyu explained. The fat senior was stunned and said, you are confident, that's good. By the way, what is the difference between the iron-eating beast that has awakened the ancient bloodline and the ordinary iron-eating beast? Is the difference only in the multiplication skill? I'm a little curious. How about a friendly exchange after dinner, Junior? I also have a new pet that has not reached the extraordinary level. By the way, let us learn about the information of the iron-eating beast with ancient bloodline, so that we can write more in our homework, huh? The fat man's words made several archaeology students around him stunned. Yes, this fat man is smart. He knows that he will not put any information related to the final homework. Shiyu's little iron-eating beast that has awakened the ancient bloodline is the starting point for the follow-up research of this site. It is definitely right to learn about it. Fight. Lindsay who curled his lips and said, why do I feel like you want to bully my junior? A new pet trained by a professional beastmaster and a pet trained by an apprentice beastmaster are of the same level, but the training intensity must be completely different. The fat senior looked innocent and said, no, I just want to improve my homework. If the homework is not up to standard, I will fail this year. By the way, I can guide my junior. The professional assessment is very difficult now. After all, I am an experienced person. Oh, before Shiyu could speak, 11 suddenly poked his head out of Shiyu's pocket. It sensed the breath of battle. Shiyu looked down and was speechless. It's okay, Shiyu could only say. My iron-eating beast has been sleeping for a day, and I just want to move around. It's no problem to have a sparring with a senior later. Chapter 94, The Iron-Eating Beast Begins to Raise Prices. Look, the juniors have no objections. The fat senior is called Wang Li, and he is also an unlucky guy who accidentally entered the archaeology department. After choosing this department, he found that he didn't like it here at all. The beast masters of other departments only need to train their pets, but they also have to learn all kinds of archaeological knowledge and the use of various instruments, which is really troublesome. He never thought that he would face the threat of failing a course after entering university. He thought that entering university would be heaven, but who knew it was the beginning of pain. It seems that there is a battlefield on the way here, Wang Li said. Big cities are big cities, even if it is just a suburb, there are battlefields everywhere. At this time, 11 had already climbed onto Shiyu's shoulder expectantly and looked at Senior Wang Li. Then let's have a fight, Seeing that the cute little iron-eating beast was ready to move, the other seniors also laughed and fanned the flames, wanting to see what was so extraordinary about the iron-eating beast that had awakened the ancient bloodline. On the side, Lindsay Azu was speechless. Forget it, since Shiyu has agreed, just be happy. Since Shiyu was able to conquer the ruins in Pingcheng, he must be quite strong. He would not lose too badly. Senior Sister Panda obviously did not know how difficult the next few levels of the Pingcheng ruins were, otherwise, she would never worry about Shiyu. At the moment, everyone had almost finished eating, and it was time to relax after the meal. With a goal in mind, everyone began to stroll towards the battle site. Wang Li, I think you should let your junior brother take the lead in the battle later, and don't use your beast-controlling talent, Zheng Yingji said. In addition to the gap in pet cultivation between high-level beastmasters and low-level beastmasters, the most important difference in combat power is the development of beast-controlling talents. A high-level beastmaster with enhanced talents and perfect development can use talents to increase the combat power of an awakening pet several times. Fatty Wang Li has obviously been a professional beastmaster for some time, and his development and application of beast-controlling talents are definitely not comparable to Shiyu, a newcomer. It's okay, Shiyu said, just fight normally. My iron-eating beast is not weak, senior. If you underestimate us, be careful of a car accident. Shiyu had no intention of taking advantage. First, he believed that 11 would not lose to a pet of the same level. Second, he thought it was unnecessary. After all, it was not an important battle. Even if he lost, he would just broaden his horizons and accumulate experience. Car accident? At this time, Wang Li laughed when he heard Shiyu say this. How could it be possible? If he could fail in a battle with a newcomer, he would just retire on the spot. The other seniors also smiled, thinking that Shiyu obviously didn't know the difference between high-level beastmasters and low-level beastmasters. Don't worry, I have a plan in my mind, Wang Li said. After a while, the 9 of them came to the nearby battlefield. Not to mention that there were quite a lot of people here. However, judging from their age, most of them are high school students. Now that they have entered the holiday, many trainee beastmasters like to gather in the battlefield to kill time and exercise themselves. The rental of the battle site went smoothly, and the venue also sent a referee. Although Wang Li and others felt that there was no need for a referee, this was an inevitable process. It turned out that he was a top student from Gudu University. Why did he come here to fight? At this time, the referee was still wondering. To be honest, it was still a question whether he could beat the students of Gudu University. This referee was really under a bit of pressure. Don't worry, brother, we are watching, no problem, just borrowing the venue, Xiao Zheng, the leader of the 7 archaeological heroes, said. The 9 of them, except Shiyu, are all professional beastmasters, and they are not ordinary junior professional beastmasters. A battle in the awakening period is completely a small fight. Then I'll leave it to you. The referee smiled awkwardly. At this time, after renting the venue, the main owner Wang Li and Shiyu came to both sides of the venue, and the others were watching from the outside, and even prepared to record the battle process. After all, these are all valuable homework materials. The referee was in the center. He looked at Wang Li and Shiyu on both sides, and after clearing his throat, he said, the rules are 1 versus 1 singles. Well, now both sides please send out your pets at the same time and start fighting after my command. As the referee finished speaking, Shiyu's shoulder 11 jumped down eagerly. It had not stayed in the beast control space, so the summoning process was omitted. After clumsily walking onto the field, 11's heart surged. He could finally exercise. Rock Giant Rhino, Shiyu saved trouble, but Senior Wang Li still had to summon. Roar. As the wind whistled, the countless light spots in front of Senior Wang Li instantly connected into a huge summoning diagram, like a star map. In the diagram, a shocking roar came at the same time, attracting the attention of passers-by. White summoning diagram, intermediate beast master. At this time, passers-by were immediately attracted by the situation here and were surprised. Professional beast masters are divided into primary, intermediate and advanced levels. Just like the transparent texture of the summoning array that connects the beast control space of the trainee beast master, the summoning array of the professional beast master is also divided into different colors, namely gray, white and green. Therefore, when passers-by saw the color and texture of Wang Li's summoning array, They immediately judged that the level of his beast control space was at least level 3, and he himself might be an intermediate professional beast master. Rock Giant Rhino. As for the pet sent by Wang Li, it is also very powerful. It is brown all over, like a giant rhino standing on 2 feet, more than 2 meters tall. Whether it is the body, hands and feet, or the giant tail, it looks strong and powerful. The ferocious expression coupled with the rock-like body makes it look very difficult to mess with. Name: Rock Giant Rhino. Attribute: Earth. Racial level: Intermediate Commander. Racial skills: Flying Rock, low level. Rock Transformation, low level. Ground Sinking, intermediate level. Rock Explosion, intermediate level. Landslide, high level. When the Rock Giant Rhino appeared, the hearts of these trainee beastmasters and passersby were moved. A super pet of the intermediate commander race. This beastmaster is so rich. Junior brother, my Rock Giant Rhino is currently at the awakening level 10, Wang Li said behind the Rock Giant Rhino. My Iron Eater is also about to awaken to level 10. On Shiyu's side, 11 has already stood on the field, but because it is still in a shrunk state, passers-by really didn't notice it for a while. It was not until a closer look that the passers-by found that there was indeed such a small Iron Eater opposite the Rock Giant Rhino. Why is that Iron Eater so small? Is it a cub? Iron Eater, a medium-level extraordinary race. The race is 1 level lower than the Rock Giant Rhino. At this time, although passers-by discovered that Wang Li's level was very high, it seemed that both sides of the battle were training new pets, and the pets they sent out had not yet reached the extraordinary level. Moreover, the state of this iron-eating beast was really strange, because it was too small, in sharp contrast to the giant rock rhinoceros on the opposite side. As a result, many passing trainee beastmasters had no idea what the battle was about and what they wanted to do. Not to mention them, even the referee of the battle site didn't know what these people were doing here. However, it will be known soon, and the referee directly issued the start order. Junior brother, you attack first, Senior Wang Li said politely. Then Senior, we will go all out. Shiyu was not polite at all. The rock rhinoceros of the medium-level leader race has at least mastered a high-level skill. With the command of Wang Li, a mid-level beast master, its strength must be strong, and they can't be careless here. 11. Multiplication, full combat power, Shiyu immediately commanded. At this time, passers-by and other seniors, including Senior Wang Li and Panian Giant Rhino, were still looking at the small iron-eating beast with a joking smile, not realizing the seriousness of the problem. However, the next second, with 11's high-spirited cry, its body continued to expand, and expand. Under the ripples around it, in the blink of an eye, it became a nearly 10-meter-long beast. The iron-eating beast, which was as tall as a 3-story building, looked deeply at the Panian Giant Rhino in front of it. Its long black and white hair moved without wind, and its whole body seemed to contain explosive power. This change directly stunned the seniors of the archaeology department. Gurgle, on the opposite side, Panian Giant Rhino felt the shadow and swallowed his saliva. Other passers-by also looked dazed, not knowing what happened suddenly. What's going on? Change, become bigger. Do you have to be so cruel? Wang Li was also stunned. Damn. How did it become so big? He knew that Shiyu's iron-eating beast mastered the multiplication, but the multiplication skill was actually very particular. It is equivalent to a comprehensive skill of shrinking and gigantic skills, with 2 development directions. One is to pursue shrinking to restore physical strength, and the other is to pursue gigantic to increase combat power. Pets will consume different energy according to different development directions. Shiyu's iron-eating beast has not yet reached the extraordinary level, but it can shrink so much. Wang Li thought that Shiyu and his team first developed the shrinking form to facilitate daily training. As for the gigantic form, the physical strength of the awakening pet can't support that kind of training consumption at all. Generally, trainee beastmasters will selectively wait for future development. After all, this is a high-level skill. How can it be so easy to have the best of both worlds? However, who knew that when it came to Shiyu, both the shrinking and gigantic forms were not delayed, and they were developed to a very high level. This is not scientific. Multiplication is a high-level skill. Wang Li's face was hip. You know, even his rock giant Rhino has not had time to develop the proficiency of high-level skills. Can Shiyu and his team use it well? 11. Harden. Shiyu continued to give orders, and the next moment, the giant 11 slapped the rock giant Rhino with one palm. Rockification, rock explosion. Wang Li's heart trembled, and he immediately gave orders. On the field, the rock giant rhino was instantly covered with rock material. At the same time, he waved his stone palm covered with rock material and resisted the giant palm of 11. Rockification is similar to hardening, but it is an earth skill. This rock giant rhino has obviously developed this skill to the mastery level. As for rock explosion, intermediate skill, creating explosive rocks, relying on the destructive power of rock explosion to cause huge damage to the enemy. Wang Li chose a combination of rockification and rock explosion to counter this combination of giantization and hardening. Bang! However, the power of the two is completely different. The moment the giant palm of 11 came into contact with the rock explosion of the rock giant rhino, a violent explosion occurred from point to surface. Then, accompanied by a puff of smoke, the rock giant rhino was directly slapped by 11 and flew several meters away. The power is completely not at the same level. This is normal. After all, although the rock giant rhino is strong, its strength and physical strength are far inferior to the ice dragon, which is suspected to be the dominant race. 11 can even fight against the ice dragon of the same level, let alone a pet that leads the race. Damn, Wang Li is not going to fail. At this time, seeing that Wang Li's rock giant rhino was slapped away by the iron-eating beast in a face-to-face encounter, Zheng Yingji and others widened their eyes. How did this iron-eating beast develop its multiplication skills to such an advanced and perfect level? Is this the talent of the ancient bloodline iron-eating beast? It shouldn't be. Everyone continued to watch. The defense of the rock giant rhino was indeed strong. At this time, it could still stand up. Under Wang Li's nervous command, countless flying rocks condensed around it, and more than a dozen rock cannons like cannonballs smashed towards the giant 11. With 11's size, even with supervision, it could not dodge at this time. However, there was no need to dodge. The advantage of perfect hardening was immediately revealed. The hardening material flowed at super high speed on 11's giant body. Wherever the flying rock hit 11's body, that part of the body would immediately harden and resist perfectly. Bang, bang, bang! Several flying rocks shattered after touching 11's body, but 11 was still unscathed. 11 used supervision to determine the attack point, and completed the resistance to the attack with minimal consumption. At the same time, during the resistance process, it also launched the next round of attacks under Shiyu's command. Thunder Palm, Shiyu ordered. After the words fell, all of 11's hardening material flowed and superimposed on the giant palm. With a sound of sizzling, the black material of the giant palm and the blue-white shining electric light formed a very dazzling combination skill. Perfect hardening, MTM. At this moment, after discovering the abnormality, Wang Li was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Ethera Carnivore had such a highly skilled skill. Not only him, but Lin Ziazi, who in the audience also looked confused. Because only she knows how old 11 is. 1 year old, perfect racial skills? What a joke. What did Shiyu and the others experience during the month she was away from Pingcheng? At the same time, the most terrifying thing is that 11 also completed a combination skill with perfect hardening as the core. This scene made Wang Li subconsciously use his beast control talent. If he doesn't use it again, he will kneel. Even at this time, Wang Li wanted the rock giant rhino to use high-level skills to fight the enemy. However, the reality is that high-level skills usually awaken very late, and the physical fitness of awakening pets is not enough to support the training of high-level skills, so they haven't even started practicing the skill that caused the collapse of the mountains and cracks of the earth. Fuck, Wang Li gritted his teeth and used the maximum earth-related strengthening talent to help the rock giant rhino strengthen its strength. Countless earth element fluctuations surged around him, turning into brown light to connect him to the rock giant rhino. Boom! Under the amazing fluctuations, the momentum of the rock giant rhino rose steadily, and the surroundings were filled with flying sand and rocks. The next moment, the rock transformation skill, which was comparable to or even surpassed the perfect hardening, instantly covered the entire body of the rock giant rhino, and the rock giant rhino roared and continued to use rock explosions to fight the enemy. However, facing 11, who is in a state that could tear apart dragons of the same level with his bare hands, even if Wang Li used the beast control talent, the rock giant rhino seemed unable to withstand this powerful blow. Roar! Under the roar of the rock giant rhino's struggle, even though its own attributes were extremely resistant to lightning, the moment its body came into contact with 11, it was still flattened in an instant. and the ground under its feet almost instantly cracked. With a huge explosion, the dazzling power of lightning and thunder suddenly covered the entire body of the rock giant rhino, electrifying it to a black spot. Plop. The next second, the rock giant rhino fell to the shattered ground with numbness all over his body, losing his ability to fight. The winner has been decided. No one expected that the battle between a medium-level extraordinary race iron-eating beast and a medium-level leader race rock giant rhino would be such a one-sided situation. Shiyu looked innocent. He had been told not to underestimate the iron-eating beast. He should have been serious and tried his best from the beginning. As the giant rock rhino fell to the ground, Wang Li was completely stunned. Damn! Your iron-eating beast is unscientific. Why is your skill proficiency so high? Why can you use combo skills smoothly in the multiplied state? Why? The expressions of other students in the Department of Archaeology also changed a lot. Passers-by and referees were even more shocked. Is this an iron-eating beast? What's going on in this battle? Why can't I understand the moves? Just now, Wang Li seemed to have used his beast-controlling talent. Even so, he was beaten to pieces by this iron-eating beast? Damn! Everyone looked at the little iron-eating beast that shrank back again like a leak and made a satisfied sound, with a look of confusion on their faces. The seniors of the Department of Archaeology were speechless at this time. Is this the iron-eating beast that awakened the ancient bloodline? It's too strong. Is it too late to contract an iron-eating beast to cultivate it now? If I can also awaken the ancient bloodline, I will make a fortune. This doesn't look like a pet of a supernatural race, the pet of a king race is just like this. Wang Li seems to be standing there stupidly. I knew he would fail and lose to an apprentice beastmaster. I guess he will have to pay us a large sum of hush money. He must be regretting it now, regretting why he wanted to fight. Senior Sister Lin, is your iron-eating beast still for sale? Senior Sister Panda was silent after watching and listening. Why is this ending different from what she judged at the beginning? Although she didn't know what happened, she felt that the price of their iron-eating beast would increase. Chapter 95 The Benefits of Having Privileges. The battle was over, and Wang Li hadn't reacted yet, and the surroundings were already noisy. A group of passers-by pointed at the shrunken iron-eating beast. What's going on? They felt that they had just seen some shocking scenes, but when they came to their senses, they didn't know how to explain the unscientific battle process just now. Everyone looked at the messy side and cursed in their hearts. Are they sure that this was caused by the aftermath of the Battle of the Awakening Pet? They all believed it when they said it was a supernatural battle. Junior, what's wrong with your little iron-eating beast? Opposite Shiyu, Wang Li's fat face twitched, and he looked sad, smiling and crying, and he looked particularly happy. Senior, I told you not to underestimate it. I have spent at least tens of millions of resources on it. What else can Shiyu say? I hope that saying this can make Senior Wang Li feel a little more balanced. He is indeed right to say so. The supplements alone cost millions. Resources like the Evolution Holy Spring, the price should be more than 7 figures after rounding off, right? If we consider that the cost-effectiveness of supplements is higher than those rare cultivation resources, it is not wrong for Shiyu to spend 8 figures on the little iron-eating beast. Even ordinary beast masters, if they really spend so much money, may not be able to get such an iron-eating beast. Of course, no one will do this. With this amount, you can buy a potential and talented leader race pet cub. Therefore, although 11's strength is outrageous, it is indeed created by the superposition of the 3 elements of Krypton gold, plugins, and hard work. 10 million, Wang Li was speechless. What else could he say? He could only say that Shiyu was richer than him. Spending tens of millions of resources on a pet of a medium-level extraordinary race, either you have money or true love. No, the iron-eating beast that has awakened the ancient bloodline is probably not as simple as a medium-level extraordinary. I'm so special. Senior Wang Li silently took back the rock giant rhino, then looked around and whispered, I admit defeat if I lose, let's go. Okay, Shiyu smiled and nodded, and the two quickly slipped out of the battlefield. Lin Ziazu and other seniors were silent for a while, and followed the two out. After the 9 people gathered together again, before anyone had time to speak, Wang Li spoke up at the first time, ahem, it's a rollover. Junior brother has something. It seems that junior brother will pass the professional assessment this year. The others looked at him with a smile. So? You rolled over. Everyone also saw Wang Li's embarrassment. Although they wanted to laugh, They changed the subject in a friendly manner considering his feelings. Junior brother, your little iron-eating beast is a bit outrageous. The racial skills have been upgraded to the perfect level during the awakening period. Is this also the credit of the ancient bloodline? Zheng Yingji sighed. I'm really curious about its combat effectiveness after entering the extraordinary level. It will definitely usher in a qualitative change. In fact, it's thanks to its own hard work. Shiyu turned his head to glance at 11 on his shoulder and praised 11. Bing. 11 nodded seriously. It has the current strength, all thanks to its own efforts. Ahem. Shiyu added some efforts that it owed. And it slowly paid them back. Damn, the more I think about it, the more outrageous it seems. At this time, no one mentioned Wang Li, but Wang Li himself couldn't hold it anymore. He said, I've decided to study this site carefully and try to research the evolution of the iron-eating beast. It's just that a little iron-eating beast that has awakened its evolutionary bloodline is so strong. If there is really an evolution, it must be a guaranteed high-level leader race. It's even possible to be a king. If we really research it, we will be famous. Everyone nodded when they heard him say this, and the motivation to explore the iron-eating beast site was completely stimulated. Senior Lin, let's study together, and take me with you. Lin Yor knew that Lin Ziazu was the researcher who studied the evolution of the iron-eating beast, and she couldn't help but want to hug her thigh. Okay, Lin Ziazu saw that the 7 people who had been slacking off before suddenly had motivation, and she couldn't help but laugh and cry. But she herself was also at a loss. She looked at Shiyu, who had a calm face, and Shishai, who was pretending to be stupid on Shiyu's shoulder, and always felt that something was wrong. She always felt that it was not the evolution of the iron-eating beast that was strong, but the combination of Shiyu and Shishai. They definitely have some secrets. Well, I'll go with you too, Shiyu said to the 7 archaeological heroes. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. Haha, if they really researched the evolution of the iron-eating beast, and finally found that the evolution of the iron-eating beast couldn't beat 11, it would be embarrassing. 11 is so strong, it's really not because of the awakening of the ancient bloodline. The benefit of its awakening of the ancient bloodline is actually that its physical strength has doubled, which is also the standard ability of the evolution Holy Spring. In other aspects, there is no change. Multiplication, hardening, thunder palm, supervision. Whether it is skills or proficiency, they are all added. Okay, we will definitely warmly welcome Shiyu to come as an advisor, Zheng Yingji said with a smile. Although this is not in line with the rules, it is not a big problem. Asking someone to do homework for you, no, to put it nicely, asking someone who knows when you have a questions you don't know, isn't this a very common thing in school days? But it seems to be late today. Do you plan to stay here or go back first? Lin Ziazu looked at Shiyu and asked. Let me see. Shiyu took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. It seemed to be late. Today is definitely not suitable for continuing the investigation. Shiyu was silent for a moment, and suddenly felt that it was not easy to do. He undoubtedly wanted to investigate this site in depth, but there was still a half-month limited time training card at the ancient capital university. If he didn't, he would feel a little sorry for the beast-eared girl. However, the 2 places were a bit far apart, nearly 2 hours drive. I'll see what the situation is tomorrow. I'll go and check out the current hotel first, Shiyu said. That night, Shiyu took a taxi back to the city. Along the way, Shiyu thought about it and finally decided to take it all and run both ends. In the morning, he went to the ancient capital university to use the training card and practice his virtualization ability. And in the afternoon, he went to the iron-eating beast ruins in the suburbs to conduct research. The journey in the middle was indeed a bit far, but if he took a taxi, he could meditate and practice in the car. It didn't seem to lose much time after rounding it off. It was just that the fare was a bit high, but he had money, so it didn't matter. So it was decided happily, with a plan to run both ends, Shiyu simply didn't check out. After returning, he took a hot shower and fell asleep happily on the big bed in the hotel. As for 11, he returned to the relic orb and continued training. Wang Li was very shocked why 11 could connect the multiplication, hardening, and thunder palm so skillfully. This coordination ability is incredible in an awakening pet. The reason is all here. With absolute sleep, as long as Shiyu does not stop him, 11 dares to eat and practice for more than 20 hours. The content of the training is all a combination of multiplication plus hardening plus thunder palm plus supervision. In addition, The basic proficiency of these skills is not low. How could 11 not connect smoothly? In fact, 11 has not yet exerted its full strength. If it uses deterrence to control the opponent in battle, I am afraid that the rock giant rhino may not even have room to fight back. Even if it is not directly killed by deterrence, the short hesitation is enough for 11 to defeat it instantly, and it will not give the rock giant rhino a chance to use skills. Just like when fighting against the ice dragon Phantom. The next day, Shiyu woke up very early. After a little wash, he did not disturb 11 and the green cotton worm in the relic orb. After having breakfast, he went to the training facility of the ancient capital university where the Beastmaster himself was trained. "Grandma, you're playing games again." Shiyu swiped his limited time card and came in this time. After coming in, he found that the familiar grandma was still playing video games, and he couldn't help but be a little speechless. But then again, this place is deserted. Don't other teachers and seniors bring their juniors here to experience it? Shiyu thought carefully and compared with other training facilities, the cost-effectiveness of coming here to experience it doesn't seem to be very high. After all, not everyone has a relic bead like him. "Oh, it's the little classmate from yesterday." The grandma stopped the game in her hand after a while and noticed Shiyu. Then she continued, "It's still the same level as yesterday. I'll help you start it, and you can go in by yourself." "Thank you, Grandma," Shiyu thanked her. This time, after a day of thinking, Shiyu has temporarily stopped thinking about fighting the pet beast alone. His goal has been lowered a lot, and he decided that as long as he can survive to the end without getting hurt, it will be fine. After changing the target, this time the practice of virtualization is very targeted, and today Shiyu also decided to activate the supplement and practice a few more times. Around noon, the Beast Ear Girl also came here. After entering the training facility, she walked to the old lady and said, "Grandma, is Shiyu here today?" "He is inside." "Hey, it's been almost 2 hours, and he is still here," the old lady said without raising her head, just glancing at the time, expressing surprise. "Alice, I was so obsessed with playing games that I didn't notice that this little classmate was so hard-working." "Really?" Baizai was surprised. It was a coincidence. She had just finished her own things and was going to call Shiyu, but since it was on the way here, she came directly to take a look. Unexpectedly, Shiyu was really here. And, 2 hours? Not bad, with good talent and hard work. No wonder Senior Lu admires him so much. "Then I'll wait." Baizai nodded and waited at the bottom of the second-floor stairs. About 3 minutes later, Shiyu walked out of the training room with a weak face. No, he was beaten out. After a whole morning, he still couldn't stand the fight of 10 ferocious beasts, which made him so angry. Holding on for nearly 3 minutes is already the current limit. Shiyu is not satisfied and hopes that he can hold on for 5 minutes within half a month. No, it would be better to hold on for more than 10 minutes. In this way, with his rich experience in virtualization, he can ensure that nothing will happen when he encounters danger in the future, and he can die without worry. "Come out." Senior Baizai leaned against the wall, followed Shiyu downstairs, and turned her head to him. Senior sister, why are you here?" At this time, Shiyu also noticed Baizai and looked at her unexpectedly. "I just came to see you on the way. I didn't expect you to be here. I heard from Grandma that you have been here for 2 hours. Baizai looked strange. "How did you do it?" It stands to reason that Shiyu's physique can't be virtual for long. "Oh, it depends on this." Shiyu took out a 3-piece set of magic beans, bee milk water, and ginseng beard from the relic bead, and said, "I may have a physique that is easy to absorb supplements, so I recover well after each practice, and it doesn't matter if I practice for a while longer." "Baizai?" She looked at the supplements in Shiyu's hand blankly, and was confused for a while. So after returning yesterday, did Shiyu go to prepare supplements? Or did he carry these supplements with him? "Thank you for your hard work." Baizai was silent for a while, and didn't know what to say. She could only nod and express her approval to Shiyu. Generally, Beastmasters will only use some supplements when they are extremely weak after a war. Usually, they recover naturally through meditation and rest. This is healthier, and secondly, the price of high-level supplements is not cheap. With this money, it is better to buy resources for pets, which is more cost-effective. Shiyu really dares to spend money on himself. But then again, what is a physique that is easy to absorb supplements? Baizai was confused. She had heard of elemental affinity, undead affinity, and plant affinity, but she had never heard of easily absorbable tonic physique. It was really rare. Are you free this afternoon? I'll take you to the archaeology department to have a look. Senior Baizai couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Yes, Shiyu nodded, and then suddenly remembered something, and said, by the way, Senior, I heard that a side of an iron-eating beast appeared in the ancient capital. It seems that the archaeology department of the ancient capital university is currently in charge. Do you know which teacher is in charge? I also want to investigate and study this site, iron-eating beast site. Baizai had no idea. This is normal. It is related to the iron-eating beast and was dug out from the ground. This site is destined to be of little concern. Otherwise it would not be handed over to a group of students to investigate and study. I don't know, but you can go and ask, Baizai said. Why? This site is very important. Oh, I almost forgot that your original pet is the iron-eating beast. Shiyu shook his head and said, not only that, I feel that the investigation priority of this site is a bit low. The historical value it hides is not as simple as it seems. In his opinion, the most important information hidden in this site is not the evolution of the iron-eating beast, but the meaning represented by the 9 special symbols. You know, this is a special symbol that spans 2 worlds. Even if this site is really ordinary, the history behind it is definitely not ordinary. The archaeology department of Gudo University completely misjudged the true value of this site. Shiyu is very sure of this. Shiyu hopes that Gudo University can pay attention to this site, and it would be best if it can give some support and cooperation, such as testing the composition of the metal sheet, and it would be better to give it a higher priority. He heard from the 7 archaeological heroes that the laboratory space of the archaeology department is very scarce, and the relics to be investigated and studied are all prioritized. For example, the iron-eating beast site is not urgent. Really? Baizai nodded and said, then I'll take you to ask in the afternoon. You are a reserve member of the 11th Bureau, right? You can just tell the people there yourself when the time comes. It will be more effective than my words. Shiyu was stunned. The beast-eared senior sister knew everything. She knew everything about the relic beads and the 11th Bureau. It seems that she and senior sister Lu are very good friends. Moreover, the beast-eared senior sister herself is probably not simple. She may even have a legendary Beastmaster Elder. Otherwise, it is impossible to carry space props with her. Afternoon. Baizai brought Shiyu to the South Campus. Unlike the North Campus, this is the headquarters of the archaeology department. There are more libraries, museums and laboratories than training facilities. We are going to ask who is responsible for the iron-eating beast ruins. Right, let's go directly to the department head. The beast-eared senior sister had a clear goal. If she wanted to ask, she would ask the most responsible person. This, Baizai, the big sister, walked in front, and Shiyu followed behind her. He felt that she had a strong aura. After a while, Baizai brought Shiyu to a building, and said to Shiyu, I just don't know if anyone is here, but during the open day, the leaders should be all here. Let's take a look first. If not, ask other tutors. While muttering, she brought Shiyu to the headmaster's room of the archaeology department, and then knocked on the door directly. Shiyu and Baizai were lucky. After knocking twice, a voice of please come in came from inside. Baizai smiled, nodded to Shiyu, then opened the door and went in first. Director Li of the archaeology department looked like a kind middle-aged man with a big belly. He seemed to be working at this time, which was a bit different from the director of the archaeology department that Shiyu imagined. When he saw someone coming in at this time, he couldn't help but look up and cast a puzzled look. However, when he saw Baizai, he immediately smiled. President Bai, why is it you? Aren't you training today? Director Li, I'm not the one looking for you. I also brought people here. Baizai looked at Shiyu. At this time, Shiyu also stepped forward and greeted the other party. Director Li, hello, classmate, who are you? Director Li looked puzzled. My name is Shiyu, and I plan to apply for the archaeology department of Gudo University this year, Shiyu said. Is that so? Welcome. Director Li laughed and immediately understood that it was Baizai who brought his relatives to say hello in advance. Director Li, this is a big shot. You have to keep him, Baizai said with a smile. He is the one that your Dr. Lu went through so much trouble to dig out to Gudo University. Director Li was stunned. Lu, Dr. Lu Qingyi, yes, Baizai nodded. Director Li's eyes changed instantly when he looked at Shiyu. The people brought by Bai Zai and the people invited by Lu Qingyi to apply for Gudu University are two different concepts. The former only needs to show friendliness, while the latter is of great significance. After all, Dr. Lu Qingyi is a big shot in the Donghuang archaeological community and has made contributions to the ancient country of Donghuang. He can be ranked in the top 20 in ancient and modern times and is the pride of Gudu University. Even some legendary beastmasters treat Dr. Lu Qingyi with great respect. None of the members of the 11th Bureau are simple. I wonder what is the relationship between classmate Shi Yu and Dr. Lu, Director Li asked curiously. Shi Yu said, there is no special relationship. It can be regarded as the door to the archaeological world that senior sister Lu guided me into. If it were this world, it would be true. Shi Yu was originally thinking about developing steadily, but Lu Qingyi came directly to him and used 10 million yuan to push him back to the archaeological world. Shi Yu remembered this favor, but it was really sweet. Oh, Director Li became curious. At this time, Shi Yu also wanted to get to the point quickly. He said, Director Li, has a site related to the iron-eating beast been discovered in the ancient capital? It seems that our archaeology department is currently in charge of it. Iron-eating beast. Director Li thought about it, then nodded and said, there is such a new site. It seems that it is currently handed over to students for investigation and research. What's the matter? Shi Yu said, I don't think this site is as simple as it seems, so I want to take over the investigation, and I want to cooperate with the ancient capital university in research. I wonder if it is possible. He followed Bai Zai's instructions and began to communicate with Director Li. You take over. Director Li was confused and didn't understand what he meant for a while. This is my ID. Shi Yu took out a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Director Li. Director Li took it blankly and opened the first page. At the top was the portrait of Shi Yingjin. Below it was Shi Yu's position, the National Land Relics Strategic Survey and Support Guarantee Bureau, a reserve member. At this time, after seeing this certificate and the final stamp, Director Li was stunned. He became emotional all of a sudden, and his breathing became rapid, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. His face was flushed, and Bai Zai, who was next to him, found him funny when he saw this look. Even if he was a reserve member of the 11th Bureau, his status was very high. In terms of archaeology, his power was at least on par with that of the Archaeological Association and the Archaeological Department of the 9th University. No wonder Director Li was so excited. Although the ace major of Gudu University is the Archaeology Department, in recent years, there have indeed been no new achievements worth mentioning in the Archaeology Department of Gudu University. It is a time when fresh blood is urgently needed, especially those who are truly gifted in archaeology. Shi Yu's arrival is simply a timely reign. Being accepted by the 11th Bureau, Shi Yu's talent is naturally beyond words. He is almost destined to be a rising star in the archaeological world in the future. Director Li finally understood why Lu Qingyi would become the guide of this young man in front of him and let him study at Gudu University. This is simply giving treasures to the Archaeology Department of Gudu University. Shi Yu classmate, you really gave me a shock. Director Li took Shi Yu's 11th Bureau certificate, finally calmed down and laughed. Great, after next year, their archaeology department will take off again. You said that the iron-eating beast site is not as simple as it seems? I understand. Next, the development and investigation of this site will be fully entrusted to you, classmate Shi Yu, and Gudu University will also fully cooperate. Director Li believes in Shi Yu's judgment. Shi Yu is also professional in this regard. Thank you. Shi Yu was stunned, and then slightly silent. Is this the feeling of a privileged dog? It's a bit cool. Wait, after a series of operations like this, will Panda Senior Sister and the 7 heroes of archaeology be very confused? After all, I have become their person in charge all of a sudden. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Listening to the Voice of History Again. Next, Shi Yu chatted with Director Li for a few more words. After getting the contact information, he said goodbye. After all, both Director Li and the beast-eared senior sister should be very busy, so Shi Yu didn't bother them much. Thank you, senior sister. After leaving the office building, Shi Yu thanked senior sister Bai Zai. No big deal, Baizai stretched. As expected of a beast-ear girl who can tear pets apart with her hands, she is very powerful even when she stretches. Shiyu secretly took a look. Then do you still need me to take you around next? Baizai asked. No, next I want to focus on investigating this iron-eating beast site. It's not too late to visit other facilities after I enroll, Shiyu said. After chatting with the 7 archaeological heroes, Shiyu found that the archaeological methods of the two worlds are really different. After all, this is a world where extraordinary powers exist. He may really have to learn from the beginning, as Lu Qingyu said. The Department of Archaeology of Guda University is a good entry point. Well, okay, that's it for now. Contact me if you have any questions, Baizai nodded. After Shiyu and Baizai left, Director Li began to look for relevant information about the iron-eating beast site, and then found the instructor in charge of this site. Director Li, you are looking for me. The instructor of the 7 heroes of archaeology came to the director's office in confusion. Xiaoding, your students are in charge of the iron-eating beast site, right? Director Li said with a smile. Yes, Instructor Ding nodded. Next, the priority of the investigation and research of this iron-eating beast site will be raised to the highest level. I have arranged another person in charge here. You will fully cooperate with it when the time comes, huh? Instructor Ding was puzzled. Isn't it just a small side of a tribe that believes in iron-eating beasts? Is there any new discovery? Which instructor is it? Not an instructor, but a reserve member of the 11th Bureau introduced by Dr. Lu Qingyi, a young man. You just need to know, he should have contact with your group of students at present, and it seems that he has discovered that this site has deeper value. After Director Li finished speaking, Instructor Ding's pupils shrank. The 11th Bureau. Understood, he nodded quickly. The iron-eating beast site. It was a new day, and Senior Panda and the 7 archaeological heroes were very motivated. They had been researching for a whole morning, and the relevant materials they had read alone amounted to more than 100,000 words. This was an unimaginable effort for the 7 archaeological heroes who had been slacking off before. There was no way, the potential shown by 11 was too strong. It gave people the illusion that as long as the iron-eating beast evolved, it would be invincible. In the field of beast control, if you can study the evolution method of a pet, it is a very awesome thing. For example, those researchers who have studied different evolutionary routes of the green cotton worm have now gained fame and fortune and reached the peak of their lives. Although the iron-eating beast is not as popular as the green cotton worm, it is not bad. If they can study the evolution of the iron-eating beast through archaeological research, they can not only get rewards from the school, but also add a lot to their resumes. At this time, Zheng Yingji was comparing the similarities and commonalities between the site and other sites in 4,500 years. A phone call temporarily stopped his work. Teacher Ding, what? The person in charge of the project needs to be changed. After saying 2 words on the other side of the phone, Zheng Yingji was stunned. His conversation attracted the attention of others at once. Change of person in charge? The seniors in the Department of Archaeology were stunned. No way. The person in charge of this site is their mentor. They have a good relationship with their mentor, and Mentor Ding has also promised to assist in the investigation and research in 2 days. This sudden change of person in charge is definitely not as convenient as letting their own mentor be in charge. Do I know the new person in charge? Has he contacted us? Who? Zheng Yingji looked confused, and then his expression suddenly changed drastically, with a look of confusion. Zheng Yingji was confused after hearing the name of the new person in charge. After a moment, Zheng Yingji hung up the phone. Lin Xiaozu and 6 other heroes surrounded him and asked what was going on. What do you mean by change of person in charge? What's going on? Wang Li said. Will it affect the research route we have already determined? Lin Yu asked. Zheng Yingji was still confused and said, it shouldn't be, because Teacher Ding said that the next person in charge of the iron-eating beast site is Shiyu. You heard it right, it's the Shiyu Jr. from yesterday. What? After Zheng Yingji finished speaking, he was not the only one confused, but everyone. Wang Li stuttered, what's the situation? The others were also very confused. How come he, a junior who had not yet enrolled, suddenly became the person in charge of the homework project of the Archaeology Department of Ancient Capital University? This span is too big. Senior Sister Lin, Zheng Yingji looked at Lin Xiaozu. At this time, Lin Xiaozu was also confused, thinking that he seemed to have heard it wrong just now. What is the identity of this junior brother Shiyu? They asked. In Lin Ziazu's mouth, Shiyu was introduced by Lin, the owner of the museum, and he was a fellow villager of Lin Ziazu. How could such an ordinary identity and background suddenly become related to ancient capital university? To be in charge of a homework project, he must be an expert at the level of a university tutor at least. You ask me, who should I ask? Lin Ziazu crossed her arms, unable to figure it out. Shiyu's identity was indeed strange. She also thought Shiyu was very ordinary at first. But then, inexplicably, Shiyu was cultivated by his father as a personal disciple. This was before 11 awakened the ancient bloodline. There are so many iron-eating beasts, why did 11 awaken the ancient bloodline? This is also the reason why Lin Ziazu thinks Shiyu is unusual. It is not the ancient bloodline that made Shiyu an 11, but it is because of Shiyu that 11 can awaken the ancient bloodline. He should come over later, and then I can ask him in person what's going on. Shiyu was indeed rushing to the iron-eating beast ruins by car. While riding in the car, Shiyu was meditating and distracted. It's so slow. It seems that I have to contract a flying pet that is proficient in speed in the future. However, even if there is no contract, it seems that it can be transformed by relying on insects. The skill of virtual and real phantom is simply a universal tool skill, and insects seem to be universal tool pets, which can be transformed into anything in the future. For example, if you transform into a frost dragon, you can also fly. Of course, although the frost dragon can fly, it is not known for its speed. Moreover, being a dragon rider in the city is too conspicuous. It is easy to be shot down as a UFO. In addition, the ability of the phantom that is materialized is definitely inferior to the original. At least for now, the ice dragon transformed by Chong Chong, let alone the real frost dragon of the overlord race, even the pet of the same growth level of the higher extraordinary race is still a question. After a while, Shiyu arrived at the iron-eating beast ruins. When Shiyu came over, he found that Senior Panda and the 7 archaeological heroes were looking at him with very strange eyes. Shiyu was slightly stunned. Junior brother, what's going on? How did you suddenly become the main person in charge of this ruins? Zheng Yingji smiled bitterly, very puzzled. I think this ruins are not getting enough attention, so I contacted your director Li through a friend's relationship. Shiyu smiled slightly. Several people looked at Shiyu blankly. What kind of friend could have such great power? He could even get a connection directly from Director Li. Anyway, this is a good thing, Shiyu said. The school should fully cooperate with us in investigating this site. The composition analysis of the metal piece may be completed within 2 or 3 days. Several people looked at each other. Okay, seeing that Shiyu did not intend to talk in depth, everyone stopped asking. But at this time, they dared not regard Shiyu as an ordinary junior. This is obviously a super-connected person in Gudu University. After he enters the university, it is not certain who will protect whom. Does my father know the friend you are talking about? After everyone dispersed to work again, Lin Ziazu leaned next to Shiyu and asked in a low voice. She remembered that her father also said that Shiyu was entrusted by an acquaintance of his to study at Zhashi Martial Arts School. I should know him, Shiyu said. There are 2 solutions to this friend. One is Senior Sister Lu and the other is Senior Sister Beast Ear Girl. For the former, Master Lin Hongyan must know him. Is that so? Senior Panda nodded, then smiled. Okay, I didn't expect that after a day, you would become the person in charge of this project. Shiyu grinned. It is my duty to revive the glory of the iron-eating beast. By the way, if the iron-eating beast is really developed, will the price of the iron-eating beasts in the Tizhu breeding base increase? Lin Ziazu was stunned. He didn't expect Shiyu to have thought of this. Generally speaking, if a pet is found to have a new evolution, or if a beastmaster uses a pet to kill all 4 sides in a major event, it will affect the price of this pet to a certain extent. According to market demand, it is really possible. She fell into deep thought. So should I let my father go to the wild to catch more wild iron-eating beasts to enrich the number of iron-eating beasts in the breeding base? Relying on the normal breeding of the iron-eating beasts in the breeding base, it feels like there will be a shortage of supply. Alice, why can't the iron-eating beasts be so infertile? Lin Ziazu blushed slightly. Although he became the person in charge of the iron-eating beast site, Shiyu still looked like a junior brother most of the time. He had many things to ask the 7 archaeological heroes. These people looked like poor students, but they were not without any real knowledge. After all, they had studied in college for a while. In comparison, Shiyu's knowledge accumulated in his previous life seemed to be of little use here, and there were still many new things to learn. After determining the research direction, everyone began to conduct research step by step. About 2 days later, Professor Ding came to the side of the iron-eating beast. In the past 2 days, he has been assisting in the analysis of the elemental composition of the metal pieces at school. Now, after working overtime, he finally got the results. Nice to meet you, classmate Shiyu. Professor Ding is a middle-aged man in his 30s, gentle and kind. It was the first time he and Shiyu met, but both sides had heard of each other a long time ago. Hello, Professor Ding. Shiyu shook hands with Professor Ding. Professor Ding, the 7 archaeological heroes were also very excited that the instructor came this time. Because this means that this research can make a little progress. After 2 days of analysis, we have been able to preliminarily determine that this metal piece is mainly composed of 6 metal components. Teacher Ding held the information and communicated with everyone. Among the 6 metal mineral components, there are 2 level 5 metal resources, 3 level 6 metal resources, and 1 level 7 metal resource. Various cultivation resources can be divided into 10 levels according to their levels. For example, awakening pets usually correspond to level 1 resources. Resources above level 5 are basically the mainstream resources used by Master Beast Masters or even Legendary Beast Masters. This alloy piece contains 6 high-level metal resources, which makes everyone excited and expected. The excitement is because if this metal piece is really part of the body of the evolved form of the iron-eating beast, then the race level of the evolved form of the iron-eating beast may not be low. After all, it uses so many high-level metal resources. It is expected because 11 is so strong before evolution, and it is reasonable to be strong after evolution. Teacher Ding took out the information of each metal resource and said, among them, there are 5-level metal mineral resources, gold jadestone, and blue heart sand, 6-level metal mineral resources, black purple copper concentrate, sky silver iron, blue gray gold, 7-level metal mineral resources, meteorite iron. Thank you for your hard work, Shiyu said. Not hard, Teacher Ding laughed, and then said, next, Shiyu, do you plan to start research with these resources? These resources are valuable. If there is no definite experimental research route, it may cost a lot of money. However, the school has some inventory of these resources. A certain share can still be taken out at present. If more, we have to buy it again. At this time, Lin Xiaozu and the 7 archaeological heroes were stunned. Indeed, there are too many high-level resources. Ordinary people can't afford to experiment. If you really want to conduct in-depth research, the research funds may have to be in the billions. No need for experiments, let's start with the properties of these materials, Shiyu said. After determining the composition of the metal pieces, he also realized that it might be very costly to study the evolution of the iron-eating beast. Before there is a definite and feasible plan, it is better not to try blindly. Shiyu does not want to waste tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan. Generally, when researchers study the evolution of pets, they first summarize feasible theories, analyze the success rate, and then conduct experiments. Few people just feed and try blindly with materials. No one's money comes from the wind. Okay, Professor Ding nodded and said, if you need it, just tell me. Next, Shiyu and his team have one more research task. That is to study the properties of these 6 metal minerals, and first analyze the different combination reactions between them from a theoretical perspective. These research-oriented assignments are not Shiyu's main focus for the time being, and he handed them over to Lin Xiaozu and others. What he is most concerned about is actually what the 9 special symbols represent. Shiyu consulted a lot of information from that era and found that this symbol only appeared on the side of this iron-eating beast. This clue is too little. In the absence of sufficient clues, Shiyu can only pin all his hopes on his special talent. Lu Chengyu said that the talent of listening to the voice of history needs a certain opportunity to be activated. The deeper the user's contact with a historical environment, the deeper the exploration, the deeper the obsession, and the deeper the understanding, the easier it is to listen to the voice of history. It is precisely because of this statement that Shiyu stares at the piece of metal every day, and holds 11 to look at the murals of the ruins. It looks a bit silly, but they all hope to establish a connection between themselves and the ruins. In this way, as Shiyu came to the ancient capital, almost half a month has passed. He went to practice virtualization in the morning and came here to investigate in the afternoon. Time passed quickly. In the past half-month, Shiyu has been mainly meditating on his own. He did not add points to 11 and the green cotton worm. They are all training on their own. 11 doesn't care whether to add points or not. In the past half month, it has been training very hard, because Shiyu stopped adding points, which gave it a chance to breathe, and finally it can pay off the debt. However, what puzzled 11 was why Shiyu always held it to look at the murals and metal pieces every day. Shiyu had no choice. Didn't he treat 11 as a mascot? He hoped that with a connection between 11 and the ruins of the iron-eating beast, he could listen to the voice of history. However, half a month later, it seemed that there was still no substantial effect. Even 11 advised Shiyu to give up. Ying, what a broken evolution, it doesn't matter if it doesn't exist. It can still become the strongest like this. 11 lay on Shiyu's shoulder, squirmed, then stood up, climbed on Shiyu's head, and said confidently, "Sincerity is the key, be good." Shiyu taught him that although he meant that, could he have a little awe and save some face for the ancestors? However, just after 11 finished speaking, the stone wall in front of Shiyu and the others cracked with a small crack, which scared 11 and Shiyu. What's going on? Shiyu took a step back, his expression startled. Cracked? This situation, why does it feel familiar? Shiyu's shoulder, 11 slid back and spoke carefully. Did it say something wrong? Shiyu fell into deep thought, and suddenly felt his heartbeat was a little abnormal, and his brain was a little dazed. In summary, it seems that he has come to feel it. Gradually, he's going to resonate with this sight. No, you are right. Maybe this sight is special, so it needs to be stimulated. Shiyu took a deep breath and responded to the sight through telepathy. The evolution of the iron-eating beast is just so-so. Click, the crack is a little deeper. It is probably not a powerful evolution, otherwise it would not be lost. Boom. After saying this, the stone wall of the sight trembled slightly, the dust fell, and Shiyu's brain suddenly roared. He seemed to have entered this special state when he explored the ruins and saw a historical image. Shiyu was shocked. Damn, I seem to have found a new way to listen to the voice of history? It is said that sincerity will work. Why don't you play by the rules? Thanks to the leader of the big boss Ayu. Chapter 97, Armed Evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast. Shiyu had a lot of complaints in his heart but couldn't vent them. He worshipped honestly and sincerely for half a month, and kept repeating in his heart, "It is our duty to recast the glory of the iron-eating beast," but the sight did not respond at all. On the contrary, after slightly denying the evolution of the iron-eating beast, the spirit of the sight immediately couldn't sit still. What's this? It's not as easy to talk to as the stone statue in Pingcheng. Perhaps, the spirits born from different relics, sites, and ancient objects also have different personalities? If he had known this, he should have shouted, "The iron-eating beast has not evolved at all. Come and argue if you don't agree," on the first day he came here. This time, the historical images that Shiyu saw were still very short. He saw a tribe full of flaming furnaces. In the tribe, there was a group of strong men with bare chests. They were like blacksmiths, using batches of rare metals that Shiyu felt familiar with to forge armor. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of iron hammering kept coming into Shiyu's ears. Then, the alloy armor was put on by a group of iron-eating beasts. After the iron-eating beasts put on their armor, they seemed to be using superb hardening to wrap the armor with external hardening materials, so that the armor and themselves were completely integrated. There are many types of armor. Some iron-eating beasts wear complete armor, some iron-eating beasts are just equipped with alloy claws on their arms, and some iron-eating beasts even pick up shields. They have different images, but they all use superb hardening to connect themselves and the armor into one. In this process, as the armor is integrated, their momentum seems to be amazingly improved, and their bodies continue to grow under a burst of light. After a while, hundreds of iron-eating beasts wearing various armor appeared on the screen. They were neatly arranged in formation, which was extremely shocking. This group of iron-eating beasts was like a well-trained army preparing to go to war. At the end of the video, the iron-eating beasts used hardened claws to start engraving special symbols on the armor. At this moment, their whole bodies flashed with light again. The picture stopped abruptly. In reality, 11 looked at the silent Shiyu, not understanding what happened. At this time, Shiyu was in a very subtle mood. He didn't know what words to use to express his feelings at the moment. No wonder the 11th Bureau encountered a beast master like him who had the talent to listen to the voice of history, and directly absorbed him into the organization without saying a word. This ability is indeed a bit buggy. While other archaeologists were still exploring the mysteries of the ancient times, archaeologists with this talent directly peeked into history like watching a movie. If this is not cheating, what is it? So those metals are not used for eating? Shiyu fell into deep thought. It turned out that they were made into alloy armor and then armed with the iron-eating beast, and then connected with superb hardening. Don't tell him that this is the way the iron-eating beast evolves. In the picture, Shiyu also saw the materials for forging alloy armor. From the appearance, it feels like the metals detected by the metal sheet. If so, the way the iron-eating beast evolves is simpler than Shiyu imagined. However, whether modern forging and processing technology can turn those metal minerals into alloy armor like in ancient times is still unknown. So, what should this way of evolution be called? Prop armed evolution? As for armed evolution, it is not uncommon in existing pets. The evolution method of artificial mechanical life is mostly armed evolution. However, there is still a small difference between the two. Wait a minute, this is not the point. Shiyu always felt that he did not get a glimpse of the whole picture of history after only seeing the evolution of the iron-eating beasts. What are these iron-eating beasts going to do after completing their evolution in armor? War? What do the different symbols carved on their bodies mean? Why do such symbols also exist on Earth? In the end, Shiyu felt that he knew something, but he didn't know it completely. Forget it. Let's start with the evolution of the iron-eating beasts. What happened? As Shiyu listened to the voice of history, the stone wall seemed to have exhausted its life and many cracks appeared. The boom vibration just now also directly attracted Senior Panda and the 7 heroes of archaeology. After they came over, they immediately saw the stone wall full of cracks and Shiyu with his back to them. Before Shiyu turned around, 11 on Shiyu's shoulder turned around first, showing an innocent expression. If it said that they just said a few words to the stone wall and the stone wall exploded, would you believe it? Fuck, what's going on? The stone wall exploded, and Zheng Yingji and others' mentality exploded. Although the sight of the iron-eating beast was not very important before, it is their basic responsibility to keep such ancient relics intact, but now, something big has happened. They looked at Shiyu, who turned around slowly. Could it be that Shiyu couldn't figure out anything in half a month, and finally his mentality collapsed and he smashed the stone wall directly? Don't panic. At this time, Shiyu turned his head and looked at the panicked people, and comforted them. Stay calm. There is a harvest. Under the confused expressions of everyone, Shiyu laughed. I seem to know how the iron-eating beast evolved. What? Hearing Shiyu's words, everyone was more shocked than seeing the stone wall cracked, and they all widened their eyes and looked at Shiyu. Is it true? Well, let's go out first, Shiyu said. Then, everyone came to the empty outside world. They all looked at Shiyu, their expressions were full of expectation and excitement. So, what did Shiyu find? The 6 metal components detected in that metal piece are indeed the key to the evolution of the iron-eating beast. What we guessed the most before was to let the iron-eating beast eat these metals, and in fact, the real situation is similar. The way for the iron-eating beast to evolve should be to make these 6 metal minerals into alloy armor, and then arm the iron-eating beast with them, and finally, let the iron-eating beast use the superb racial skills to harden it, perfectly wrapping and integrating the power of the armor. The iron-eating beast hardening material in this alloy should produce a special reaction to help them improve their life level. Several people were obviously stunned. Lindsay Azu said, "What's the principle, Shiyu? Why do you need that thing? Then how did you determine it?" Shiyu was stunned and said, "Intuition." Everyone was dumbfounded, as if Shiyu had said nothing. To put it bluntly, it was still a guess. On the basis of their previous guesses, there was one more. Can those 6 metals really be made into alloys? Zheng Yingji was at a loss. We have been looking up information and analyzing their properties these days, and there is nothing in common, Lin Yor said, so this method still requires superb hardening. Everyone looked at Lin Ziazu. Among the known iron-eating beast tamers, there are not many iron-eating beasts that have mastered superb hardening. Lin Ziazu said that his father, the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion, trained the iron-eating beast for 21 years before training this skill to superb level. And Lin Ziazu, when she was 10 years old, she began to grow up with her iron-eating beast. Although there was no contract at that time, she also began to cultivate feelings with the iron-eating beast since she was a child, and then carried out preliminary training and running in. As a result, today, more than 10 years later, her iron-eating beast's hardening skills, based on her father's training experience, are only at the perfect level, far from superb proficiency. If one of the conditions for the evolution of the iron-eating beast is really full proficiency hardening, then this condition seems to be a bit difficult to achieve. When the silkworm of the green cotton worm reaches the proficiency level, it is enough to meet the evolution mark, but the iron-eating beast actually requires the full-level racial skills. It's really a rip-off. Moreover, the evolution materials of the iron-eating beast are basically rare metals above level 5. The price of using these metals to make a set of armor can be imagined. It can be said that even if the evolution method of the iron-eating beast is made public, there seem to be very few beastmasters who can meet this evolution condition. Everyone had a stomachache. Is Shiyu's inference reliable? Well, why not trust my intuition? Shiyu actually wanted to experiment. But unfortunately, he didn't have the evolution materials, and he didn't know how to make these materials into alloys. There were technical difficulties. In addition, 11's skill proficiency was not up to standard. Moreover, he hadn't made a decision on whether to let 11 evolve. In the future, he would feel very strange with a piece of iron standing on his shoulder, and it was also heavy. Sooner or later, he would get shoulder disease. Even if it's true, where can we try to forge alloy armor? Where can we find an iron-eating beast with superb proficiency to experiment? Zheng Yingji said with a headache. Although there is a definite experimental route, it sounds like it's still a large project with a research budget of hundreds of millions. It doesn't matter. It's a good thing to find a breakthrough. Senior Panda thought about it, looked at Shiyu and said, I believe you. Do you want to do some research? The cost of the evolutionary materials will be borne by our Zhashi Martial Arts School. The iron-eating beast with superb proficiency can also use my father's iron-eating beast as a guinea pig, Shiyu. Everyone called her a filial daughter. Senior Panda sold her father well. The main thing is that it seems that only my father's iron-eating beast meets the requirements at present. In order to study the evolution of the iron-eating beast, he invested a lot of money. This time it sounds more reliable than what he did before. Senior Panda shook her head. If he knew, he would definitely be willing, and even take the initiative to ask to come and cooperate. Shiyu was silent for a while and said, then I will ask if Gudo University can provide some technical help. For the forging of alloy armor, there should be more professional people here at the university. Shiyu and Senior Sister Panda looked at each other, nodded to each other, and hided off. Shiyu contacted Gudo University for technical help. Senior Sister Panda contacted her father to be a guinea pig for the experiment. Whether the iron-eating beasts can soar to the sky and whether they can increase their prices depends on this wave. Chapter 98, The Iron-Eating Beast Really Evolved. Bingyan City, Pingchang District. Master Lin Hongyan was meditating in the martial arts hall. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his practice. Ziazihu. Seeing the caller, Lin Hongyan was slightly startled. In the past half-month, he took the initiative to call in Ziazihu every day to ask about the progress of the investigation of the iron-eating beast ruins. The news he got was not very good, and there was no progress. Today, his daughter actually took the initiative to call him. Did she gain anything? With a nervous mood, Lin Hongyan answered the phone. The other side gave him a big surprise. Dad, Shiyu has preliminarily determined the evolution method of the iron-eating beast, but the iron-eating beast is required to master the superb hardening. Do you want to try it? Swoosh. Master Lin stood up suddenly, his eyes widened. Really? He asked with trembling expectation. Well, but the experimental fee for the evolutionary materials may be a little expensive. Can you bear it? Lin Ziazihu said. Level 5 resources are benchmarked against ordinary Master Beast Masters. Level 6 resources are benchmarked against Top Masters. Level 7 resources are benchmarked against Legendary Beast Masters. The evolutionary materials of the iron-eating beast include 2 level 5, 3 level 6, and 1 level 7 resources, and the price can be imagined. Moreover, as the first group of people to try, if something goes wrong in the middle, the experimental fee will definitely be indispensable. There is no such thing as being reluctant to part with it. Money is something that is meant to be spent. Anyway, all the savings in our family will be your dowry in the future. At worst, the dowry will be gone, Ziazihu, and you will have to rely on yourself in the future. Master Lin is quite honest. Senior Panda? He is right. After all, Lin Ziazihu is an only child. It doesn't matter, Senior Panda said after a silence. She doesn't need these things either. The evolution of the iron-eating beast is more important. Zhashi Martial Arts School and Tizhu Breeding Base are all industries of Lin Ziazihu's family. In addition, they also have the ownership of 2 energy crystal mines, and there are mines at home. As for some additional food-related industries, they are incidental, purely icing on the cake. Although Master Lin is just an ordinary master-level beastmaster, he is much richer than beastmasters of the same level, and can be said to be the richest man in Pingcheng. After all, their family has been running a breeding base for iron-eating beasts for several generations, and the family property is rich. However, because of this, they have an unusual obsession with iron-eating beasts. If it were an ordinary master-level beastmaster, the iron-eating beast would have been eliminated from the team long ago. But Lin Hongnian's family is different. Instead, they have invested a lot of cultivation resources in the iron-eating beast. Generally speaking, the race level determines the upper and lower limits of the growth level. For a creature with a super level race, it is really not difficult to reach the super level with sufficient nutrition and good growth. It is just a matter of time. However, when the growth level exceeds the level of one's own race, it is very difficult to continue to grow, and the difficulty of growth will gradually increase. At that time, the cultivation resources required will have to be doubled, which is much higher than the cost of cultivating a high-race pet. However, under such restrictions, the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion cultivated the iron-eating beast of the medium-level super-ordinary race to a level close to the king level. If it were not really because of the race restriction, Lin Hongnian would even be willing to spend a lot of money to smash the iron-eating beast to the king level. After all, a pet with a king-level growth level is the standard for a normal master-level beastmaster. Before there was a feasible plan, Master Lin dared to invest so many resources in the iron-eating beast. Now that there is a definite and feasible plan, he is more willing to invest resources. That's good. I'll go to the ancient capital now. At the moment, for Master Lin, nothing is more important than the evolution of the iron-eating beast. The ruins of the iron-eating beast in the suburbs of the ancient capital. After notifying her father, Senior Panda fell into deep thought. How is it, Shiyu and Senior Panda completed the inquiry work almost at the same time? Director Li said that the ancient capital university will provide us with certain technical support. Experts will be invited to help us forge alloy armor, Shiyu said. Those metal minerals are advanced resources with very strange properties. It is not easy to forge them into alloys. At least Shiyu and other students will definitely not be able to operate alone. My father also said that he will come immediately, so, as long as the evolution method is correct, it is basically stable, Zheng Yingji asked. Everyone looked at Shiyu. So after all this talk, it still depends on whether the evolution method is reliable or not. Don't worry, history will not deceive people, Shiyu said confidently. However, if the ruins dare to deceive him, he will definitely come here to be weird for a month before leaving. Remembering a grudge JPG, it's getting late, let's go have a meal first, Shiyu touched his stomach and said. Everyone, second. On that day, Master Lin arrived at the ancient capital. I don't know whether he used the master's privilege to jump the queue and take the plane, or flew here with his own flying pet. After everyone arrived, Shiyu, Senior Panda, the 7 archaeological heroes, Instructor Ding, Director Li, Master Lin and others gathered in a discussion room at the ancient capital university. In addition to them, there was an expert invited by Director Li on the scene, a mechanic. A powerful mechanic, proficient in materials science. Forging is also a basic skill, like those mechanical life pets, are all from their hands. For them, as long as there are materials, it is not difficult to rub a Gundam with bare hands. High-level mechanics are elite talents that are rarer than dragon trainers. Normally, the rarity of mechanics is at least 1 level higher than that of beastmasters who specialize in the cultivation of other pets. This is Dean Hao, the Dean of the Mechanical College of Argudo University, and a top mechanic. Director Li introduced everyone very politely. Dean Hao, hello, Director Lin was flattered. He didn't expect that this time, the study of the evolution of the iron-eating beast would be made such a big scene by Shiyu, Lin Xiaozu and others. A director of the archaeology department of Gudo University, a dean of the Mechanical College of Gudo University, and all the presidents of the associations in Bingayan City combined. Are not as impressive as these two. Master Lin, you are polite. Dean Hao is in his 60s, but he doesn't look old. He smiled and looked at everyone, especially at Shiyu who was sitting with Lin Xiaozu, the 7 heroes of archaeology and others. He knew that this group of people gathered here because of Shiyu. He himself came here because of Shiyu's identity. Dean Howe immediately decided to help after hearing Director Lee say that this project was led by a young member of the 11th Bureau who had joined Gudo University in the future. Although at his level, even if he was facing a formal member of the 11th Bureau, everyone was equal, but this did not prevent him from doing a favor for the young member of the 11th Bureau. Besides, Director Lee also came forward to ask him for help. It was common for several departments of Gudo University to cooperate with each other, so there was no need to shirk. Everyone quickly got to the point. If we have that metal piece as a reference, it is not very difficult to forge these 6 materials into alloy equipment. If everything goes well, it should be completed within 3 days, but the wisdom of the ancients is really amazing. After all, even with modern technology, it is not easy to complete such a process. Dean Howe directly gave everyone a reassurance. What the ancient blacksmiths could do, their modern mechanics can do the same. The question now is, what style of equipment does Master Lin plan to make? Everyone looked at Shi Yu and Master Lin. After all, the information provided by Shi Yu said that the evolution of the iron-eating beast did not require the style of armor. Even just a pair of claws and a shield can help the iron-eating beast complete its evolution. However, if we follow the normal thinking, we must think that the more materials are used, the greater the potential for evolution. Even more, we will think that the rarer and more advanced the materials used, the greater the potential for evolution. The latter is obviously unreliable. Many pets need specific materials to evolve, and a slight difference may lead to failure. The same food provides completely different nutrients to humans, animals, and plants. The most important thing is to fit and meet the needs. There have been countless examples of evolution failures caused by filing in advanced materials in evolution experiments in the research community. Now that we have certain evolutionary materials, trying to innovate is actually putting the cart before the horse. However, the situation at this time is that the type of evolutionary materials does not need to change, but the number of evolutionary materials seems to be able to change. The point that quantitative change leads to qualitative change seems feasible. Shi Yu has already talked about this with Master Lin. No matter what size the armor is, it can assist in evolution. Everything depends on Master Lin's decision. Master Lin said, then arm yourself up, head, body, limbs, claws, all fully armed. He decided to play a big game. After all, the amount of evolutionary materials may be related to the potential of the iron-eating beast after evolution. In this way, judging from the alloy ratio that has been determined, a lot of materials are used. Dean Howe thought carefully, estimated a value, and said it. The minimum is 9 digits, and the evolutionary materials priced in billions may be used. Such a huge amount of money made Shi Yu, Senior Panda, and the 7 archaeological heroes bleed in their hearts. If the evolution fails, will it all go down the drain? Otherwise, just try a claw. Shi Yu touched his nose and said, even if it fails, it won't lose much. Master Lin hung in, then after the evolution, can I still wear new equipment? Shi Yu was stunned and felt that it was not possible. That's it, Master Lin also mustered up his courage. He felt that the family business passed down by his ancestors would probably be squandered by him and Lin Xiaozu in studying the evolution of the iron-eating beast. However, in order to revive the glory of the iron-eating beast, everything is worth it. Moreover, even if it fails, the forged alloy armor is still usable. Even if it cannot be used as an evolution prop, just wear it like that, which is equivalent to buying a piece of clothing for the iron-eating beast. Judging from the material of this metal sheet, after the iron-eating beast puts it on, it feels that there is no problem for the king-level biological skills. Forced to be worth it JPG at this time, Shi Yu felt the madness of the father and daughter, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at 11 on his shoulder. Good guy, I was still lamenting that the evolution materials of the green cotton worm were expensive before. As a result, yours are not cheap either. 11, Ying. Next, with the help of the School of Mechanical Engineering to build the armor, Shi Yu and his team temporarily put all their focus on studying the evolution of the iron-eating beast. Not to mention the original team, this time, even Director Lee and Instructor Ding also came to the side of the iron-eating beast to investigate again. The reason is very simple, because the evolution materials of the iron-eating beast are expensive enough. Generally speaking, with this level of evolutionary materials, the race level of the evolved iron-eating beasts must be at least a king level, right? If it succeeds in the end, such a news will appear. The archaeology department of Gudo University discovered through archaeology the method of the evolution of the iron-eating beasts into the king race. which is undoubtedly a big news, and Director Lee and Instructor Ding have to pay attention. It feels like it is at least a low-level king level. It is even possible to be a medium-level king level. I have long felt that the racial potential of the iron-eating beasts is low. After all, their basic qualities are not bad. Now it seems that they seem to be like the green cotton worms. They need to train the race's pre-skills to a certain extent before they can fully tap the race's potential through the opportunity of evolution. Everyone talked about it. The owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion was smiling throughout the whole process, as if the iron-eating beasts had evolved successfully. Lindsay Azu said, maybe it depends on the number of evolutionary materials used to determine the potential of the race. For example, if it is only armed with claws, the race level after evolution may only be the commander level, but if it is fully armed, it may reach the monarch level. Her view was deeply agreed by the head of the Lin Pavilion. It must be like this, otherwise our money would not be wasted. Shiyu, what do you think? The head of the Lin Pavilion looked at Shiyu with a smile. I feel that the mythical level is guaranteed, Shiyu said. Everyone? 11? Shiyu, just a joke, everyone. Shiyu smiled. However, although it is a joke, is it really a joke? Now it has been discovered that this site has some connection with the Earth myth. So, is it possible that the iron-eating beast is Chiyu's mount? The evolved form of the iron-eating beast is almost evolved by using various weapons and armor. Shiyu feels that this way of evolution is somewhat in line with Chiyu's title of Lord of Soldiers. At the same time, the history of the Earth also records that Shiyu was the first person to invent metal smelting. The tribe that forged armor for the iron-eating beasts also happened to be very good at forging alloys. So, if the two histories are really related, he feels that the iron-eating beasts have a mythical potential, which is not too much. Of course, this potential is definitely not something that can be stimulated by one evolution. I actually have another question, Shiyu continued. That is, what does the special inscription engraved on the metal sheet represent? Could it be a medium to activate a certain skill, or even a requirement for the second stage of evolution? Shiyu said. In the picture he saw, after the iron-eating beasts had special inscriptions engraved on their bodies, their posture felt like they had undergone a second stage of evolution. It was really hard not to be suspicious. This kind of inscription is indeed strange. It's the first time I've seen it, but it's more likely to be the exclusive symbol of their own tribe. Director Lee looked at the symbols on the mural and said, if you can make your pet awaken its skills and evolve again by just one symbol, it's a bit unscientific. Well, as Shiyu said, it's only possible if it's carved with some other rare resources. Teacher Ding also judged, but no other energy components were detected on the metal sheet. It's not other resources, it's your own claws. Don't say it. If Shiyu hadn't seen the operation of those iron-eating beasts, he would have thought that what Director Lee and Teacher Ding said was scientific. It's normal for a tribe to have its own exclusive mark. On the contrary, it's unscientific to evolve by drawing on yourself. Anyway, it's not bad. If the iron-eating beast can really evolve, let it carve one and try it, just as a souvenir. Master Lin Hongnian stared at the stone wall and said casually. Everyone laughed. That's fine. Just take it as a thank you for providing this site with a way to evolve. The road has widened. Shiyu was stunned. Time flies. It only took 1 day for the School of Mechanical Engineering to build a set of alloy armor according to Master Lin's requirements. This speed was unexpected by Shiyu and his team. So, 3 days was still a conservative estimate. Everyone was surprised. It seems that it is always right to say that it will take a few more days to complete a general execution work. It can be a surprise if it is completed ahead of time. If you don't want to complete it ahead of time, you can slack off while doing it. How is it? Haha. In a huge exhibition room in the School of Mechanical Engineering of Gudo University, a set of exquisite armor was hung on the wall. The material of the armor is more like bronze, and the color is darker than bronze, with a dark green color. No, it is more appropriate to describe it as black and green. If you don't look closely, it is actually a black armor. Perfect. It feels that the material is exactly the same as that metal sheet. The 7 archaeological heroes exclaimed. Director Lee and Instructor Ding also looked at the armor with interest. Senior Panda's eyes were even more beautiful, and she imagined the scene of the iron-eating beast wearing this armor. Although the big panda bet is gone, it feels that it will be very handsome in battle. Do you want to experiment with the evolution method you mentioned now? Dean Hao laughed. This armor was made by himself. He also wanted to see what this armor could make the iron-eating beast evolve into. Master Lin, Shiyu looked at Master Lin Hongyan. At this time, Master Lin Hongyan was more nervous than anyone else. Of course, Shiyu must have been very nervous too. He asked 11 on his shoulder telepathically, "How is it? Do you feel cool, Uncle Lin? This is for your future development path. You are using your own iron-eating beast to do experiments." 11 bit his hand and looked at the armor. He always felt that eating was better than wearing clothes. Foodie, Shiyu was speechless. "Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Let the iron-eating beast wear the armor, and then use the superb hardening fusion weapon, right?" Under everyone's gaze, Master Lin took a deep breath, nodded and said, "Then give it a try." Then, he began to summon his own iron-eating beast. Hue in the blue transparent circular summoning diagram, a serious-looking iron-eating beast with well-developed muscles and looking extremely strong walked out. After it came out, it immediately followed the instructions of the beast master and greeted the big guys present. Everyone looked at this iron-eating beast that was cultivated beyond the limits of the species and nodded. Master Lin is indeed an expert in cultivating iron-eating beasts. This iron-eating beast may not be cultivated by ordinary beastmasters. "Put it on yourself," Lin Hongyan ordered the iron-eating beast. At this time, the iron-eating beast also looked at the armor hanging on the wall, and its heart tightened inexplicably. Lin Hongyan had already taught the iron-eating beast the way of evolution. So at this time, seeing this well-fitting armor, the iron-eating beast did not hesitate much, and directly put it on itself according to the order of the beastmaster. With the sound of metal collisions, the iron-eating beast put on the armor and was fully armed. It looked even more majestic at this time. It looks a bit like the rune bear Volibear in World of Warcraft. Shiyu looked at its appearance and muttered in his heart. It was World of Warcraft or League of Legends. I can't remember clearly. It's definitely not DNF. It's just that the bear in the armor has been replaced by a panda. At this time, under everyone's gaze, the iron-eating beast of the Master Lin Hongyan continued to follow the operation step by step. After putting on the armor, it began to use the superb hardening. Buzz! In an instant, the hardening substance covered the entire armor. This is one of the signs of superb hardening. Apply the hardening substance to other objects. After this operation was completed, the color of the armor became darker. Then, the iron-eating beast began to take the next step, using the second property of superb hardening, externalization, that is, externalizing the hardening substance to fill the gap between itself and the armor, so that the armor can be completely integrated with itself through hardening. After this operation was completed, in the eyes of everyone, the iron-eating beast seemed to be really integrated with the armor, and the two sides were in comparable coordination. And at this moment, the scene that excited everyone appeared. The iron-eating beast was startled at first, and then it began to radiate a powerful aura. Everyone took a step back and looked at it in shock. Then, the iron-eating beast began to be filled with white light all over its body, and it began to grow and transform, which can also be said to be a breakthrough. No, while growing and transforming, it is also evolving. With a roar, the body of the iron-eating beast continued to grow larger and larger in the light. In the blink of an eye, it in its previous armor became unscientifically nearly 3 meters tall. The light faded, and the 3-meter-tall iron-eating beast appeared in front of everyone. Unscientifically, not only did the iron-eating beast grow larger, but the armor also grew proportionally larger. Success! Everyone looked at the iron-eating beast with surprised expressions. Especially Dean Hao, Director Li, Instructor Ding and others. They all felt the state of the iron-eating beast at this time. It broke through to the king level. It is very difficult for a pet of an extraordinary race to break through to the king level. At present, it has broken through so smoothly. The biggest possibility is that the iron-eating beast has successfully completed its evolution, and the increase in race level has led to the increase in growth level. The might just now was the deterrent skill that is awakening. Everyone looked at the tearful Lin Pavilion Master. At this moment, only Lin Hongyan Pavilion Master, who had a contract with the iron-eating beast, could best understand its state. It really evolved, king level. Lin Hongyan Pavilion Master was stunned for a long time, and then he was ecstatic, wishing to kiss Shiyu who provided the evolution method. Not only has it evolved, it has also broken through. In addition to awakening deterrence, it has also awakened 3 other new skills. Chapter 99, the second stage evolution of the iron-eating beast. What skills? As the owner of Lin Hongyan spoke, everyone was stunned, and then asked quickly. Wow! In addition to the deterrent skill that must be awakened when the growth level reaches the monarch level, 3 new skills have been awakened in one go. It seems that this evolution has greatly improved the race of the iron-eating beast. The key now is what the level of these 3 new race skills is. After the pet evolves, one of the most intuitive ways to judge the potential of the pet's new form is to see whether its newly awakened race skills are strong. As the owner of Lin Hongnian, received the feedback from the iron-eating beast, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. 3 new skills, 1 intermediate, 1 high level, and 1 super level. This wave took off. Don't keep us in suspense. Come on, Lindsay, as who couldn't help but glared at her father. The intermediate skill is gigantism. Skill, gigantism. Skill level, intermediate. Introduction, special ability that can enlarge the body. In the gigantic state, energy consumption increases and strength increases. Everyone? Shiyu? This intermediate skill is actually quite good, and Lin Hongnian was very satisfied with it at first. However, as he saw everyone's strange expressions, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He looked at the shrunken 11 on Shiyu's shoulder and fell into deep thought. 11? Wait a minute, Master Lin Hongnian suddenly said, why can the Iron Eater that has awakened the ancient evolution bloodline learn the upper level skill of gigantism, multiplication, while the truly evolved Iron Eater can only awaken gigantism? He found a blind spot. Everyone also looked at Shiyu and 11, which caused Shiyu to fall into deep thought. Absolutely. The skill of multiplication. Senior Panda and others have been thinking about the ancient evolution form, and as a result, after the Iron Eater evolved, it really awakened a similar skill? It's okay to awaken it, but you should awaken it completely. Is it reasonable to awaken half of it? Maybe 11 has better talent? Master Lin can take the Iron Eater to soak in the evolution holy spring more often when you have time, Shiyu suggested. If anti-ancient tree of life allows. Lin Hongnian was silent. What about high-level skills and super-level skills? Lin Ziazu asked. Master Lin Hongnian no longer thought about the troublesome matter of gigantism and multiplication. He took a deep breath and said, high-level skills are the solidity of the gold system, and super-level skills are the restrained edge of the gold system. Skill, solidity, skill level, high level, introduction, gold skill. The user is protected by the power of gold, and increases resistance to all types of skills. This is a higher level skill of hardening. Hardening generally only has a good resistance effect on physical attacks, but solidity, together with various elemental attacks, control skills, and skills targeting the spirit and soul, has a very high resistance effect. It can be said that it is a skill that comprehensively increases the ability of the iron-eating beast to be beaten. Skill, introverted edge, skill level, super, introduction, gold skill, enter the introverted state, can create the source of physical energy, accumulate power beyond the limit of oneself, and will not affect one's own state. In the edge state, the accumulated power can be multiplied and burst out, increasing the attack power several times, but it will put a certain burden on the body. Fuck. After the head of the Lin Pavilion finished speaking, Dean Hao, Director Li, and Instructor Ding were fine, but the 7 heroes were shocked. I actually awakened the skill of introverted edge. Zheng Yingji opened his mouth wide. This skill can be said to be a magical skill of the gold system. First of all, this skill can maximize the physical fitness of pets. Ordinary pets will be full after eating 1 energy crystal and can't eat anymore, but after mastering the skill of introverted edge, pets can have no problem eating 10 or 100 energy crystals. Moreover, pets will not be unable to digest, nor will they waste the power of energy crystals, but will store this energy steadily in their bodies. In battle, whether it is to mobilize this stored power smoothly or to burst it out in one breath, it can be done. This is the most typical combat skill. It can not only allow pets to have hidden physical abilities far beyond the same level creatures, but also give pets the power to fight beyond their level. Hardened, gigantic, solid as a rock, restrained edge. After the evolution of the iron-eating beast, it is simply a super war beast born for fighting, no, for war, Dean Hao said with emotion, and Director Li and Instructor Ding agreed deeply. At this time, the 7 archaeological heroes rubbed their hands enviously. Senior Panda was also a little excited, and her body was shaking with excitement. After the evolution, the super-level skills were awakened, which means that the current racial potential level of the iron-eating beast must be above the monarch level. Will her iron-eating beast become so strong in the future? Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast was also very excited, and felt that there was an infinite power bursting out of his body. It glanced at 11, wanting to feel the envious eyes of its own race. Ying, however, 11 shook his head. Isn't it just 3 more skills? It has nothing else but many skills. Iron-eating beast. At this time, the happiest person is Lin Hongnian himself. Restrained, he smiled and looked at the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast nodded. Then, under the gaze of everyone, it returned to its pre-evolution state. All the armor on its body disappeared, and its body shape suddenly returned to normal. This is the restrained effect of the super-level skill Restrained Edge, that is, to put away one's edge. Can the restrained state be changed back to the pre-evolution state? Shi Yu had not expressed anything at first, but at this moment, he was suddenly stunned and his eyes were straight. Yes, this is the magic of this super-level skill, Director Li laughed. It's simply a magical skill of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. By the way, if it is used in conjunction with your iron-eating beast shrinking, will it have a miraculous effect? After Shi Yu was stunned, his emotions finally fluctuated greatly. This restrained state can actually degenerate? Is it so cool? By the way, in this way, it seems that Shi Yu riding the wrong panda is excusable? Great. At the same time, Lin Ziazu couldn't help but shout out. In this way, wouldn't the iron-eating beast have 2 forms? It seems that she can evolve the Iron Eater without any worries in the future. The only thing is that after the evolution, the Iron Eater will only grow larger and not smaller, which is a pity. She really wants 11's multiplication skill. It seems that we don't have to worry about it anymore. Shi Yu had the same idea as Lin Ziazu. Now, even if it evolves, the panda pendant and the panda bed are still there. It's really a magical skill. Shi Yu hinted to 11 on his shoulder that he still needs to spend money and add points. 11, oh! At this time, everyone looked at the Iron Eater of Master Lin with emotion. Maybe this is the first Iron Eater to evolve in this era? Master Lin Hongnian has become famous, and Shi Yu, who discovered the evolution route of the Iron Eater, is also going to be famous. Everyone was very emotional, but at this time Shi Yu suddenly thought of something and felt that things were not over yet. Wait a minute. Shi Yu suddenly looked at Master Lin and said, do you want to try to engrave a special symbol on the metal sheet on the iron-eating beast? I still feel that the inscription symbol is the key to the iron-eating beast's transformation again, not as simple as the tribal mark. Master Lin was stunned, then nodded and chose to believe Shi Yu. But what should I use to engrave it? Shi Yu suggested. Hardened claws. Seeing Shi Yu's firm attitude, everyone couldn't help but perk up again. Is there really something special about that symbol? Then do as Shi Yu said and give it a try. Now that the evolution method determined by Shi Yu has been confirmed, it seems nothing to trust Shi Yu again. Dean Hao brought the metal sheet. The iron-eating beast also returned to its huge armed form. At this time, the iron-eating beast looked at the special symbol on the metal sheet, then looked at its own armor, and fell into deep thought. Do you really want to engrave this thing? Try it. Master Lin Hongnian laughed and said indifferently, whether it succeeds or not, it doesn't matter if it is engraved. The iron-eating beast nodded, then hardened its claws, and began to carve symbols on the armor, following the special symbols on the metal sheet like copying, squeak. However, the next second, an unexpected scene appeared. The claws of the iron-eating beast, which were strengthened by the superb hardening, could not leave any traces on the armor at all. You know, the current armor has not been hardened and strengthened. Is it so hard? Director Li was slightly surprised. This defense, without any skills, the physical strength exceeds the superb hardening? Is it going to compete with a dragon in physical fitness? Squeak. The iron-eating beast's face changed, and he tried again, but he still couldn't carve it. It seems that we have to use something harder to carve it, Dean Hao pondered slightly. When everyone was surprised by the defense of the iron-eating beast's armor, only the iron-eating beast, Lin Hongnian, and Shi Yu had a wrong expression. No, it's not right. Master Lin Hongnian looked solemn. No, the strength of the superb hardened claws is obviously stronger than the armor. The iron-eating beast said that there seemed to be a repulsive force between its claws and the armor, preventing it from leaving marks on the armor. What? After Master Lin finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What is this? A self-protection mechanism? Isn't this inscription really magical? If everyone thought that the special symbol had no special meaning before, then now, with the discovery of this strange phenomenon, anyone who is not a fool can detect that something is wrong. This is not a matter of whether the claws are hard enough. But why is there a repulsive reaction between the hardened claws and the armor? Everyone frowned. Could it be that Shiyu was right? What special power does that inscription have? Otherwise, if it is just a simple inscription, why can't the iron-eating beast carve it? Shiyu fell into deep thought. It shouldn't be. In the historical images he saw, the group of iron-eating beasts used superb hardened claws to carve inscriptions on their body armor. There is absolutely no mistake. The smooth carving movements of the group of iron-eating beasts did not seem to be hindered. At this time, Shiyu always felt that he had not noticed the key point. What was wrong? Slowly, as Shiyu looked at Master Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast, he was stunned. Skill, hardening, status, teachable. Just like facing the superb silk of the green cotton worm, Master Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast, even if he mastered the superb racial skills, the skill illustration still showed the teachable status. After Shiyu was stunned for a while, he said soberly, "By the way, could it be that the proficiency of hardening is not enough? Above the superb hardening, is there a higher proficiency? I feel that the racial skills have broken through again and produced a qualitative change, which may be the key to the transformation of the iron-eating beast again. Maybe, then there will be no rejection reaction when carving inscriptions." This time, Shiyu's thoughts suddenly opened up, and he felt that his inference must be correct. The hardening and those inscriptions that surpass the superb proficiency may be the key to the evolution of the iron-eating beast again. The king level is just the starting point. The future is really a myth. When Shiyu finished speaking, everyone looked strange. Dean Hao popularized entry, proficiency, mastery, perfection, and perfection. Although the names of each level are different in different eras, the ability of pets seems to be these 5 levels from beginning to end. Perfection represents the peak of skills, and perfection represents breaking through the original upper limit of skills. As for higher, there is no such saying. There is no record from ancient times to the present, and no pet of the beast master has ever reached it. This is not very realistic. Why don't we find other props to carve and try it? Lin Hongnian, the owner of the pavilion, also twitched his mouth, not knowing whether to believe Shiyu. Why don't you say that the iron-eating beast can evolve again after eating Venus? Even if it is true, it is impossible to achieve it. Using such unscientific evolutionary conditions to tempt him to have expectations for the evolution of the iron-eating beast's evolutionary form, isn't this going to kill him and make him and the iron-eating beast exercise and harden 24 hours a day for the rest of their lives? As everyone refuted that it was unscientific, Shiyu was silent. He still stubbornly believed that his inference was correct. Besides, is it difficult to be above perfection? Chapter 100, Naming the Evolved Form. Let's try to use other props to see if we can carve it. Dean Hao and others were interested. I thought that the first stage of the evolution of the iron-eating beast was the end point. It seems that, just as Shiyu said, the iron-eating beast still has other secrets hidden in it. I can help. A small summoning diagram appeared in the palm of Dean Hao's hand. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a prop in the shape of a sword handle, and then a pale yellow laser suddenly emerged from the hilt. Name, laser sword, attribute, mechanical, light, racial level, high commander, introduction, artificial lightsaber life. Fuck, so handsome. Looking at Dean Hao holding a laser sword, Zheng Yingji and other boys widened their eyes and drooled. Isn't this more passionate than the beast-eared girl? She is worthy of being a top mechanic. She is really good at playing. She actually contracted a lightsaber. Shiyu glanced sideways. Wow, there is actually such a mechanical life. He is quite curious now. If the Beastmaster has a combined talent and contracts a laser sword, what is the use of other pets? MV. Use this to carve. Seeing Dean Hao offering to help, Director Lin nodded. Okay, please. The iron-eating beast looked at the laser sword with a confused face. It felt okay to do it by itself, but isn't it a bit too much to use a sword? Don't worry, it won't hurt, Dean Hao laughed. The newly evolved iron-eating beast was still a little nervous, but still nodded with pain. Then, with a flash of the sword, this time, the laser sword left a scar on the armor of the iron-eating beast without any hindrance. The scar is the special symbol on the metal sheet. This time, during the process of engraving the symbol, neither the iron-eating beast nor the laser sword felt any hindrance. But similarly, after engraving the symbol, the iron-eating beast did not change at all. This made everyone ponder. So, the current doubt is indeed the rejection reaction between hardening and armor. Next, Director Lin directed the iron-eating beast to try a few more times. No matter what he did, it was the same result. Now it seems that the symbol should not be as simple as the tribe's war emblem or logo. If you just want to carve a war emblem, you can carve it on other objects like Dean Howe did, and according to my investigation, this special symbol should be carved by the iron-eating beast itself with its hardened claws. Since it is so difficult for the iron-eating beast to carve a mark on itself, why do they insist on carving this symbol on their bodies? Shiyu hugged his chest, still wanting to know what this symbol represents. The iron-eating beast of Master Lin also had obsessive-compulsive disorder. It tried hard to leave a mark on itself, but it just couldn't do it. Master Lin himself was also entangled. What was going on? Originally, the evolution of the iron-eating beast and the awakening of new racial skills were double the happiness. Why is there such a doubt that cannot be found out now, which makes him very uncomfortable? Shiyu's words aroused everyone's discussion. No matter how you look at it, this is another new problem, Director Lee pondered. Discovering a way for the iron-eating beast to evolve through metal pieces seems to be just the tip of the iceberg of this site. The next thing to explore is the secret of the evolutionary form of the iron-eating beast and the secret of the inscription. No wonder Shiyu said that this site is not simple. The evolution of the iron-eating beast into a king race is just the starting point of research? The corner of Lin Hongnian's mouth twitched and said, "It won't be like what Shiyu said, that the racial skills must be above the superb level of proficiency." Shiyu laughed and said, "This kind of thing is definitely uncertain at present, but it is not ruled out as a possibility. The iron-eating beast has just evolved, and there must be many secrets on it. If you want to be completely sure, you must explore it step by step. Otherwise, let's set up a research team for the iron-eating beast and study it together. How about it?" Shiyu suggested that he would study the root of proficiency above the superb level, and other possibilities would be left to Senior Panda and Master Lin to explore. Clear division of labor. It is normal for a new pet race to appear with a lot of unknown information. At present, the thousands of biological data known to human beast masters have also been explored and studied bit by predecessors. At present, it is not surprising that the evolved form of the iron-eating beast has just been born and there are unsolved mysteries on it. Shiyu himself certainly does not have the energy to conduct a complete exploration, but in this regard, Director Lin should have enough energy. After all, this is true love. Instructor Ding said, "Okay, count me in." In fact, we are very lucky, at least, we found an exploration route just after it evolved. Director Lee also said, "I am curious too, does Director Lin want to cooperate with Gudu University to study the evolution of the iron-eating beast?" "You are too polite," Director Lin said. "I should thank you for your help." Dean Hao laughed and said, "Then count me in." In a few words, several Master Beast Masters decided to explore the secret of the evolution of the iron-eating beast together. Senior Panda and the 7 heroes of archaeology were beside them and could not get a word in. "I am too young and feel that I can't help much." "Forget it, let's put aside the inscriptions for now. We'll study it later. This is not something that can be explored overnight. After the Iron Eater evolves, should it have a new race name, this is the most important thing at the moment. It is a tradition for pets to change their race names after completing their race evolution. Although the Iron Eater can still rely on skills to restore to its original form after evolution, it is not appropriate to still call it the Iron Eater. If you want to announce the new evolution, you do need a new name." Dean Hao nodded. Director Lin looked at Shiyu and said, "How about giving the naming rights to Shiyu?" Although his Iron Eater was the first to complete the evolution, it seems that Shiyu is the most suitable person to name the evolved form of the Iron Eater. After all, this time it was Shiyu who provided the evolution method. Me, Shiyu was stunned. Although the namer will be famous, he is a waste of naming. Do you really want him to do it? Do you have any ideas? When it comes to naming, Senior Panda became interested. Shiyu fell into deep thought and said, "Armed Iron-Eating Beast? Armored Iron-Eating Beast? Armored Iron-Eating Beast? Mega Iron-Eating Beast? Primitive Return Iron-Eating Beast." "Everyone, Master Lin, let's think about it together." Everyone nodded. Master Lin's Iron-Eating Beast and 11 also nodded. For the future reputation of the Iron-Eating Beast family, it is better not to give this difficult task to Shiyu. Shiyu had no choice but to call it Giant Panda or Panda King. Except that it was a little inconsistent with the style of painting, everything else was fine. How about the Gold-Eating Beast? After all, the price of evolution is not small. Master Lin only felt a little bit of pain at this time. This time he seemed to have spent a lot of gold, and this name was very artistic. It doesn't sound good, Lindsay as who is the first to object, and, wasn't that Erdari? Iron swallowing beast, iron eating king, steel giant beast, everyone offered names, but the more they discussed, the more outrageous it became. Shiyu realized that he was not the only one who was a bad namer. The names these people gave me don't seem to sound as good as mine. Forget it, I'll do it. At this time, after careful consideration, Shiyu made another suggestion. After the iron-eating beast evolved, it looked like this, and it has changed its previous image of greed and laziness. So now it must be changed to a name that suits its temperament. How about a war beast born specifically for war and fighting, and then add a prefix to the war beast? We found 9 special symbols in this site, which may have something to do with the iron-eating beast. In addition, the alloy used for their evolution is black in color, and the word Li means black. How about calling it Jiuli War Beast, Jiuli War Beast? When everyone heard what Shiyu said, they were stunned. It's true that the temperament seemed to match the iron-eating beast in armor. Although it's a bit far-fetched, it sounds good, Master Lin nodded. It's better than the armed iron-eating beast that Shiyu mentioned before. Shiyu smiled. This is not straightforward, but it has a great meaning. Jiuli is the tribe of Chiao, the leader of the army. Legend has it that the iron-eating beast was Chiao's mount. He named the iron-eating beast evolved into the Jiuli War Beast purely to commemorate the myths and legends of the earth. In addition, it is equivalent to hoping that the iron-eating beast in this world can really have mythological potential. If you can't think of a better one than this one, Senior Panda touched her chin and thought, is there no cute name? Not in a hurry, to be determined, to be determined. After everyone discussed it, they felt that the name Jiuli War Beast was feasible, but there was no rush to name it at the moment. That would be after the announcement of the evolutionary form. The next announcement process, just the formalities, is estimated to take at least several months. In this world, beast masters have 2 choices for evolution methods. One is to regard the evolution method as their own thing, pass it down in the form of family and master-apprentice, and not disclose it to the public. Generally, this kind of evolution method is explored by individuals. One is to directly disclose the evolution method to the country, apply for a patent, and become an honorary evolution planner for this evolution route in exchange for fame and benefits. 90% of the beast masters who have knowledge of evolution chose the former, and a few chose the latter. Most of those who chose the latter have monopolized some evolutionary resources or pets, and have greater benefits to gain. Or, they are experts who eat the rice bowl of the state. Whether it is the 11th Bureau or the ancient capital university, they are obviously state institutions. This time, the exploration of the evolution of the iron-eating beast is the result of everyone's joint efforts, and it must be announced. When the time comes, once the paper on the evolution of the iron-eating beast is published, whether it is Shiyu, Master Lin, or the ancient capital university, they can all gain huge fame and benefits. Especially Shiyu, who has determined the evolution method. At his age, it is estimated that he will instantly become a rising star in the archaeological research community. It seems that I have to stay in the ancient capital for a while, Master Lin sighed. The process of applying for an evolutionary patent is very complicated, and it is estimated that they will be busy next. I'll leave this matter to you. Shiyu smiled slightly and said, I have no experience, so I won't intervene. As for the research on the evolution of the iron-eating beast, I will leave it to you first, everyone. Aren't you the highest person in charge of this project? What do you mean, you want to give up and be a hands-off boss? There are still 3 months before the professional assessment. I haven't even reached the passing line for registration yet. I plan to practice seriously for a while, otherwise, I think I have to wait until next year. Shiyu gave a reason, but the main reason was that he wanted to go back and explore the proficiency above the superb. This is a big project, and it is also a relatively important research route. You need to have enough time to recuperate, and you need to meditate to improve your beast control level. You can't spare any time to study the evolution of the iron-eating beast with everyone. It's better for him to wait for the ready-made research results and gains. Oh, professional assessment, Director Li and others were stunned. They almost forgot that Shiyu is still an apprentice beastmaster. It doesn't matter. Self-development is the most important, Master Lin nodded. Shiyu's little iron-eating beast is still far from evolution. It is indeed not as important as improving yourself to devote energy to studying the evolution so early. Let him do the research first. Master Lin thought that when Shiyu's Iron Eater reached the evolution standard, he should be able to help Shiyu plan the most perfect evolution method. He had to thank Shiyu for the successful evolution of the Iron Eater. The best way to thank him was to help Shiyu perfect this evolution route and provide convenience for Shiyu to use in the future. The professional assessment is once a year, and it does have a big impact if you miss it, and if you take the normal admission route, the professional identity is also necessary. After Shiyu determined that he wanted to be a hands-off boss and concentrate on preparing for the professional assessment, everyone had no objection and even agreed very much. Everyone's attention was quickly attracted to the next thing. Dean Hao, is there a suitable battlefield here? I want to see the current strength of the Iron Eater, Master Lin said expectantly. Dean Hao laughed and expressed his understanding. Of course there is, not only you, we also want to see it, let's go. In the School of Mechanical Engineering, Dean Hao activated the high-tech steel battlefield for Master Lin to use. At this time, in addition to the iron-eating beast that was already present, Master Lin summoned his true trump card, King Kong Ape, a pet with a growth level of King Kong that helped him become a Master Beast Master. Monkey, the iron-eating beast has finally evolved. Come, you come and test its strength. Wait, it's not a fight, don't move, try its attack power first, King Kong Ape. On the field, the huge golden-haired Ape King fell into deep thought. It looked at the majestic and domineering armed iron-eating beast opposite, with a set of expensive armor, and suddenly realized that this day has finally come. Love will disappear. Feelings fade. The trump card needs to be changed. The later one is not as good as the original one after all. Thanks to the leader of the immortal Kishin. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.